Hello, everyone. My name is Apostle Alauddin. The purpose of today's live stream, as usual, is to talk to believers about their belief and why they believe it is the truth, if the truth is why they believe in it. And we already have a bunch of people in queue. Thank you, everyone, for joining early. And for those of you who aren't yet here, shame on you for not being on time. Uh, I'm just kidding. And today it seems like we have a lot of callers from the Christian faith, which is always welcome. I especially want to get to know their point of view because I haven't done a lot of conversations with Christians on this channel. But obviously, everyone is welcome to join. Link is pinned in the live chat. Before we begin, I'd just like to remind you there is another live stream a week from today where ex-Muslims can call in and share their stories. And in a few days, I have a special live stream where I'll be calling live one of my closest friends, and he is the first atheist that I've ever met and befriended. We met a long, long time ago, and it's going to be a very interesting conversation. So be sure not to miss that. All right, so we've got a bunch of people in queue. I am starting with Merciful. Merciful is a Christian, but I'll let them introduce themselves. I am adding them in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Merciful, how's it going?
Hey, I'm good. Are you good? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
That's good. Hi, everyone. My name is Merciful, and I am a Christian. And so I guess the question is, why do I believe, right?
Well, first of all, what do you believe, and why do you believe it?
hmm I believe that, excuse me, sorry.
Sorry.
I believe that, the Bible is the word of God, that Jesus is God, came down as flesh. As John 1:1 says, in the beginning was the word was with God, the word was God. And in 14, it says, the word became flesh and dwelt among us. So that's basically what I believe. That's what the Bible teaches. That um, also that man is sinful. Like man is inherently we are sinful, and that we cannot come to God by ourselves. Like we can't come to God of our own. Like it says that in Romans that the carnal man is in opposition to God. So the carnal mind is in opposition to God, and it's God that draws you near to Him by His Spirit, by the gospel message. So I guess that's about it.
Okay, thanks for the introduction. And it's escaping my mind right now. What do you mean by carnal?
Carnal just means just man in his natural state, fleshly, not spiritual, just man, and just like human being, man in his natural state. And again, it's not that man is, when I say man is evil, right, or man is sinful, I should say, isn't that, man doesn't have morality. We believe that, God has placed morality in us, that everyone has a witness of morality and God in us, that is law. Some people call it like, the law written in our hearts. That's why we know, like, why a right is right and wrong is wrong. And we also, I guess that's it. That's it.
Okay. Well, I do have a bunch of questions about that, but I wrote everything down so I can not interrupt you and get to them later.
Mhm.
I will start by asking you why you believe those things. And before we get to that, though, I do want to read a comment and just, to set the tone for these conversations. God equals the square root of -1. So I guess what they're trying to say is God is irrational, like an irrational number. Or an imaginary, I guess, number. I can't remember anymore. But they're saying your reasoning is basically because it says so in my book. That's not very convincing, Mr. Merciful. I just want to make it clear the point is not for the caller to argue, as in, come here and argue for their religion per se. I want to know how they think, and that's why I'm giving them the space to do that. So we just began the conversation. I don't think Mr. Merciful has really tried to convince me hard or anything. So anyway, I just want to set the tone. Feel free to explain things from your point of view. This is not an interrogation or anything. Um, and with that, I wanted to ask you. So yeah, why do you believe these things? Yeah, why do you believe them?
Yeah, as I said before in the beginning, that I believe them to be true because of the witness of the Holy Spirit in me. That and they are evidence, right? There is evidence in terms of like the evidence of from for the Bible in terms of how the Bible is a historical book. It's in it talks about historical people. It's not just made up. And again, as I said before, like the carnal mind goes against the things of God. So without the Spirit of the Lord drawing you, you will, reject the word of God, right? You will reject kind of like, you will push back in the against God, basically, to come to salvation. Not that rejecting against God means that you don't have morals or that you don't know what's right and wrong, but to salvation, like the carnal mind kind of doesn't come to God on its own. So for me personally, when I grew up, it's not like in Islam where, you're born a Muslim. Nobody's born a Christian. You can grow up in a Christian household and that doesn't make you a Christian, right? It's again, in John 3, it says that you must be born again, right? So, well, I'm saying right, like, but yeah, the Bible says that you must be born again. So, and God is the one that does that being born again process. So you can be born in a Christian household. I was born in a Christian household, I guess, went to church. I hated it for a while. And, I wasn't like it was just like something you just do on a Sunday. But it wasn't until the Spirit of God, opened my eyes that I became, you know, open to all of these things. It was like, I remember actually when again I can say that when the Spirit was drawing me, when God was calling me to Himself, basically through the scriptures and through the things I was reading, it was just a moment. I know some Christians don't have this moment, but for me, it was a moment where I could literally just see. I could just see, I guess. So that's the best I can explain it. And things just started making sense. So it's a supernatural thing. It's not just like there's all the proof, believe it, like in Islam, right? Or like, and I've been like very interested in a lot of like on YouTube. I found you actually like a week ago and I consumed like almost all your content. Basically, I feel like it was, it was nice. It was like just hearing stories and hearing things and just like, wow, this is intense, right? So yeah, that's all. I'll stop, I guess.
Oh, well, thank you for sharing all that. I do have a question that doesn't have to do with most of the topics, but I am curious. Um, Thanks for binge watching my content, I suppose. Do you feel like you would be more reluctant to do that if my channel was um, a similar, but Christianity was the topic, not Islam?
Um, I think so. Yes. Like I watch some atheists, not a lot, especially when I was beginning my like when I first be was saved. I was watching a lot of atheist versus Christian debates and all of that. But I guess the reason why I started watching your channel is because I felt like um again you may or may not believe me, but like I prayed to God and asked God to give me a burden for the lost, a burden for people, and I feel like God gave me I felt like God gave me a burden for Muslims and I guess ex-Muslims now as well, in terms of like wanting them to know Jesus and to be saved. And I started watching a lot of Muslim content to know what they believe and stuff like that. Watch Dawa channels and there's this yeah a bunch of things.
Mhm.
And Christian apologists also debating Muslims. I watched this guy called Christian Prince. He's like the funniest person alive to me.
I've
And
heard a lot about him. Believe it or not, I still haven't watched any of his videos, but yeah, so no comment from me there. I've
yeah,
seen some clips, and I don't know if they're representative of his a tone or whatever, but I didn't like those ones that I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah, so I do want to ask you about your beliefs. First of all, yeah, it's a good thing that you're exposing yourself to different points of view, especially if you think that you want to show those people Jesus, you need to understand where they're coming from. So that's a good thing. Um, so yeah, here are my questions then. You had mentioned that you believe because of the spirit of God that's inside you drawing you to the faith, or having that moment where you were able to see it with clarity. um, but also you mentioned the evidence and historical evidence. How much
Yes.
weight would you put on both, like either of those categories, in terms of, I believe, this much percent or this out of 10, because of the historical evidence, and this much because of that, spirit.
Yes. I would say that I believe mainly like in terms of 80% evidence and 2%. Well, I guess I'd say like okay, 70% or 60% evidence and like 40% faith in terms of like the ratio of how much I weigh the evidence more than the faith. And I feel like the Bible says faith without works is dead. In terms of like there must be proof, and faith in Christianity isn't blind faith. It says faith. If I quote it right, I think it's like faith is the evidence of things hoped for and the substance of things not seen. So the Bible provides a hope, and again, just I guess not to talk about the hope part, but like the evidence itself. I could say that again, the Israelites are real people. There's some prophecies in the Bible that have come to pass, as the Bible has said that it will come to pass. Now you can debate, were these things written after the fact, which it wasn't, but this is kind of what skeptics kind of claim, or skeptics would dismiss the Bible completely and say it was man, it was stories, man-made, blah blah blah, and stuff like that.
Well,
And
I have some questions about that aspect of it, the historical aspect of it. So, you mentioned that the Israelites were real people. That adds to the authenticity of your belief, or makes you believe that that Christianity is more true. Is that correct?
yes, and just not just the Israelites, but the things that are recorded in the Bible are historically accurate. As much
So
detail.
does the
Yeah.
accuracy of a historical record, does that um, translate to then kind of giving it immunity to claim things about the unseen?
No, no, of course not. But I would say that the historical accuracy does give it a grounding of some sort. I would say in terms of like, um, yeah, a grounding, and I guess in terms of like, for example, like not let's not just talk about the spiritual aspect, but the aspects of I guess historicity, where people the Bible mentions the Hittites as people, and nobody believed that the Hittites were people until now they find something that the Hittites were a people. So it seems like okay, disregarding maybe the flood narrative or all these things, which I still believe are true, and we there's some evidence that can suggest it, and things like that. I'd say the historical narratives of things that happened are true.
Well, here's what I'm asking. I'm not contesting whether that is true or not, that the historicity of or historical records are accurate. I'm just going to presume that they are for the time being.
Okay.
Um, but how much of the faith, like, did you weigh your options, and you thought, well, because the Bible has historical claims and maybe some prophecies, therefore it must be divine? Is that how it went in your head, or was it the feeling of seeing the truth and the spirit inside you, and then it was reassured by this evidence?
Um, I think uh, it's not just like I see this. It was the spirit part, like the spirit and like seeing the truth, and then also the spirit witnessing that this is you know this can be believed, and then also the evidence also led into it more, because the Bible also says that, false prophets are people who do miracles and, signs and wonders, but they lead you away from the true God, and that's what makes them a false prophet. Isn't It's not their miracles, it's not their signs, it's not their, what they do, but it's, where are they leading you.
So would you say that Jesus performing miracles has no bearing on whether you believe in him as God or not?
It has some bearing, of course, but what I'm saying is that where is this person leading me to, right? Is he leading me to the true God, like the God of Israel, or is he leading me to some false God or something like that? So,
But isn't that kind of it's a little circular to me, because if you're saying any religion that leads me away from my religion is false, therefore by default all religions are false and all the prophets are false, because they're not leading you to Jesus or to the Abrahamic God the way that Christianity describes him. Do you see that as a flaw in the way that you're approaching this?
well, so I guess you're asking me what's my grounding first, that the Abrahamic God is the real God, right? That's basically
Or
it.
more like just in isolation, that part about false prophets. Any prophet is going to be a false prophet because it's not, it's not Jesus adjacent, right? So, um, by that logic, then you're being warned, don't follow another religion, is what that sums up to, right?
Well, being warned that, again, there's false, yes, don't follow another religion, in terms of, like, yes, there are false prophets who are able to deceive you, and because people, hold weight the miracle signs and wonders, the Bible is saying not just because they are miracle signs and wonders should you believe them. Basically, it's not just about their evidence of miracle signs and wonders is the reason why you should believe them, but actually test what they're saying, test their truth, test the truth. So I guess that's basically it.
Well, this question is a bit out of the scope, but I'm curious, what do you think of the way that I'm seeing it that way? Basically Christianity saying beware of these miracles and whatnot because they can be deceiving depending on where the person is leading you. So, do you think that God using miracles in his one true religion is problematic because he's using a flawed method when he could just use everything else without the miracles? Or do you see them as necessary to prove prophethood or divine claims?
Um, well, prophethood is not like, if you're a prophet is a person, who proclaims something like the future, and then it comes to pass, right? But I guess divine claims don't have to be grounded on miracles. They don't have to be grounded on miracles. They don't have to be grounded on supernatural things. But the thing is that, I guess, from my concept of, who God is, right? God is someone, like, and miracles are basically just things that happened supernaturally. They're not natural. They're not something that occurs on a regular basis, like, someone raising from the dead. Like, no, like, who raises from the dead? Or, a miracle is someone being healed of a certain terminal disease and things like that. So,
I mean,
yeah.
the thing is, though, how do you verify a miracle aside from? I think the Christian approach to it is there are records that so many people saw it, therefore it must have actually happened, right?
Well, miracles in the of like Jesus, yes, there are records, like, the Gospels, the just the New Testament. There are multiple witnesses and things like that. But I guess miracles today, especially, there are institutes, and, well, not institutes, but there are people who document these miracles and go around, why are, like, these things happen, and why are they happening, and they're scientifically, cannot be explained, or, and things like
Mhm.
that. So, today, because Christianity claims about miracles, we feel like, it's good to document miracles, and to document, and to, I guess, prove that they are miracles, because, people in the past have claimed the miracle, and, people don't believe, because, like, oh, how do you know?
Well,
Like,
how do you prove that something is a miracle? Because there are things that in the past would have been considered miracles, and then with more investigation, we realize, oh, there was an explanation. We just didn't know that phenomenon
Mm.
before. How would you eliminate every possible explanation for something when, by definition, it'll take like you don't know yet if there's another possible explanation? Like, do you know what method they use or how they verify these claims?
So it's like the, I guess what would be considered a miracle is like, oh, did you pray for something, right? And then after the fact of your prayer, did something happen? Like, oh, someone was healed of cancer. I guess you and like, oh, someone prayed for them in the name of Jesus, and they, got
What
healed
if
of
they
their
get
cancer.
what if they get cured without someone praying for them? Is that a miracle?
No, it's like, wait, what do you mean cured? Like in medical means, or like
No,
they?
or if someone just, I'm assuming your example is someone who didn't have medical intervention yet a prayer saved them, right?
Yes. So you're talking about like,
So
I guess, regular spontaneous regeneration.
and
Uh,
they didn't go like they didn't go to seek medical attention. It's just their body resolved it, but that's because of prayer, you're saying.
yes, but I'm not talking about like a common cold or like a,
Yeah, yeah,
you
I'm talking like let's use that example of like a deadly illness without naming a specific one. But
Mhm.
what about if there's a case where nobody prayed for the person, they didn't pray for themselves, they don't believe in God, and their body fought it off because of their immune system? Would that be considered a miracle to you by the same situation, just minus the prayer?
um, I wouldn't consider that a miracle unless if they didn't pray. Like, let's just say, an unbeliever, someone who doesn't believe that Jesus is God, prays to God and God answers them. I feel like that's a
No,
common grace.
there's no prayer involved. Like they just get cured with time because their body fought it off. Would you
Yes.
consider that to be, or because of some, like you never know, or because of sometimes there's very interesting interactions between some chemical in some food, natural or otherwise, that happens to just, aid you to fight off a certain disease. Like there are natural explanations. So if someone didn't pray and they ended up with the same outcome, which is they're cured from their illness, is that a miracle to you?
Well, no, it's not a miracle. If someone didn't pray, no intervention, that means that the sickness or the illness could have gone away on a natural means or a natural basis. It doesn't mean that God doesn't use natural means as well. Like, it doesn't discount that.
But how do you know which one is because someone prayed and which one is because of natural means?
Well, did you see? That's a tough question. I guess I'd have to, research those things. But I guess if they're not natural, there's no explanation of them. And like, you have doctors who have,
Well, how do you know what's natural and what's not? I mean, in a situation, I'm saying the same exact situation, except nobody prayed. That I suppose by your criteria, that would be not natural because doctors don't exactly know how that person got cured. But nobody prayed, not the person, not anybody they know. It's like some society where they don't believe in God or it's a different God or whatever. Would that situation be considered a miracle to you?
um it I don't know. To I guess I don't know how to answer that question honestly. I would say if I were to really, really stretch it, I would say, there's probably someone out there praying that people would be healed of certain diseases and then someone randomly got healed. That's a stretch, right? That's me stretching it.
Why do you
But
consider that a stretch?
because of it's not a stretch, but that's I guess my stretch answer that you may not believe is basically what I'm saying. Um,
Like,
like
do you believe that answer, or like are you trying to piece together an answer that makes sense within the factor being that someone must have prayed at some point?
yes, that someone must have prayed at some point, or God's common grace to man. That we as Christians also believe that there's a common grace to man where God, still out of his love for us, gives us a common grace. Like he, um, the reason why some things, the world is not as bad as it can be, is a common grace of God's spirit restraining people's evils, or God's spirit restraining certain diseases and things like that. So I guess God's
Mhm.
common grace.
Well, I would disagree with that, but I'll ask one last question just so I can understand better. And I do have a lot more questions about what you said earlier about your beliefs about uh, what was it, that man is sinful and so on. But unfortunately, I don't think we'll have enough time for that. Um, so I do want to ask this question: if a situation happens with what you would interpret as God's intervention because of prayer, that kind of, okay, that makes sense. But if a situation happens without any obvious prayer, you think either someone prayed or it was God's intervention anyway because of his grace. And if a bad situation happened with or without prayer, you would still think that there's some goodness behind it because of God's intervention or God's plan. Um, so how do you know, like, do you, in my mind, I would see that the God part is redundant in that equation because if you take it out, things still happen the same way. Like, whether, because it seems like a catch all, whether God did do it or didn't, or sorry, whether it's good or bad, God did it for some reason. How do you determine that God is truly behind all of those things?
Um, so I guess my thing is that. Okay, wait, can you repeat your question? It says, how do I determine that God is truly behind all of these things?
Yeah,
Um,
because in those statements, if you take away the God factor, things would still happen the same way. Like God fits in any of those statements, but it also works if you take God out of it. So
mhm.
how do you determine that God is truly in those scenarios?
So I guess I would say that we live in in a fallen world, right? We live in a fallen world where nothing is as intended, nothing is perfect, right? And what I guess we as Christians believe is that without God holding things together, that there will be a collapse of like some sort, and people would just do crazy things. I guess that's the belief. But you're asking, how do I know it's exactly God? And it goes back to believing that the Bible is the Word of God and what the Bible says is true. And um, I guess that's it in terms of like, is the Bible true? If the Bible's true, are the things that it records or is true? And I guess just a caveat is that we as Christians don't believe that the way Muslims believe that the Bible is like the Word of God in terms of like God dictating every single thing and stuff like that. We don't believe that. We believe that the Bible is divinely inspired, that God used man, God used human means, the way people talk, the literary devices at that time, and he used that and was able to bring something out of that. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for explaining your point of view. And though I have a lot more questions, I do need to make sure that other people get their time also sharing them, sharing their point of view as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really appreciate you calling in. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, no problem. And I am praying for you. I feel like God has given me a burden for you, not just you specifically, but Muslims and ex-Muslims. So, all right, I will keep watching your videos. Bye.
Thank you. All right. Talk to you later. Bye bye. All right. So we're taking the next caller favorite story in a minute. I just will read some chats that I had bookmarked. Thank you everyone for being here and waiting. I obviously can't respond immediately. Um, so Deno is saying denial. Deno, I don't know. Not even the worst person on the planet deserves eternal damnation. I agree, and I think there's a lot to be said about that. I'm trying to keep it on topic, but I do agree with that. And Paul, sorry, was saying that he appreciates the caller's honesty. Um, Dr. Osiris is being weird and saying, lick the button, guys. um, uh, press the like button, please. Don't lick it, especially not in this this climate of people getting sick right and left. And thank you, Ultra, for the super chat. I don't believe Apostle Eddin checkmate. Oh, you think like that was going to be my response? Not quite. And Ricky Gervais is way funnier than Christian Prince. Probably true. Thanks for the super chat, Stop Scamming Man. Says Muslim apologists point to things like sharks whose embryos devour each other in the womb as an example of how flawed atheists' quests for morality are. I'd say it's a bigger problem for theists saying God made them that way. I agree. So that's kind of an appeal to how's there morality in nature? There isn't, but there's morality with God. But at the same time, they believe that fitra, this innate inclination that God instilled in everything and everyone, including animals, it should be taking care of, something not horrific like that not happening. But yeah, that's a whole other debate. And again, another super chat. Thank you. Saying, I'm reading Ibn Ishaq while apologists paint a glorious narrative on Bilal being freed. This claims Abu Bakr got his freedom by trading him for another black slave. Yes, it specifies race and what became of the poor guy. To be honest, I didn't know that tidbit, so I'm not going to confirm or deny it. That's very interesting. I would like to look into that. But yes, the mention of the race specifically, I see that in a lot of hadith and these sources where not just the race or the blackness of someone. There was a hadith about how someone, I can't remember the details, traded 2 black slaves for 1 non-black one, and that was mentioned explicitly. And I think the moral of the lesson here is that, you can set the worth. It doesn't have to be 1 for 1, which is a bad look. But anyway, there's also mentions of when talking about a female slave or some woman that someone wants to marry or something, they're always talking about the fairness of the woman and like the physical description, in a sense, like to some extent. So that kind of narration is common. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. And I didn't get to ask that question from Hassan Adwan. Does Merciful believe Christians should abstain from carnal pleasures? Merciful is free to answer in the live chat if they're still here. All right, so I am going to take favorites. Wait, I saw a couple of comments that were written right now. Oh, well, I think I missed them. Pasaladdin, I would also recommend to read the Bible. I do have a copy on my desk right here, but yeah, I hope this doesn't offend anyone, but I'm using it as part of the monitor stand for my monitor right now, but I'll get to reading it eventually. But that's something that I don't know if it's common in Christianity, but in Islam, you're not supposed to put any book on the Quran. And I've gotten, not in trouble, but I've gotten a bunch of heat from it one time about that topic online. But anyway, getting to the next caller. The next caller is Favorite. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Favorite, how's it going?
Hi.
Hi. Can you hear you okay?
Yeah. Okay. I'm kind of nervous, so it's okay.
That's okay. No need to be.
Okay. So since Merciful has already said much of what I believe, because I think he pretty much said everything correctly, from how we fell into sin. And I'd like to add what one of the people commented is, no one deserves eternal damnation. And that's true, because in Revelation chapter 9, actually Jesus taught that hell was not meant for mankind. It was meant for Lucifer and his angels. But when we chose our own wisdom instead of the wisdom of God, then that's when we got into the battle as well. And actually in Revelation chapter 9, by the way, I'm not offended by the fact that you kept a monitor on top of the Bible. I'm not offended by that. But God says that he does not wish for anyone to perish. And that's the main reason why he sent his son, Jesus Christ. Jesus himself was judged for the sins of all who would ever believe. And it's a beautiful thing, because even in Ephesians chapter 2, verse 8 to 9, it says that, like when we become believers, it's not because of our own might, it's purely by the grace of God that we've been able to believe. And that's the beauty of that, is we even treat non-believers with respect, because we know once upon a time we were in that position. And if it weren't for God's grace, then we wouldn't be here. Yeah.
Well, that brings up a couple of questions in my mind. Um, First of all, about that point, if it's by God's grace, I understand that because you believe that God's grace is why you believe, that helps you be more empathetic towards those who don't believe because they just don't have God's grace or weren't given God's grace. Um, who decides who gets God's grace?
God in his wisdom, okay, God in his wisdom calls certain people, and for others you can get saved this year, for others you can get saved maybe 5 years from now or 10 years from now, but the chance is given to everyone. That's what I believe, because as
Is that,
Jesus,
sorry to clarify, is that something that you believe in, or is that belief in Christianity that everyone before they die gets a chance or gets God's grace at some point?
from a parable that Jesus said, there's a statement he made that to him whom much is given, much will be expected. There are some people who won't know Christianity as deep, but in one way or another, they got to encounter, to get the chance, the opportunity to get to know God. So if someone got the little chance, they will be judged fairly. They won't be judged as harshly as someone who got chances over and over again.
But with someone, so everyone's getting a chance, as in getting God's grace, or are you saying everyone's getting a chance to know God, or neither of those things, that not everyone gets a chance?
Everyone gets a chance at one point in their life to get to know God, because according to the Bible, according to Romans chapter 1, there are ways that God reveals himself. So the first thing is he reveals himself by everything around us. And I've binge watched your content as well, and I've seen one of the lives where an ex-Muslim said, you need a lot of faith to be an atheist. And I believe the same, because everything around us shows God to be true. The complexity in nature, the complexity in down to our very DNA. And so God reveals himself through his nature. God reveals himself through his word. And there are many ways we get that opportunity. It's all based on how you respond to it.
So, okay, let me ask for more clarification then. I'm writing things down because there's so many things that I want to ask, but I'll start with this one. So, you said everyone gets an opportunity to know God before they die, but you said God chooses who gets His grace and who He attracts to His religion and His grace. So, is that choice, like, does God base that choice on the person's virtueness, like their goodness, a certain judgment about them, and then he chooses the ones who deserve his grace and therefore deserve salvation? Or like, what's the criteria for that choice?
To be fair, I don't know, because I mean that's a whole other topic, because God's wisdom, like God's thinking is much higher, because even when you see biblical stories, there are some people who are virtuous who are chosen. There are others who were the complete opposite, like they were absolutely immoral, and they were chosen to be among the people that would glorify God. For instance, there's a character in the Bible known as Rahab. There's a character known as Rahab who was once a prostitute, and she was chosen by God to be among those who will be in the lineage of Jesus. So she'd be the great 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 grandmother of Jesus. There's another person who was chosen among the disciples. There are some of them who were morally, you would say they were good people, but then there were others who were not necessarily good people. Paul, for instance, was an apostle who killed Christians before the vision happened between him and Jesus, and he chose to turn his life around. So
Well,
It's
then my question would be, if it's up to God by some criteria that we don't understand, do you think there are people who are good who God doesn't give that grace to and therefore end up in hell?
okay. First, we'd need to clarify like the definition of good, because as Merciful said, all of us have fallen, and God's definition of good is being perfect, having perfection. And because all of us have sinned, actually, it's in Isaiah chapter 53, verse 6. The prophet Isaiah says that all of us were led astray. All of us were led astray. And he further mentions that all our iniquities, because we were led astray, all our iniquities were placed on Jesus, on the suffering servant. And this is the same thing that's mentioned in Romans chapter 3 verse 23, that all of us have sinned. So I'd like to use this analogy. If there's a big gap between like two islands, and there's a sort of a bridge, but the bridge has fallen and we need to jump over that gap to get to the other side. If I jump slightly and I don't even make it to the middle of that gap, I fall. If someone else jumps farther but then still doesn't make it to the other side, they still fall. So whether someone is slightly good or very good, it still doesn't reach the level of God, which is why we all need to accept Jesus as our savior in order to gain eternal life.
So your analogy, I raise you a different one, or an amended one. Two islands with shark-infested waters between them, and there was a bridge, or there wasn't a bridge, but God would have put people on one island and they need to get to the other one, and no one is going to make it across. But God engineered this whole situation, and basically anyone who happens to be on the first island by default is incapable of crossing except by God's will, and he gets to choose who crosses and who doesn't, not based on some set criteria about how good they are or something, because nobody is good by that definition, right? So I would see God as the aggressor in that situation because he created the situation. Well, how is it merciful of God if he's only saving selectively people from the situation that he created?
That's actually complex. I wouldn't know the exact way to put that, but at least we know that there's a way. Even if he created that situation, there is a way. There is a way out. He created a way out for us to reach the other side.
But is it merciful of him to create that way, not for everyone, and also put everybody through the stress of the situation to begin with?
Okay, as Merciful said, in the beginning we were created in God's image and we were meant to be in communion with him. So, but when people chose their own way, and it's not just like Adam and Eve, even we choose our own wisdom instead of the wisdom of God. That's how we got into this stressful situation. It wasn't meant to be this way, because Adam and Eve would have picked up any tree at all. He made all kinds of trees, but they chose to disobey anyway. And that's the same thing with us.
That's a very interesting phrasing, the way that you said it. It was not meant that way. So was the plan that they wouldn't pick the tree and we would be with God? Or was God surprised by this turn of events of them picking the tree?
He wasn't surprised because, well, if he never created that one tree, then we wouldn't be having free will. Because the thing about free will, as mind-boggling as it may sound, the thing about free will is that we get to choose whether or not we get to follow him. And the most disappointing thing is that even when there were very many options, that there were the very many ways that they would have gotten out of that situation, they still chose to disobey.
But
And
you said the word that it wasn't meant that way. So did God intend it to be that they would choose some other tree, but this was opposing to what was meant to happen, or was it the plan that God knew was going to happen all along?
God knew it was going to happen, but he wasn't for he like the way we may see it as like God being the aggressor and just wanting to trap mankind. But really, he wanted to give us the free will in order for us to be in communion with God, not out of pressure, not out of being forced, but rather out of a choice, not out of being forced. I don't know if that makes sense.
Not quite, because so God presented options, right? And this is an interesting point here. Secularity saying Adam and Eve didn't have the knowledge of good and evil until after they ate from the tree. How could they know what they were doing was right or wrong? Um, is that correct, that this is how it happened?
The tree that they ate from was the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So the way they would know whether it was right or wrong was because God told them that they may eat of any tree except that one tree. And since they were already given the instructions, they would, in fact, God said they would not eat from any other tree. And if they ate from that tree, then they would certainly die. And even if they ate of that tree, like God had the grace to provide an option where even if they ate of the tree, he made a promise to Eve. Yeah. And he said, through the seed of Eve, there shall be someone who will come to conquer that death, the death that we actually deserved from
Well, I
breaking
have a
that.
question about the situation, because I want us to acknowledge that these are all, to me at least, from my point of view, hypothetical situations. But let's presume that they did happen. Um, isn't it bizarre that two healthy individuals would choose the tree that is death? Like, why would a healthy person choose the death tree?
Because the devil twisted what God said, and that's what the devil does all the time.
So they got bad instructions then.
No. God told them that if they ate of that tree, then they would certainly die. But the devil came and he said, no, that's not true. You won't die. The only reason why God does not want you to eat of the tree is because he doesn't want you to be as wise as he is. And you see, from the get-go, it was disappointing that instead of trusting God, who said that if they ate of that tree, then it would lead to death, they trusted this serpent. And they said, and basically by eating of that tree, they wanted to be as wise as God. They were not already content by whatever, they were not content with the wisdom that instructed that they shouldn't eat of the tree. They wanted more. And that's where all sin comes from. All sin comes from greed. That we
Well, then
want.
I've got two questions about that. Firstly, one of the questions is, people were created not good. People were created not, by default, they're not perfect. So they were created with the greed that would, in this story, lead them to eating from the tree, which God has allowed the devil to tempt them into. So the flaw that they had, first humans, like first prototypes of humans ever, known flaw being that they are greedy, and God presented them a situation knowing that their greed will lead them to listen to this other entity. how does that how does that fault or sin carry over to us who didn't choose to be born this way? Is the mentality I'm getting here, especially that you said the word, it was disappointing that they chose that tree, but disappointment would mean that God expected otherwise, and this surprised him. Was God, like in this scenario, was God really surprised by the outcome, or was it exactly what he expected?
I wouldn't know because God's thoughts and emotions are definitely higher than that of man. But what I will say about the whole point of the how the sin carries how the sin is carried forward to us is because Adam and Eve were created to be in communion with God. They were created in his very image. And the
So is greed part of God's image?
no, it's not part of God's image. The thing is that when the devil twisted the words of God, in a short span of time, they were in a situation where they were either to choose God's wisdom, God's definition of wisdom, where they would just eat of any other tree except that one, or choose this serpent's wisdom, in that he says, oh, like the God just wants you to God just doesn't want you to be as wise as him. So they were in that situation where they were meant to choose, and their greed pushed them to eat of that tree. They were
Right, but
perfect.
where did that greed come from? In their it was instilled in their creation because they're created not perfect, but they're created in God's image. So where did the greed come from?
The temptation, because being tempted is not a sin, but falling into the temptation itself, that's why it becomes a sin. Because even Jesus was tempted, and he got to choose whether or not to follow God's wisdom or to follow the wisdom
Wait,
of the devil.
before the Jesus scenario of him choosing the right thing, in this situation, okay, so you're saying greed is why they sinned and why we're all kind of guilty of that sin, but that greed only comes from that vacuum where temptation had a chance to, like the devil tempted them into it. Well, so if they're created in God's image, is that flaw present in God where he would be tempted by temptation or the devil or greed?
No, because the Bible says that God can't be tempted. So it began with doubt. I really believe it began with doubt, because when the devil lied to them, instead of them being sure of God's message, they sat, for some reason they fell into what the devil said. They fell into that lie.
Yeah,
And
what
when
is
they
that reason to you though? Like I'm not trying to be pedantic. I'm really trying to understand, like, as things that add up as an equation, both sides have to be equal. So on one side we have imperfect humans who chose this greed or temptation, but they were created, the starting point is they're created in God's image. Where did that oh, I think the network dropped. So we could pick up that conversation if they join again. But till then, I'll read a couple of start comments and then I'll get to the next caller if not possible to talk to the same person again. Yeah, so that's what I was trying to understand, because from my point of view, I'm not trying to enforce this narrative of mine. This is the conclusion that I'm getting, is that there is a God is responsible for that outcome. So I'm trying to understand from a believer's point of view what the reasoning is for, no, God is not responsible, it's you or humans or Adam and Eve. So I'm trying to see where that's coming from. And yeah, AA and chill, I guess, for people who do watch my channel. And Eli was saying she didn't say that. I'm not sure what this was about exactly, but that's part of why I try to clarify first, is what you said so and so, or what I understand is so and so. If I spoke over someone, I hope that someone would point it out, or the person would point it out if I misinterpreted what they said. But I try not to do that. And okay, so I suppose we will get to the next caller, unless Favorite comes back. Jaya, I am adding you, or let me read your whole name, Jaya Prakash. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Jaya, how's it going?
Hi, Abbas, Aline. I'm good. How about you?
I am good, thank you.
You can call me Jay.
Jaya, okay?
Yeah.
Jaya.
So I'm a huge fan of you. I've been following you ever since you started putting out your content. You
you.
have a great voice, and you should definitely try for the voice actor.
Sorry, for what? Oh,
Voice
voice
actor.
actor.
Voice actor. Yes.
Thank you. That's weird. I weirdly enough, I don't like listening to my own voice in like a voice note or
Oh
something,
man.
but ever since doing this, I have to listen to myself so I can edit my videos. But anyway, thank you. That's nice of you to say.
Yeah. So I'm a Hindu, but I don't believe that Hinduism is a religion as a definition, because as as per as the scriptures goes, like we have a historical scripture like the Vedas. We have a documented evidence for Vedas. The first Vedas, like it's an evolution. In the first Vedas, they talk about uh, uh, rituals and the rites to appease the nature, like rain, like fire, like air. Because people were those people were farmers, they were like the house breeders. So they want to have their harvest, full harvest. They want to have good harvest. So, like in the second Vedas, they talk about the caste system, because it's an evolution, because the society is formed and the human settlements formed. So they wanted an order. So they formed caste system, and the next thing, and the next follows, and it's very very worldly, and it's very very human. Like, it's not it's it doesn't describe that God is something outwardly, or like something above from us or beyond us. It's everything in nature. Like, as you know, like we believe in like polytheism. Like, we have 30 million gods. You'll have a favorite god for yourself. I'm sure that none of the religion in the world will say that you are the god. Only Hinduism has this saying that Aham Brahmasmi. You yourself is the god. Like, if someone is doing good, someone is helping you, they're the god. Like, it's
Well,
very very human.
what does God mean here? Because let me put on my Muslim hat for a second here.
Sure.
Um, Muslims are warned about this very thing, that those who don't believe in Islam, one reason is because they worship themselves, because they think they are God, and so on. Uh, but in their understanding of the world, the idea is that the person who worships themselves or thinks they are God either thinks that they created everything, or that they're that powerful, they're capable of surpassing the Islamic God in power and everything, um, or that they're so delusional that they think, yeah, like that's basically it, or that they think they're better than the Islamic God, even if they don't have the supernatural abilities and all that. Is that what you mean by God, or what does that mean in Hinduism?
But the Ham Brahmasmi, the word itself means like know yourself. When you know yourself, then you are the God. Like, you help other, the other person will see the God in you. Like, you get help from the nature, then you worship the nature. That's the nature worshippers. The first Vedas only talk about rituals. Like, they sacrifice their animals to appease the rain god, to give them rain for the harvest, for more produce. That's all they did. Like, they never thought of like any god or like something. They worship uh, fire, because they need fire to cook or something. So like, it's all natural. It's all evolutionary. Like, in contrast, like after the Vedas, there were few people called Charvaks who rejected Vedas, who rejected the after four Vedas, they started worshipping gods. They started creating these fire as a god, and rain as a god. So the Charvaks opposed it, and they've been killed. And it's been evolutionary, like ever since. Like, it's been reforming every day. Like, after all the Vedas, Buddha came. When he got enlightenment from under the people tree, the first word he spoke, like, there is no god. But eventually people started worshiping him as a god. Like, it branched out into so many, like they started idolizing Buddha. But the initial teaching was by Buddha's, there is no god.
So,
So this is
what
all
does the
evolutionary.
concept of God mean? Is it like some thing that is more powerful than you or unseen? Like, what does God mean?
No. It's within you. It's within the nature. It's very very humanly. It's very nature. It's the nature itself. There is nothing beyond this world. It's within yourself, within the with like in Hinduism we say, like, if you serve the other person, that's serving to the God, like, as equal to serving the God. For example, as an example, like the Christian nun Mother Teresa came to India and served so many people. We worship as a God. We worship her as a God. She's a goddess because she
So,
served human beings.
a God is basically any positive force.
Yes. any positive force who can help others, who can help nature, who can help other living beings. Like in Hinduism, we worship trees, literally trees, because it's natural. Because when certain trees in India, like they cure, like people sleep under those trees for good health. It become because the air or like some medicinal usage. So we worship those trees. Like like let us say in a village there is a neem tree. I don't know if you know about neem trees. Neem trees are very medicinal. They keep away the germs and bacteria. So the village is protected by the neem tree. So people worship the neem tree. It's very natural. Like there's nothing
What
like
what do they expect from that worship? Or is it just a show of appreciation, or more like asking for something? Is it acknowledging the power of that entity? What does that worship mean exactly?
to protect the village from diseases.
So
Like
they're
that
expecting that
there
the tree would do something.
uh I would not say they don't expect. Like it's a natural process. It happens because of the medicinal values of the tree.
No, I mean
Because
as
they
as like a result of the worship, or is it more like the worship is just acknowledging, like, thank you
yeah
for
I just
doing things?
yeah they're just thanking it. Like let us say there is a in a village there is a tank, big tank for irrigation purposes and drinking water purposes. They'll construct a boundary wall or like a very big boundary wall to that. And when it downpours heavily, so they under the on the wall they have a goddess. It's like they pray to the goddess to protect the wall not to break, and the eventually the flood will overflow the village.
Well,
It's
here's what I'm trying to understand from that
yeah.
prayer is what people doing, like, do they hope to affect the outcome by appeasing this entity, or showing acknowledgement or appreciation? Or is it more like things are going to happen the way they're happening anyway, the dam or the container is still going to work, where just this appreciation is helpful for our souls rather than the entity itself?
It's just a thanking them. It's just thanking them to protect the village. Or like this is like a more granular level. Like in like because we have like in our culture we have so much of contrast because of the so many races and so many different regions. Every village will have their own goddesses. Every culture will have their own like different gods. Like I'm from South India. We worship different gods from North Indian people. We have a completely different cultures, completely different gods. The way we pray is different.
Well, even though I don't quite understand fully the concept of a god in this mindset and the concept of prayer, I am understanding a little bit more about it. Um, but the question that I suppose like would be important to focus on as the last topic is, and it might take some time. Um, why do you believe that any of this, like, why do you believe any of this, and why do you believe it is true, if that's part of your reason why you believe in it?
Um, it's I'm not sure if it's God. I'm not sure if it's God. Like I don't think it's God. It's the nature itself.
Well,
For us,
not
it's the nature.
necessarily one God, but this whole system of belief that you're saying, and the way that you pray towards these individual gods and the gods within us and so on. Um, why do you believe these things, or what's the basis for your belief in them?
I think it's the rituals, rites, practices over the years, over the like so many thousands of years. It's just a practice. Like we like over a billion Hindus. Though like not everyone goes to temple every day. Like not everyone prays to God every day. We don't perform the services every day. Like most of us we don't do that. Like when there is a festival, we do that. Like when there is a special occasion, we do that. Like something like that. We like there are no rules. There are no like there is nothing like no, you had to pray this many times, or you had to do this many like these things or something like that. Nothing.
Well, let me rephrase it then. Do you
Sure.
believe that this system that you described exists, and like Hindus are trying to understand it, or the ones who do practice are trying to understand it, or operate within it? Or is it more like this is one way to look at the world and one way to make sense of it, but it's not objectively the truth of how the world works?
I'm not sure I quite understood your question,
Sure.
but
Let me
can
let
you
me
please,
try to
yeah, please,
simplify.
please.
Option A is that you believe this is objectively the truth, right? And that Hindus are trying to understand that truth, or live it, or experiences it, and so on. Or you believe there is no objective truth about all this, but this is one way to see the world and function within it. And you happen to be Hindu, so you believe this. Or do
Yeah, the
you? Yeah.
second one, the second. I picked the second
Okay.
one. Like it's like it's the way we live. It's the way we live. That's it. Like these like when you go into granular level, it doesn't make any sense. Like the way we perform some things. Like we have got rid of so many rituals that didn't make any sense. Were superstitious, but we are still practicing other things which make sense, like which are more connected to nature, which are more connected to our lives. That's all. Like,
Okay.
but it's continuously evolving. Well, for an example, when Muslims invaded northern India, is still there are people who covered their women cover their heads with a sari, like a cloth, which is influenced by the Muslim. Whereas in South India, we don't do our women don't do that.
Mhm.
Like we take everything. Like whenever there is a like we take all the influences. It's constantly evolving every day.
Okay. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for answering those questions. And do you mean to have your camera on, by the way? Do you want to turn it off?
Sure.
No,
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
I'm just
Oh,
asking because it
sorry. I didn't
automatically
know
turned.
that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Um.
Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing this stuff, your beliefs with us, and that about covers it from my end. And I know some people had more questions about Hinduism, and every time I speak to a Hindu, like I understand a little bit of a different part of the puzzle, or maybe different interpretation altogether. But I just want to make it clear, I'm not trying to pin down and understand Hinduism from all angles right now. I'm just curious about what you believe, and I think you've explained it. So yeah, thank you for that. Is there anything that you would like to add? Are you there? Is your mic still working?
Like, can
I
you
can hear you now. Yeah.
yeah, can you do dissecting apologists with Sheikh Uthman
Sheikh Othman.
anytime? Yeah,
Sure.
I would love to hear that.
Sure. I've heard a lot about him. I'll make a note of that to eventually get to Sheikh Othman. Yeah.
Yeah, but you were a great man. You were really good. I
Thank
love
you.
you. Thank you so
Well,
much.
yeah, thanks for calling in, and
Yeah,
yeah, have a blessed day.
you too. Thank
Bye
you.
bye. All right. That was new, me saying have a blessed day. I never say that because that would imply the existence of a blesser and a blessee. Uh, okay. So let's see. What was I going to say? Yeah. I'm going to add a favorite story just to wrap up our conversation. And then I'm going to get to the next caller being Lucid. So, favorite, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, welcome back.
Thank you for the chance. Thank you so much.
For sure.
So on the question of grace, I will say that those are things I'm still pondering because I'm not yet mature in the faith. I'm still young in the faith, but I would like to answer a question on why I believe it to be true.
Sure.
If you
Why,
still
why
have
do you
time.
believe because you mentioned it was similar to what Merciful was talking about earlier. But I want to
Yeah,
hear it from you. Why do you believe Christianity is the truth?
because of personal testimonies, which would only ever point to the Bible. Some of them are personal, but I would like to share one where I was trapped in. I was raised in a Christian household, but there's always that time of someone's life where they really don't care about religion. And basically, at this time, I had an addiction that was haunting me, and I basically, like, it's kind of like God placed it in my heart. I wouldn't say God said it. I don't know what happened, but I knew those were not words that I would say in my head, because basically it was like, how much more till you can feel the gap in your soul, you know? And that's when I remember breaking down and giving my life to Jesus that day, but I didn't even know where to start. And not knowing where to start, I read a book that was written by a Christian ex-Muslim, and the way he was talking about the Bible was just very shocking to me, because I was raised around Muslims, and I've experienced bullying and all that stuff, but that's for another day. I was wondering, like, why would an ex-Muslim want to become a Christian? What is it they see in my faith that I don't see? Then that's when I opened up the Bible and I got to find out that there is a big difference between other religions and Christianity. One of them being that even if man is sinful, God doesn't leave it up to mankind to save themselves. He came in the form of man to encounter death on our behalf and save us. A popular statement we like to say that may seem like a paradox to many people is that death is dead because of Jesus. He basically killed death. You know, he killed the power of death. And it's a beautiful thing that Jesus says, like, because you didn't know much about God, now that I've revealed God to you, you are no longer slaves but friends. So when we think of a relationship with God, a personal relationship with God, we're not thinking it as a master slave situation, but a more personal one where we are friends now and we are his children. And in fact, Jesus was encouraging us to call God Father. And
Well,
it's beautiful.
sorry
Yeah.
to cut you off because I don't want to lose the thought. I understand the influence that the belief in Jesus and in Christianity has had on your life. Um, so I don't mean this in a belittling way, but I don't like the analogy of a lot of these analogies don't seem to fit in my head, but the analogy of a friend, because would you be okay with your friend um, being so not merciful towards a lot of people, or creating a situation where a lot of other friends are going to be in harm's way? Um, how do you still see him as merciful and as a friend when he clearly holds a lot of power that he exercises and, you know, engineered in this situation?
Um, that's actually, I'll have to think about that. I will have to think about that. Um, but at least I know that everyone is given the chance, and that no one is punished unjustly. Because at the end of the day, we all deserved hell. That's because of what Adam and Eve did. We all of us who are descendants, we all deserve punishment. However, because we all deserve punishment, he sent his son to endure that punishment on our behalf. So even if you may think that he won't be merciful to other people, at least have in mind that he also took away his mercy when Jesus was on the cross, because there's no one who endured more justice from God. I believe there's no one who endured more justice from God than Jesus did on that day that he died on the
But
cross.
Jesus' sacrifice wasn't that big in the grand scheme of things. I mean, one person suffering, if he suffered the pain and all that, assuming that happened for several days, how does that compare to the suffering of billions of souls who are going to hell? Like, how do you equate the two things?
Um, like I said earlier, mankind was not made for hell. They were not meant to go to hell. But because we choose our wisdom every single day, we choose to be wise in our own thinking rather than following God's wisdom. We choose death every single day. It's not just because of what Adam and Eve did. It's because of what I do. It's because of what you do. It's because of what all of us do. And even in all that chaos, God still promises that those who trust in what Jesus did will be saved. Yeah, I wouldn't say I fully understand or fully grasp why some would be chosen and why some would not, but I'm confident in the fact that he offered a solution at the end of the day.
Well, I hope you don't rely on that confidence too much, and you do think about these things. That I appreciate you, getting to a point and saying, actually, I don't know the answer to that, or I haven't thought of that yet. I hope that you keep thinking about them. And I disagree with a lot of what you just said, but I don't necessarily want to argue about it. I do want to make a statement about something, and I don't want to do it after I, end the call with you, because I want to get your final thoughts on it, and so that I'm not saying it, behind your back in a way. Um, what you said about we all deserve hell, the concept of the original sin, the concept of being born sinful and evil and guilty, and you've even said evil at some point, and there's a lot of clarification to be had about what's evil versus imperfect or sinful. But I don't like that, because it enables, like, when you look at it from a bigger picture, if an abusive parent convinced you that you are always doing something wrong, so it's merciful of me to show you just like anything that's not torture is merciful of me, because you already deserve the worst. So it's nice of me to not treat you like the absolute worst that you deserve. I think that mentality enables a lot of abuse, and it's present in many religions, but especially with Christianity, it doesn't make sense to me, given that the source of this imperfectness or sinfulness is either the original sin or the way that God created people. What do you think of what I just said?
The analogy of the abusive parent saying you already deserve the worst, so it's kind of me to give you the best. It's well, most parents, okay, the definition of an abusive parent would be one who refrains his kindness completely, like, you deserve the worst, so that's what I'm giving you. God here should not be, I don't think it's fair to assume that God is just like the abusive parent, because he did give us that option, and it's not just the original sin. And that's what okay, it's not just the original sin, because even us as individuals, we choose our own ways every single day. Even if I sinned just 5 times a day, or even if I said, you know what, I don't have the original sin, I'm going to just live righteously, it's just not going to happen, because every single day I do wrong things. But even then, God shows his mercy. He always wants to be in an intimate relationship with us. And yeah, that's basically it. That we shouldn't paint him as that abusive parent, because actually Jesus addressed that in a parable called the parable of the prodigal son, where he says, so I'll just summarize it. There was a father who was really rich, and he had 2 sons. So one of the sons was like, Dad, just give me my inheritance and let me go my way. So the dad gave him his inheritance, and he went his way. And the guy plundered the inheritance. He slept with prostitutes, all that. And he reached a point in life where he knew he messed up. So when he got back home, any abusive parent would be like, oh, you took your inheritance, yet you plundered it. So, you know what, just go where you're from. I don't want you around me, or anything like that. But Jesus says, this father, when he saw the son approaching from afar, he embraced him. He ran towards him. He embraced him. He
No, I,
called
I
his servants
understand
to.
that that situation was not that behavior, but it has to be consistent then, because that's not how God approaches, or the Christian God approaches, belief in him or worshiping him and so on. So using one example doesn't really negate everything else, in my opinion. But I understand why you think that way. I understand where you're coming from, but I just wanted to see if you had anything, any thoughts about that, and you did share them. So yeah, anyway, thank you for sharing.
Welcome. Thanks for the opportunity.
For sure. Have a good one. Bye, favorite. All right, so I'm getting to the next caller, which is Lucid. In a minute, just going to read a couple of comments. Hassan al saying, no one is punished unjustly, says every religion. I was going to say that that's exactly what Muslims say often, which is everyone who's going to go to hell deserves it because, and that's not just, someone meanly saying you're going to go to hell and you deserve it, but this concept has to make sense or has to be there, that everyone who goes to hell deserves it because God is just. Therefore, by default, no one is punished unjustly. But that doesn't address that the method of judgment is flawed, or at least from my point of view is flawed. And Imran says, we all deserve punishment simply by virtue of being born. Does not sound merciful to me or fair. A revision on that analogy before I get to the next caller to me would be like a parent who has a bunch of children and gives them some kind of cryptic message about the chores that they need to be doing today, or else they will be beaten at the end of the day. And some of them, like, he doesn't even tell them that directly. The servant comes to the house and the servant's like, by the way, your dad, or the king, someone that you've never met before, the king says that you need to do this, this, and that, but said it very cryptically. Some of the kids or some of the people might be like, wait, I don't believe that the king actually said that. And some would be like, what king? Like, can you prove that king exists? Or some would misunderstand it and be like, okay, I'll go do the laundry, when that's not what the king meant. And all except the person who happened to understand exactly what the instruction was end up being beaten at the end of the day. And we say, well, you chose to be beaten at the end of the day, when the whole situation was engineered by this king that exists in this scenario. That's how I see it, and that's the abusive part of it. But last comment before I get to the next caller. Thanks again for the super chat. Stop scamming, man. It says, hell's a very late addition, as shown the video I traveled to Jerusalem to face my fear of hell by the YouTuber Genetically Modified Skeptic, or I think that was Dr. Bart D. Ehrman's channel, named after him. I haven't seen that video yet, but it's in my watch later. I really do like the Genetically Modified Skeptic. Shout out to him. Not that he needs a shout out, but check out his channel. Funny enough, I originally got drawn in because of his videos about MLMs. So it wasn't even the religion stuff, but there's a lot of similarities there, at least the way that he was describing it. Okay, getting to the next caller, Lucid. I am adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey,
Yo.
Lucid, how's it going?
What up, dude? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Alrighty, man. So what do you want to know? Should I just tell you a little bit about myself and what I believe, and we just take it from there?
Correct, yes.
All right, yeah. First off, you have an awesome voice, bro. Don't be self-conscious about it. I mean, just listen to mine. It's annoying as hell, but let's get into it.
It's fine to me, but thank you. Yeah. Thanks.
All right, dude. So I run a small YouTube channel under the same name, based around like psychedelic tourism, is what I call it. I also do book reviews. I myself am an ex-Muslim, but now I guess I'm more of a, I don't know what you call it, nature worshiper, a cultic mystic. Well, I don't know, you could throw the label on it yourself. I don't really know how, but I definitely believe in spiritual worlds and a God, like omnipotent force.
God, like one entity?
We'll get into that. I can explain, but like, like kind of, I believe in, I suppose so. Like, not maybe like with a human personality or all that. Like, I think Abrahamic religion is absolute trash, but somehow I think atheism is worse, just because it's so easy to like experience what I'd call, or what people might call mystical experience, spiritual events. It's like so easy. There's so many different paths that when you have like this atheistic worldview, it kind of almost shows like a laziness of trying to actually like genuinely pursue these things,
Wait, I want to make sure I understand you correctly. So you're saying the Abrahamic religions you're saying are trash, but atheism is worse because atheists don't even get the excuse of that there are so many ways to find this spiritual God.
Not the God itself, but mystical experiences that imply forces beyond a materialistic worldview.
So if someone believes in a clearly, like a strictly, visible kind of world where there is no unseen forces, that kind of stuff, you're saying that's lazy of them because there's so many signs that point to otherwise.
Yeah, and I could say pretty much anyone can experience them. Like, have you ever heard of a guy that's gone an ayahuasca session in South America and came back like super materialistic atheist, or not said they experience things that can't be explained? Like, that's one way. It's an extreme example, but if you are really curious about the nature of existence, it's right there. You could get scientific research on it, and you could get physical accounts from as many people as you want.
Well, I want to ask about that, a clarification there. So if someone takes, by the way, I want to make this clear for for legal reasons and everything else. Do not try any drugs at home. I'm not promoting any drug use. Be responsible with your drug use if you're ever going to take any. But let's just say someone did take psychedelic drugs, and naturally occurring or otherwise, and they have some visions, some experiences, sensations, all that stuff. How do you know that it is something supernatural and unseen versus chemicals in your brain?
Well, there's always chemicals in your brain, and like it's the reality of it is you can't. Well, you can and you can't, because a lot of these things are really personal, and you may see phenomena or things that only make sense to yourself, but there could be things like, there's reports of, and I've experienced phenomena like this myself, I'm not gonna lie, where 3 different people are seeing like the same goddamn thing, and you don't really, it's just like y'all like are like, what the hell is that? But it shouldn't make sense that all 3 of you are seeing it if it's just in your head. But that's just one example. I don't want to go right. As I said, I went right to the extreme example of substance use. But I was just saying that's like one path that's right there that you can just go, okay, let's see what's up. Let's see if there's really something to all this mystical nonsense.
But that's I don't want to focus on it for too long. If you think there are other paths, we'll talk about that as well. But
yeah.
I'm asking because to me it's a very unreliable path, because it's very easy to explain a lot of these things as a mix of ideas that you already had, or your brain already being the way it is, plus a substance. The interaction causes all this kind of stuff. How do you know for certain? You're saying if it's multiple people have had the same experience or saw the same thing, that would indicate that it's something beyond just individual hallucinations.
Yeah, and like I think the term hallucination is often demonized because like you can also here's a way you can verify things on a more, I guess, scientific level, is do the research. Look up the research that was done legally on psychedelics up until the 60s, before the prohibition on psychedelic research happened. And then you can look up the stuff that's starting to be done now via Rick Strassman. A great person of research is Stanislav Grof, who has done the most clinical research on psychedelics out of any doctor in history. And then once that became illegal, he started doing research on holotropic breathwork. It's all clinical, of thousands of cases, research. Many things had tangible effects in the real world. I can't get into every case, but some things that a lot of things. He has a book, Journeys in Non-Ordinary Reality. I think that was one of his main books. But it's all like this scientific research on these cases and on the phenomena, and how there is validity beyond things that can't normally be explained. Now, whether or not the experience one person had one time is enough to confirm these things, I don't think so. But as any person that's willing to learn and has an open mind, if it's quacking a lot, it's probably a duck.
Well, I am tempted to ask about what is being researched and what the methods are and all that, but we can set that aside for a moment. So what is it that you believe then?
Yeah, well, I pretty much like, if you want to put it simply, like a Taoist would be the easiest way to explain it. But you know,
can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, that so Taoism in itself doesn't have a dogmatic kind of flow. It could be a way of conducting yourself and being open different experience. It's about, I guess, using yin to use, you know, the symbol, the yin and the yang, using forces to propel each other into, you know, and not really resisting, learning not to resist and go with the flow. I don't know. It's just a chill ass way of going about life. Now, if you want to go into like, do I believe in a God? Yeah, but it doesn't mean it's something I can explain. Doesn't mean he comes with rules. I just like, if you truly believe we're all like brothers and sisters on this earth, you know, with your heart, that means you have to believe that there's a common mother/father, you know? I mean that in a spiritual sense, but you know, like that's just kind of where I'm at. I think it's, and I believe, just based off traveling is how I came to this conclusion of how I kind of respect atheism less than Abrahamic religion, is because I'd go to like these, you know, I'm part Pakistani, and, you know, we'll go to these, and I've been to Saudi Arabia, and these states are horrible, and religion, Islam is driving them nuts, you know, it's crazy. But then you go to like atheist states like China and like other ones in history where like censorship is through the wazoo, where, see, at least with the religion, they comes with this set of rules that they try to stay consistent to. Granted, those rules suck, but you know what you're getting into. In these atheist states, the people take the state as their God. That's their higher force. And that the state changes like nonstop. So I feel like...
Well, here, I have a question about that.
Yeah.
You're basically blaming any system that takes place of the absence of religion. You're blaming all of that on the absence of religion rather than the individual system. I
think it's always a mix of both. Like a lot of these systems come from a rejection of religion, like these atheist states where they outlaw.
No, I mean, here's I'm trying to paint the picture this way.
Yeah.
At least this is how I see it. So you've got a political system that's religiously based. There's a set of rules, all that, but you're seeing it as a dichotomy of either you have a political system that's religiously based, or you have no religion, and these are the two categories.
I'm just using religious states and atheist states as an example. You have more like not religious states, like, I don't know, Nordic states, I'd imagine.
I'm talking about like these two. That's not. I was
using polar opposites that I've been to, like really.
That's what I'm saying. They're not polar opposites, though.
Okay.
Because here's the thing.
Yeah.
One has a political system based on religion. The other is a bunch of different options. The political system based on, I don't know, communism, or based on some fascist ideology, or based on, I don't know, racially supremacist ideology, whatever. It's a bunch of different options. It's not all the category of non-religious political system. Therefore, all the blame is, or even a part of the blame is on the irreligiousness or atheistic nature of it. Because I don't think at the core of it is there is no God. Therefore, it is humane to, distribute the wealth this way or something. You know what I mean?
That makes complete sense. I just think there are, what do you call, trying to control what you think is the name of the game when it comes to the country, states, whatever you want to call it. Trying to control how you think, whether it's on a physical level or a spiritual level. All fronts are being played, and what you said is completely true. That's not the only factor, but to pretend it's just like some side factor, I think is very.
I don't see it as a factor. I see it as an alternative. Like, you either got a political system that involves God, or one that doesn't.
Yeah.
But it's not because of the absence of God that this political system is bad. It's because of everything else in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, spiritual beliefs play an active role in everyone's life, or the lack of. Your channel, for example, is about being an ex-Muslim, and that people need to hear this stuff. And I think it's really cool what you do and whatnot. But like, even then, you could, like, it's still playing a factor in your life. It's still dictating a huge force, and you're trying to stop like a religious government. Now, I could say almost the same thing. Well, these governments suck, not because of the religion, but X many things, CIA meddling, which is a real thing that happens way more than you think. But that same game can be played. I think it's a huge factor. The religion is a huge factor in why these countries are absolute garbo. But I think, like, as you said, there are other factors as well.
Okay, yeah, we're on slightly different pages, but anyway, I made my clarification. I'm not like offended by your position or anything. I just wanted to make my point on that clear. So you believe that there is something beyond us, and that is what you would say God is, not a specific defined entity. Like, how could you, in the simplest terms, explain your beliefs to us?
You know, like, just use the word mystic. I'm just open to like perceiving different things, doing different things, you know, like, and it's hard to put a label on things because then you have to confine your beliefs within to that one label. But for the sake of simplicity in the show, like, yeah, I could say I believe in a God. I do. I believe in like a supernatural force that could hear my thoughts, that permeates through all life. And yeah, maybe it's conscious. It's just that something like that we can't even understand, you know, like just the idea, even in a religious context, like an all-powerful being, and you try to like think you're ascribing human qualities and human traits to it, you know, like I can't do that. I think it'd be ignorant to do that, but I can say there are signs that and mystical experiences I've had that anyone can have. That's what I'm saying. Anyone can do this stuff. It's not like this rare hidden secret. There's enough documentation and there's enough crazy people in your life that, you know, one of them's got the right connect to do something, or will take you camping on a solstice and maybe I'll see a UFO. I've seen, dude, live in Sedona. Well, that's where I lived for a while. You will not go 3 days without seeing a crazy thing in the sky. Like, it's weird.
Well, I want to clarify then. So your belief is basically that there's stuff beyond our comprehension, whether that is a God with consciousness or possibly even multiple entities, forces, whatever it may be. It's just something beyond our comprehension, and people can find it. There are avenues to find it.
Yeah.
So, and it is still very hard to describe or measure or even define because it's beyond our comprehension. So how does this belief system affect the way that you live your life? Like,
Well,
what does it entail to believe all of those things? How different are you from someone who believes in no God?
it's hard to say, man, because like I only know life through my own lens, so it's hard to like give a comparison of how I guess I would act if I didn't believe these ways. I would say
you used to be Muslim, right? Did you switch from that to this belief?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. It's just like I was born and raised Muslim, read the Quran, I had a teacher explain everything, and it just never really vibed with me, but that was just kind of like the default. And then, you know, you just go and stay curious, start doing, you know, different things. You know, I started doing meditation when I was like 13 or 14, start there, get into, you know, Eastern martial arts, Tai Chi, Qigong. You know, these are like more organic ways to open yourself up, open up the senses to like, you know, perceive different things. And, you know, then you could start having fun with it, combine them with psychedelics. And, you know, like, and then meditate for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. You'll open you up to a different range of experience. Just, you know, it's like Ram Dass yourself, dude. There's so many ways to do it, you know?
So what changes in your life after having these experiences?
Yeah, I guess a greater harmony, because I'm not like dogmatic, dude. I love my Muslim family. They love me. I'm pretty open about how I live my life. I don't get into like the exact spirituality, but they're smart people. They could piece everything together. They still love me. I don't hate any one group. And I guess a lot of the times what comes with it, a religion, being in a specific religion, is like kind of thinking you're having this eternal, I guess, guilt just for existing, and not necessarily how you conduct yourself as a person. And that is what propels them in a certain way. I don't have that guilt, but I try to live my life in a way where I, you know, don't hurt anyone, and, you know, open myself up you know, I try and be a vegetarian. I suck at it, but I try, and, you know, just clear my senses and just try and put together different aspects of this reality. I don't have the answers, but I'm always looking, you know?
Well, why do you attribute all of that to your experiences, your spiritual experiences, let's call them that?
Yeah.
When like, and how do you know that it's not simply having, be it spiritual, psychedelic, whatever experiences, and also simultaneously everything else that you just said? How do you know they're interconnected? And not only that, how do you know that the spiritual side of it is an integral component of everything else that you said?
I think how you perceive reality is an integral component to exactly just that, how you perceive reality. You know, your spiritual beliefs play into that, you know, how, what you're, that's a fundamental or to how you conduct yourself. There's a
Well, let me clarify that with some context.
Yeah.
A lot of what you said I identify with, minus the spiritual side of it. So if I feel the same way about other people, about veganism, not that I am a vegan, but I hope to be someday. If I feel the same way about people's beliefs, all that stuff, without having a spiritual component or supernatural or psychedelic component, what makes you attribute those things to, or because you had mentioned earlier, and let me clarify further, the atheism thing. So I don't use that label usually because it implies a lot of things that are not exactly correct for me. But basically my atheism is the concept of a god is man-made, the god with a personality, all that stuff.
Sure.
A god that needs to be worshipped is man-made. So I'm just going to discard the concept because every instance I've come across is flawed and is not consistent within itself. So that's what atheist means to me. It doesn't mean I know that the world like came from X or Y. I don't know. It's just that I know it's not this answer or that answer. So you seem to think that with the lack of some set of rules or guidance from religion or spirituality through these avenues or many avenues, it's one would not reach the same conclusions that you've reached, and I am sort of an example of that. So what makes the spiritual and psychedelic component an important part of it, or the only way to reach these conclusions?
It's way more fun. It's way more fun, dude. Like,
I want to clarify, it's not
dude.
just fun though. Like some people have some very bad experiences. I'm not encouraging that, but yeah, please continue.
Yeah, I just think like materialistic atheist mindset's pretty boring, and the people I've met that that's just one concept. Like but yeah, I guess if it's not interesting, it's not fun, and reality's supposed to be fun. The point of being life is to do what makes you feel alive, you know? Like, I think it's a really boring, bland reality tunnel to conduct yourself. And you know, like, you should entertain, at least at the very least, a couple of different reality tunnels throughout your life. That's different ways of experiencing reality and like, actually, like, fully indulge yourself in it, you know, and see what experiences come with it. And then, you know, like a scientist, test these things from the inside out, dude. Like, actually pursue these paths, test them out, take notes.
But what are you? Well, that's what I'm trying to understand. I'm not coming at this from a point of animosity. I want that, what you're talking about. I want that fun. I want that connection.
Yeah.
That deeper understanding of the world. But I want to understand what that means, at least in some significant way, aside from the fact that chemicals can be fun in your head. Like, what is it that you've gained from this that I haven't, or that what could I gain from this kind of experience?
I'm honestly not one to say, because what I would say is do the research from scientists that were allowed to conduct this research. I could give you a few, like, just do.
No, I'm talking about your experience.
My experiences personally, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I could explain things, but they're so personal in nature that they wouldn't even really make sense. So it's like trying to explain a dream to someone. Seriously. Like it's a lot like that. You could, oh yeah, there was this talking fish. It kind of had my friend's face. It's not that absurd, but it's that same kind of idea of like these things, they're so personal in nature that even just trying to convey them, it kind of falls really short. You're trying to like, you can kind of get what I'm saying, you know, like.
Well, I'll rephrase it another way, and I'll give you room to say anything else before we end the conversation. But I have had such an experience before, not to the spiritual degree, but I mean like psychedelic experience, and I can to some extent explain how. Partly because I took notes while I was going through it, but I can explain not just the sensations and the observations that I was having, but to some extent what benefit came from it, if at all. And because of the circumstances at the time, it helped me see things from a different way. Not saying that this is how you handle your life issues or that this always works or whatever, but that instance, it just happened to be that I saw a certain thing a different way. It could have come without the influence of that. It could have taken longer. I don't know, but at least I can somewhat describe it. In very simple terms, it rearranged my brain in those moments so that I was missing certain parts of my thought process.
Yeah.
And that was freeing in a certain way. Like you're so constrained sometimes.
Absolutely.
But that doesn't mean that it's always going to be a good thing. It doesn't mean that it won't push you into some mental health issues or psychosis. And it doesn't mean that I'm recommending it as any sort of treatment. And I know there is research into using it as treatment for mental health issues and so on. That's a whole other topic. But the point is, like, I know what I'm saying about it. I get where I'm coming from in that instance. Is there a way you can word it so we understand the impact, the positive impact it had on you that's specific to those?
It made me aware of cultural conditioning.
Okay.
The rules we're born to that we think are reality, and how everyone thinks this is the way it's done. It freed me from that. And knowing that, like, wow, there's so many, actually, you could know it. You know, you could know what a bike is, but once you hop on the bike and ride it, you'll have a much better knowing. So like, I knew there are different ways of perceiving reality, this game we call Earth, whatever. But, you know, once you actually perceive it, it's an experiential thing that changed the whole way I conduct myself and how I mean, does that work?
Yeah. I get where you're coming from now. Do you see it as there's an ongoing need for that perspective in your life?
You know, I think, yeah, sure. I mean, so far so good. Ain't nothing. I don't regret any of my experiences. I don't regret who I am as a person. Can I be better? Hell yeah. I try to every day, you know, because, you know, I'm always.
No, I mean, for the spiritual side of it, like, do you think there's a need for continued exploration using psychedelics or otherwise into that spiritual side?
Yeah, I mean, need's not the right word. I wouldn't say need. There is a curiosity. I feel like there's a lot to see, and the world's a wonderful, amazing place. It's like saying you ran out of places to travel, you know? Like, they call it tripping and traveling, tripping. There's a crossover between those things, you know? It's just, there's always so much wonderful things to experience that to say like, oh, me and my buddy had a dope conversation on the phone. I'm never going to talk to him again. You know, like, we had a great conversation. No need to talk, you know, like there's many conversations to be had. You feel me?
Yeah, I think I understand your point of view. Yeah. Well, thanks for sharing all of this with us. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we conclude?
You know, it's been wonderful talking to you. I became a fan, or started watching your videos and became a fan from watching Ali Dawa and Muhammad Hujab. And those guys crack me up, dude. But it's good to see that you have an awesome, like, you know, you're doing something that you're giving people space to express themselves. And yeah, if you guys are curious, as I said, I have a YouTube channel under the same name about psychedelic tourism and exploring, and I also do shitty book reviews. But much love, man. I appreciate you, and take care of yourself, man.
Well, thank you very much, and take care, Lucid. Bye. All right, thanks for calling in, Lucid. Let me get to the next caller. The next caller will be Sammy. Actually, let me get to a couple of comments first. Again, to clarify, I don't condone or encourage drug use, so just keep that in mind. And here's one comment. Oh, thanks for the sticker, Norse mythology, and for being here and moderating. I really appreciate it. Mojo says atheism says everything came out of nothing. I've addressed that before in a video called Whataboutism, the sixth pillar of Islam. And the topic, the title is basically about how every time there's a discussion about Islam or religion and Islam is involved, there are many points that are basically whataboutism. And in this case, I would phrase this as a whataboutism of, if Islam is not real, or if God is not real, or if theism is invalid, then where did we come from? And also it's kind of strawmanning, I guess, or the claim is, if God is not real, then everything came from nothing. I've sort of touched on that. But the idea, like I explained before, is I just don't believe in these personas that people have created to explain this gap of God. That doesn't say anything about how the world came to be. But yeah, I just felt like addressing that. All right. So the next caller is Christian. Christian, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Oh, Christian's not here for some reason. That's too bad. I should have checked first. Okay. So we've got Ameer, and then later we've got Rashid. Actually, where's Sammy? I might have skipped over. Did I skip over Sammy? Oh, my bad. Sammy is next then. Sammy, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going?
Hi, what's up, man? I was like, dang, you
Not
gotta skip
much.
over me? That was funny.
You were shocked that I skipped over you. My bad.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I want to tell you, so I am Hindu, and I know there was some guy before that was, and that conversation, it was frustrating to listen to, because it's really interesting to see how different people try to explain it. And I think, first of all, I think there's a lot of misinformation. I have a whole, I'll make it, if you guys don't know, like I make TikTok videos, SammyVada. But if you can, try to follow me. And so, it's really interesting to see different people try to explain it. I'll make a video about it one day. Like, why is it that it's so misunderstood? And even like people who represent the faith or the spirituality are still misrepresenting it. And I think there's a host of reasons, but I'll get to that on another day. And then the other thing I wanted to just quickly get into is, it's really interesting, because I think when a Hindu is on here and is talking to an ex-Muslim, I'm very wary about doing stuff like this, because I think we empower nationalist groups that I don't want to empower. There's a lot of hate in India right now, and I guess it goes without saying that like I strongly condemn that political movement, those groups involved with that. And so I really do want, I want to ask you, like, what are your thoughts about that? Like, when there is such a thing, there's like a forbidden like conversation or forbidden contact between like ex-Muslims and Hindus, because it might breed something that we don't want to bring forth. And so I'm curious on what you think, and even like maybe some Christians, I don't know.
That's interesting. Well, first of all, I want to echo this sentiment that thank you for saying it. You said it goes without saying, but there's no harm in saying it. So thanks for making that explicitly clear. And I get your apprehension here, especially given that the audience, a lot of believers of the Muslim faith specifically would say that any sort of, like, I'm buddying up with the Hindus, for example, if I just have a conversation with a Hindu person or Christian or otherwise. But as you can see here, like, my purpose is trying to understand their beliefs. That shouldn't be a barrier, but at the same time, yeah, we should be aware of anyone who's supporting us for, like, as ex-Muslims, I'm talking about myself, supporting us for the wrong reasons or hijacking this movement for their own movement. So I
Yeah.
make that explicitly clear. I do not like that. About the tension going on in India, I've only made one live stream about the whole Nupur Sharma debacle.
Sure.
And beyond that, like I would say someone from that background would be more intimately familiar with um, all that's led to these conflicts historically and politically that's
Sure.
going on right now.
Yeah.
It goes beyond just religions, but the religions are the flags that people rally behind in that situation. And some stuff may be like very obviously in Islam, what is said about
Sure.
polytheists is not great.
Right.
Yeah.
I will say that, you know, whatever you want to call, I don't want to name drop, just get like, and I know this bring us some unwanted attention, but like those groups and they do not represent Hinduism at all. And it's really funny because the people who rep it the most, they don't have as much knowledge on scripture. They have very little understanding, philosophical understanding. It's very aesthetics only and none of the substance. And I've done enough, like, I guess, individual or my like own anecdotal studies on people who are very right-wing Hindus, and I try to ask them about their understanding of spirituality, and it's very, very vacuous and empty. And I realize that there's a correlation, that the most religious and spiritual and devout Hindus are the ones who tend to denounce and be horrified by those political groups. So I think
Well,
that's
I just want to comment on that. I can't confirm or deny the truthfulness
yeah.
of that in terms of because people are always quick to point out, but there's a lot of things in Hinduism that's messed up. Not just that the Hindutva is a political nationalistic movement, that there is truth to that. But Muslims would say the same thing about Islam, that these people don't
Yeah.
represent Islam and so on. I feel like representation is just the reality of it. If someone is using this religion or political movement as, you know, their flag, or they're using it for inspiration or whatever
Right.
as a tool, it is a representation of it, even if it's a mutation of that religion. But I
Okay.
get what you're saying, that they're, from your point of view, they're so far removed from the spirituality and the core message behind it and the spirit of
Yeah.
it. I acknowledge what you're saying here. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they've produced something new, and I think like I don't want to get into this too much. I want to actually talk about more spiritual stuff, but it's really interesting. I think the name like Hindutva and stuff. This was coined in the late 1800s. Then they were a fringe party until like until 2014. They finally developed power. So it's a very 20th century phenomenon, and Hinduism is a religion of 5,000 years. And I, for one, refuse to let 100 years of a political group as a spiritual history. And so, anyways, if you want to say something on that, I'll let you. But like, I'd rather go into the more deeper spiritual stuff.
No, I get what you mean, especially
Yeah.
with the how recent the Hindutva movement is, I suppose, or like the
Yeah.
label for it. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I get where you're coming from. But please do
Yeah.
tell us what are your beliefs and why
Yeah.
do you believe them?
Sure. So in Sanatana Dharma, which is, I think, the indigenous word that we've now developed as a replacement for four core things we believe is, one, that this world is an illusion. We see that this world is only a product of our minds, our thoughts. I think scientifically we can see that our brain ultimately is receiving electrical signals, and that becomes the perception of society or of our world. We don't know what true reality looks like. We would call that Maya. Maya meaning magic, and that there is some entity that is playing tricks on our mind to make us think that all of this feels real, because it does feel real. And so that's the first premise of Hinduism. This world is an illusion. From there, we recognize that there is something called reality. There's a truth to all of this, some objective truth to it that we will never comprehend. We call that Satya. Satya meaning truth. In Hindi, such, means true. And so we call that Satya God. That is Brahman. That is the supreme essence of reality. Another way to look at it is that all matter is merely energy condensed to a slow moving vibration. That's a Sankhya philosophy. And so there's a unifying essence to all matter, and we call that Brahman. It's the essence of everything. That's from the Chandogya Upanishad. And so this is what we would call the equivalent of God in Hinduism. The last guest was talking about how everyone is God and these things are God. And the reason I found that really funny, because he's trying to define abstract Sanskrit words into English, which is a very difficult task. And also English is a second language, so I don't think he was capable of doing that. His connotation of God is very different. I remember he was talking about how Mother Teresa is God, and your Muslim brain's like, what? Like, what is Mother Teresa? Just a human, you know? And I remember seeing that. I was very frustrated just like listening to that. But for us, when we think about worship, like, you know, bowing down to something, to us, I think the better word would be divine. We find divinity in things we can appreciate. So he talked about nature. Yeah, we appreciate nature. How trees give us oxygen, you know, how they give us fruits and plants and vegetables, so that we, you know, we can sustain our living. Our parents, we say guests are God, we say guru is God, like teachers. And so anything that we can appreciate that brings about our betterment of society and ourselves individually, we would call that divine, and we would give due regard to that, you know? So we say like a guru is a form of God. They like enrich our learning. Our parents take care of us, as long as our parents aren't abusive. Our parents are taking care of us. There's something truly divine in the practice of parenting. Like you're taking care of a child so you know, unselfishly. So that is, I think, an idea of divinity. But I think I want to make a distinction between God and that. That's like two different things.
Well, I want to clarify something here then about the
Yeah.
worship or prayer.
Mhm.
Is it meant to affect the outcome of something, or is it more like an appreciation of the something already happening?
Yeah. It's a beautiful question. So there's like two things. So first thing is, and what Bhagavad Gita will tell you is, Krishna says that you cannot change the outcome, right? Very much predeterminism. Things are already going to happen the way they meant to happen. That's a very core concept in Advaita Vedanta, like the mainstream form of Hinduism. It's all predetermined. So there's no like changing the outcome. And the thing is, God doesn't have a personality like he does in the Abrahamic religions. So for us, there is no like, oh, if I pray to God, then this will happen. Not that it doesn't, like people will try, like obviously. It's really funny. And there's like a study done in India. The temples are the most busy right before finals week because people are really desperate, right? And so it's funny because people will try to like make deals with God. And there's a famous allegory in Hindu scripture, which I think kind of outlines what we are trying to do. There's the spirituality of the businessman and the spirituality of the gambler. The spirituality of the businessman, he's trying to make transactions with God. Oh my God, if I do like Hanuman Chalisa 108 times a day, then I'm gonna, you know, get an A on my test. Please, like, let's make that exchange happen. Let's write out the contract. You sign here, God. I'll sign right here. Or someone's in the hospital and you know something severe going on. If I do this, I'll give up meat, and as a result, like, please let this man live. This is businessman spirituality. And then the other part is the gambler. And this is what I guess what the allegory is trying to bring forward is that at the end of the day, it's not in his control. The most that the gambler can do is to manage probabilities to the best of his ability. And then from then he lets go. It's the art of letting go. It's a very Taoist philosophy. It's very similar to Taoism. And that's how Hindu spirituality ought to be. And this is one of the core ideas. You know, it's not like, oh, if you pray, and I find that Abrahamic religions tend to be a little more transactional, especially with the context of the pretext of heaven and hell. If I don't believe this happens, if I do believe, like the judgment, like the day of judgment is very transactional. What deeds did you do, and how does that translate to your afterlife? But in Hinduism, I don't think it's very much when we pray. It's both appreciation, like you said, and then I guess we could say manifest. And by manifesting, it's not like it actually happens, but we give hope for the best. And whatever happens, happens. When we pray right before a test or when someone's in the hospital, we recognize that we are powerless to the end result. Even if it's like something like a test where you truly do, like you're actually taking the test physically, you can do the best to study. And then at least in the context of medicine, you know, we as society can do our best in jnanam and knowledge to try to come up with the best cures and pursue science to like bring forward medicine. But at the end of the day, we don't have full total to manage our probability, and then we let go. It's all in the hands of the universe. And I think that's the core concept of Hinduism.
Okay, so that prayer is just an appreciation and more like giving yourself hope. Is that what manifesting means?
It is to come to terms with the future. To come to terms with the future. I think that does make us hopeful inevitably, but it would be like whatever happens, happens.
But the manifesting part of it is not that because you prayed, it makes it more likely to happen.
No. It's so you come to peace with the result. What, like, you've done your best. You can only do so much as a human being, and the rest is up to the universe. And if it happens, so it shall be. It's like there's a Sanskrit word that's like basically it is what it is like one of the Sanskrit, like, let it be.
Is that how do you know that the rest is up to the universe rather than the rest is up to chance? Like, what makes it a plan rather than chance?
So, I mean, my question is the difference. What's the difference between chance and the universe? To me, it's one and the same. And I think, at least from the Hindu lens of everything is predetermined, and I think, like, scientifically, some atheists will have that opinion too. Like, every event leads to the next event. Every event is contingent on the past event. We would call that karma, where every cause has an effect. And so whether there's like a human, like a personality will to it or not, I think is it doesn't matter. But at the end, it's the will of the universe, in the sense that the events have lined up so that it will be that way.
Well, to me, then, I wouldn't see it as a will, and more like, and I'm not saying this to challenge your belief in this moment. I'm trying to relate to it. I wouldn't see it as a will of the universe. I would see it as the sequence of event that things happened in, and it's just like an
that's just secular way of looking at it.
reality.
Yeah. That's great. And honestly, like, it's not like I don't have that too, right? I think Hindus have that too. But I think the way we say it's so I think for you, the connotation of will is like there's an intelligence behind will, and you can look at it that way, and you don't have to. But we would say it's like it's how the universe was meant to be, and that doesn't have to. You don't have to
means that there's a meaning, like some intention and setting of that meaning.
Intention. I would say inevitability. How about that? There's inevitability to that outcome.
So basically saying that no matter... Wait, the internet is cutting in and out. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
So it's basically saying that things will happen, like, to paraphrase, basically shit happens, kind of.
Yeah, the Sanskrit word is dadastu. Dadastu is like it is what it is. Let it be, and so and again, it doesn't have to put a god to it. Some people will put a personality to it, and that's the theistic conception. But some people, especially in the Nir Ishwara Vada, which is the atheist, Nir means no, Ishwara is God, Vada is like this ism, and so that atheism thought, well, like, no, there's no personality. This universe is impersonal. It's impersonal. It's hostile. It's chaotic, and we live in this chaotic universe. And even in theistic conception, there is no promise of a better life through God, or like a better life, like better events happening in your life through God. It's not like that.
It depends, because sometimes there would be, but
yeah.
So to sum up the prayer part of it is, it links to what you just said. Things are going to happen whether you pray for them or not, but your prayer and worship is showing appreciation of what you think is divine in that situation, and B, for your own acceptance of, things will happen the way they will happen.
Yeah, tadastu. Yeah.
But it has no bearing on the thing happening being more likely or less likely to happen.
No, and okay, so there's a little what's a caveat there, which is, yes, for the most part, yeah, right, we would say we are powerless to like the natural forces of the universe. And then the other aspect is, like, we do, like, Hindus have karma, like our actions have reverberations. And that's like a literal sense, right? Like if I'm thinking about like social justice, and there's like this world of oppression, my prayer gives me the focus and the drive to continue fighting for social justice. And that's something like a human can do to change the course of history and society, right? And so we want to lean into that. And so there's like whatever humans can do will change the world, right? And we pray to like give ourselves strength, right, to do those things. And then at some time, and other points, it is tadastu. It is what it is. And I think it's a combination of both, right? We can do so much as humans to change the world for the betterment of ourselves. and then to the point that it doesn't work out for us, it's because the universe like overcame all that, or it wasn't enough. However you want to look at it.
Okay. Well,
Does that make sense?
To some extent, yeah. And the
Yeah.
reason I'm asking is this ties into this comment, and let me just mention that D. Bordeaux says, I agree, prayer is a waste of time. It's not exactly what I'm saying here.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to be said about prayer and like complacency that comes with prayer. That's a whole different topic. But prayer itself, it can be comforting to help you, from my point of view, let go of a worry, for example. Once you've kind of given up to the higher power is going to deal with it, be it a personal God or otherwise, it's more like, yeah, I can't change the outcome, so I'll do a prayer and that's handled, to some extent. It could be that you genuinely believe it'll improve your chances of something happening, so you pray, and if it happens, then you feel a bigger dopamine hit. If it doesn't happen, maybe you'll feel like, oh, that's part of a better plan, so it's good, so you console yourself. Point is, there's some positive to prayer if you genuinely believe in it. I was just trying to hone in on what this guest believes exactly the prayer is and what it does in his belief system. That's why I was asking these questions about, do you think the prayer to the entity, be it whatever divine thing, is going to change the outcome? But I'm sure there's a lot of Hindus and otherwise who believe that praying to whatever the entity is, or one of many entities, will actually make it more likely. Is that true?
Yeah, that's my mom. Yeah, my mom does that all the time because she has a businessman mentality. And so when that scripture
which one do you
exists,
think is like more true to actual Hinduism or to the
so
core?
I mean, the thing is, okay, so the thing is, like, every Hindu has like their own, like, they'll go in their own way, right? And so the reason why such a thing exists in scripture is that it's a criticism of what they're already observing. They're seeing that people are praying and they're trying to make a transaction out of it. And so what the rishis have done, the people who wrote the scripture, are like, hey, wait, rethink how you're praying. And so someone saying prayer is like a waste of time. To us, prayer needs to see. And so the word dhyanam is created. Dhyanam means meditation or focus. The word zen, the Japanese word zen, it actually comes from that Sanskrit word. And so dhyan is all about focus, and that's what the objective of prayer is supposed to be: to focus, to focus on your thoughts, to find stillness and scanning within yourself, and to, I guess, you dedicate yourself, you give due regard to the universe and its illusionary nature. Yeah.
Well, I've got a bunch of questions, my own part, some comments. So do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Go for it.
So this is in terms of the first thing that you said, one of the first things was that the world is an illusion, and our brains don't actually, like, they interpret the signals and everything, but we don't actually know the reality, the Maya, the true reality. So someone, a doorknob had said, so a gaslit religion, basically. But I'm going to rephrase it. How do you know that this is not like there are many religions that do this, that make some claim to something bigger than you can comprehend, which makes it easier to then shape your beliefs by saying, trust me, there's more to this than you know, you just don't have to worry about that part, or distrust your own senses because there's a bigger truth in all this. So how do you see that there is truth to these claims that there is Maya and that you're so far from it as a human brain? How do you verify that?
Yeah. That's really interesting. So I think, why does spirituality exist? At least I can only speak for Hinduism. Everyone else has their own story. But the goal, I think, of Sanatana Dharma is to answer the fundamental question of why do we exist and why do we suffer? And that's the fundamental, like, we live in a world of like mental health deficiency, and Hinduism has been trying to answer this question. And we know this because if you're Hindu, you know this. At the end of every prayer, it's Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, peace, peace, peace. We think about peace internally, peace externally, like conflict, and then that relationship between the internal world and our external world. And so the goal is to arrive at this idea of peace. And that's where everything comes into play. And so the reason why we say this world is an illusion is and this is like the story of Krishna. He's supposed to communicate this, kid Krishna, Bala Krishna, which is the idea that because this world is an illusion, it's all a play. Don't take life seriously. I think that's the message of this world is an illusion, is that do not take life seriously. None of this is that important. And one of the core messages of Krishna and the Bhagavad Gita is to remind people that this life is just a ride, it's just a play, a simulation, whatever you want to call it. And so one should not take it seriously. That's the message. And then from there, it's like there is a unifying essence to all of that. And because we say this world isn't real, the next question is, okay, so what is real? And so the one thing we say is, the one thing that is real is that all of these things that we're seeing in our consciousness is a manifestation of one unifying essence, the Ekam. Ek means one. It's called Brahman. And that's the supreme essence that unifies all of us. And so the second message on that is, we are all one. We are all equal. We are all the same essence. And I think those are the two messages that are brought forward from Maya. So that's why.
A couple of questions that have to do with gods and idols. So ask him about idol worship and if Islam strawmans polytheism, and also what about different gods in Hinduism? So what are your thoughts on that?
Man, I actually have a good TikTok about this. I'm sure he watched it. There's no way he didn't just say that. I watched it, and so he watched my TikTok. So I have a really good video on this, which is, I think idol worshiping does not exist. It was a made-up concept by Abrahamic religions to strawman religions that they didn't understand. And we see this, like, and I know this as a Hindu, that everyone calls us idol worshippers, and it's like, it's not a real thing. And there's a really good book, and I'll pull it up later, but basically anthropologists have yet to find any religion at all, that has ever looked at a statue or an idol and was like, okay, this is my God. This little pencil is uniquely God and nothing else. That's not a thing. That's, and so
what are those idols to you or to Hindus?
Yeah, so the idol itself, right? That's just a picture. And so we would say that it's a meditative aid. In Hinduism, scientifically, humans are visual creatures. And so I think in Islam, they don't like idol. They don't like images of anything. Unfortunately, maybe if there are Muslims in the chat, like what I always like to ask them is, if you think of Allah, right, what do you think of? And maybe it's not a face to it, but maybe there's calligraphy. Maybe you think of the sky or mountains or space. There's something
I used to think of like some kind of cloud-shaped feature, right? Because you're not supposed to think of a face, or there's no image specifically, but that's how I thought of it back then.
But you put an image to it, right? There is an image. It's a cloud, right? It's a sky. And some people think of the calligraphy of Allah. I've heard that too. Yeah. And so whatever it is, right? Visual image. You're not thinking of black or nothingness. It's impossible. Humans are visual creatures. So what Hinduism has done, and this is a long conversation, right? Our scripture has gone very heavily into the idea of like idol worship and what does it mean, and what does God mean in relation to that. And we would say that, at least when it comes to idols, let's lean into that. It's a meditative aid, because we are visual creatures. So let's put a visual thing to represent, right? What's the problem in that? We don't have this idea that God's going to get mad at us if we put it in. We're like, okay, let's create something as a meditative aid. Let's put it in front of us when we engage in dhyanam, in meditation, and let it be our focus of meditation. And the goal is in Hinduism is to dedicate your ego to something other than yourself. We call it ahankara. Ahankara means ego. Aham is I, and kara is like the thing. It's like a prefix meaning thing. So the I thing. And and that's also the goal. That's the root cause of suffering, is we are wrapped up in our ego. So is to dedicate our ego to something other than ourselves. So that's why we have idols. But at the high level, the spiritual masters, it's like training wheels, right? At the high level, they don't need such things, because they're able to meditate without visual aids.
So it's kind of for you to imagine that the God is present, because a person who's not at that high level of spirituality could use the aid of a physical manifestation of it, but not actually believing that it is God. It's just some kind of like vessel or reminder, or that kind of thing is how you're describing it, right?
Right. We call it Saguna Brahman, which is God with qualities, which is illusionary. And then Nirguna Brahman. Nirguna meaning no qualities. And that's the true Brahman. And so we create a distinction on purpose. And the thing is, and what it will say in scripture is, use a meditative aid, but recognize that this is not the true eternal form of God. This is just a representation for yourself. This is just saguna. And recognize, as long as you use this and recognize that ultimately there's no form to it, then it's being useful. Then it's a useful tool.
Right. And I see that Islam is similar in terms of what I believe are pagan roots, where there is a house that everybody prays to, the house of God. There is the shaitan, the devil, being tied to a boulder, and like you're throwing, or a rock, and you're throwing stones at it. There is that understanding that these are not actually God, but I think some believe that the devil is actually physically present there. But whatever, point is,
Mm-hmm.
it's similar to that, where it's not actually God is the idol or the representation. But for some reason, yeah, that is the position that Islam takes, which is people actually did believe in these stone or even made out of dates gods. Yeah. So there are a bunch of other questions, but I'm just there's way too many to get into.
Yeah.
But this one's always the spicy one, so I'm going to ask it anyway. By breezing
Yeah,
on
I
this,
love it. Yeah.
the caste system, bloodshed, female rights, whatever.
Yeah.
Let's just focus on the caste system.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's a lot to say there, but yeah. So, because as I don't know if you know this, but as long as also being Hindu, I'm a Marxist. Call myself a communist, whatever you want to call it. And I think that when we understand the relationship between society and ideas, to me, the Marxist lens is the most compelling and explains why the caste system exists. And so, the people who often say that, like, oh, caste system in Hinduism, often engage in what I call an idealist lens. They believe that ideas is what shapes society, which to me is it's a very infantile belief, that someone just writes something in a book and then all of a sudden all of society conforms to words in a book. When that's obviously not the case. For most of how society develops, it is things develop materially, and the ideas then reflect materialism. And so what I would say is that for most of Hinduism's history, or the Vedic history, we call it the Vedic age, the caste system did not exist. And Hinduism around 3000 BC was developed, and I guess still now. So shortly after, like maybe 100 or 200 AD. So for most of Hinduism's life, there's a good 2000 to 3000 years where there was no caste system. And this is not just like, this is this is anthropological truth. You'll read like Marxist story, a really good author about this. He will say that in the Vedic society, there was no caste because they were very primitive. They were primitive tribes. They were hunter-gatherers. And hunter-gatherer society does not have division of labor. They all do the same thing. They're all egalitarian. And the ideas of Hinduism and the ideas of the Vedas will reflect egalitarian nature. They'll say things like, we are all mutual. There are no inferiors. There are no superiors. We are mutually brothers walking together on this goal. Lots of hunter and gatherer. That's not true. Incorrect. You'll never find an indigenous tribe, not Native Americans, not indigenous, not Chinese indigenous tribes. This is they're incapable of having division of labor because they don't have enough people in the tribe. However, what happens is as society develops, they learn to domesticate plants and animals. So someone has to be an agricultural, like a farmer full time. Someone has to be a manager full time.
So you think it's just like assigning roles in society, is what you're saying?
Right. They started recognizing that division of labor was actually increasing, what's called standard of living and like life expectancy. So they're like, oh, this is a good thing, right? We all have different varnas. Varna means occupation.
Well, what about the negative associations and the linking it to specific castes of people? Or
right. So the principal text where that develops is called the Smriti. Smriti means it's remember. It's secondary text. So if you know Hindu, like the way we look at text, we have all these scripture. We have Shruti, which is like, that's the principal text, the Vedas, the Upanishads. And then you have all these Smritis. It's a very jumbled mess of different people's opinions. There's just random people writing their own opinions. That's where you get a lot of the casteist and very problematic literature. And that's how it developed. The thing is that feudalism, right, is an inevitable mode of production in every society. So you will have a hierarchy based on your occupation, right? In Europe, it was nobles and serfs and so on and so forth. Japan had their own caste system. The Aztecs and Mayans, even the Iroquois Confederacy had their own caste system, which was also like, it was reinforced by spiritual text. And so this is sort of an inevitability of feudalistic society. However, what we saw is that when you have like capitalism is introduced, people have the ability to move out of their caste based on being a wage laborer. However, in India, we don't really talk about how the caste system, it changed over time. One of the things is when the Mughals came, they introduced something called the zamindar system. Zamindar is a Persian word. And zamindar, what they did is they gave upper caste people land to exploit Adivasis or indigenous tribes. And so there's the system of landlordship between upper caste and non-caste people, right, or outcasts.
So you think it's like sort of outside influence that exacerbated this caste system?
Yeah, it changes it, and it puts in economic institutions that inflame the caste system. So this feudalistic society becomes more inflamed as a result of put in place to exacerbate it.
But do you see it as a flawed system that would allow such an exacerbation to begin with, or to be used that way?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, like, we're not an eternal word of God. No one will ever say that Hinduism isn't like, or the Vedas or any scripture is like an eternal word, right? These are rishis trying to describe the society of their day. And so what I would just say is that the caste system is it's not a reflection of principled Hindu thought. And it's a system of oppression that was only compounded by the people on top who benefit off the system of oppression. So of course they're going to reinforce it. The people in power are going to reinforce those ideas. And that's as far as it goes, right? And so when it comes about like you and I, especially living outside of that system, for me, the caste system doesn't have a bearing anymore. And so, what I would say is that in this world of ego and illusion, we would say that such a thing, it goes against the very notions of Maya, very notions of ahamkara and ego and prayer.
That seems easy to see from the outside and from a point of being outside of the system and not subjected to it. But how come you're able to see that it doesn't align with the spirit of the rest of it, but the people who implement it and continue to don't see that?
I don't think there's a spiritual component to when they look. They're not like, oh, God wants me to do this, right? When they say that,
but how come like the rest of the religion doesn't stop them from reaching? Like, how come they don't get your conclusion?
That's also not true, right? Throughout the history of Hinduism, from the very beginning, even in the scripture itself, Vajra Upanishad is one of the principled scriptures that criticizes the caste system. Swami Narayan, who in Gujarat is a big deal, the Baps Society, Swami Narayan went out of his way to help lower caste people and women in education. Sri Aurobindo, Rabindranath Tagore, Adi Shankara, who else? And then
what was the turning point then, or has there been a turning point?
There's been several reform movements throughout India to try to eliminate the caste system since the very beginning. Since the very beginning of the caste system itself, people were like, hey, this is deeply problematic. However, simply criticizing it and trying to uproot it doesn't do enough. We call this Shramana Hinduism, Shramana traditions. Shramana means working class or ascetic traditions. And the whole point was to rebel against the Brahminical traditions and the Brahminical ideology of caste system. And so
what can be done differently then if over centuries it hasn't been combated the right way?
Right. So the main thing is that we have to dismantle the economic systems, and I think that's the real conversation. How do we dismantle the economic systems that reinforce caste notions and the way we look at caste? Because the same way, I would say that like capitalism allows like racism to continue because it justifies a hierarchy. Capitalism justifies a hierarchy in India. Oh, caste system. So that's the superstructure, right? So that's the idea that gives justification to the way the economy functions. And as groups, right?
But do you think that's like having people believe that another financial or economical system is better? Do you think that's strong enough to overcome their reluctance to go against the tradition?
Oh, I think so. Yeah, I do think so. And the reason why is that religion has very little to do with it. Because even when places where people converted in South Asia, like in Pakistan, right, it's a Muslim majority country, in Sri Lanka, it's a Buddha where there's a huge Christian minority. In those places, the caste system is still very, very prevalent, right? In Islam, caste is haram, right? There's no caste in Islam. Yet Pakistan has a very high instance of caste system, and it's still very prevalent and problematic in that area. So religion seems to be secondary. The idea of caste is irrespective of religion. It's non-unique to Hinduism.
I don't know if I'd call it secondary. I mean, that's maybe it was there before Hinduism, but then Hinduism enforced it or encouraged it in that way, be it because of a bunch of factors like outside influence, like you claim, all that
Sure,
stuff.
sure. But
It's
my
just like,
question,
how do you, well, the problem here is that this caste system is very deeply tied to Hinduism. How do you untangle it? Your
yeah,
answer
but
so far
I
has
just don't,
been that.
I don't think
Mhm.
it's a spiritual thought, because if it's simply spirituality, then you wouldn't have non-Hindu society propagate a caste system.
Well, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter if it's a spiritual or not. It's tied to the religion itself. So wherever the religion is practiced, there could be remnants of that. If not, there are in many parts.
Okay.
How do you decouple them so that you can
Yeah.
have the part of Hinduism that you approve of and take this part out? You said by
Yeah.
having economic systems that
Yeah, sure.
don't reinforce the caste system.
Mhm.
And aside from that, is there anything else that can be done?
Yeah, sure. I think so. One of the things that the Khalsa did in Sikh, what they did is that they just changed everyone's last name. Everyone's a Singh and a Kaur. So if everyone's last name changes, then no one knows who. That's really important. What I'm going to do is I'll never talk about what my caste is, and I will never tell my kids, if I ever have any, what theirs is. And I think sort of practices like that can sort of remove it slowly, right? Education, I think, is really important. I think we can still talk about it. I think it's really important for Hindus to talk about it. I don't like talking about it in a public forum because I know it's weaponized very heavily, but having those private conversations about it, I think, are very, very important. And I think if you look in places where Hinduism is practiced outside of India, like especially in Trinidad, Tobago, and in the Caribbean, there's a huge Hindu presence in the Caribbean because of indentured servitude. Instances of caste are very slim to none. I don't know the
Like, I
any
wouldn't
extent.
expect it there if they were there as indentured servants rather than
Yeah.
a political power or like kind of a
What it
ruling
shows you,
power.
though, is that Hinduism is capable of being practiced outside of caste. That's the essence of it. That ability is there.
I don't know if that would show that. That would be like saying that, um, I mean, that's kind of like saying Islam can be practiced without slavery, sure, but when the right circumstances were in place at the time, then it will be practiced in harmony with slavery. You know, so saying that in these communities that were not the ruling powers, there was no caste system,
Yeah.
doesn't really absolve them, or it doesn't really demonstrate that Hinduism can be practiced without the caste system. It can be practiced without the caste system where the conditions are not favorable for a caste system. You know what I mean?
Okay, so the conditions of casteism is feudalism. It has to have a feudalistic or hierarchical society. That's how caste is practiced. And so I guess a combination of that and a more like a socialistic society, right? A dismantling of capitalism, a dismantling of feudalistic notions, a combination of those would do it, right? So conditions that give rise to casteism is any economic system where there's exploitation, where there's a power differential. And that's what gives rise to it. So that's
Right. And where the Hindus were the exploited ones as indentured servants, there is no room for the caste system because they are in the lower parts of the hierarchy. There is no sub hierarchy in that case.
I don't. That's not. I don't know if that's true, right? The Hindu. I think there people of all sorts of castes went to, because Brahmins aren't inherently like rich or poor. Like they're just treated very well. A lot of them are ascetic. Like they kind of leave society. So a lot of them, before economic necessity, are in Trinidad and Tobago, or in different Caribbean countries. There is like a variety of castes in those places. They're just not practiced because the political systems no longer existed there, right? They were put into a new land and asked to start over. And that's when it organically developed on its own without caste.
Yeah. And I know that it might seem unfair to some that every time I am talking to a Hindu, there are questions about the caste system. But I feel like it would be unfair to point out a lot of the things that we consider to be ugly or counterproductive in Islam and other religions and not sometimes mention this one.
No.
Yeah.
I'm very open towards this conversation. What I would just say is that from the very beginning, right? Hinduism, I want to be clear. Hinduism's not a thing. I saw a comment saying that it's 100-year-old. It's a British name, right? The British called this it's like calling a bunch of Native American, oh, they're all just Indian religion or Native American religion, right? But it's different tribes and different practices. So in that, there's a lot of contradictions. When it comes to women, same thing, right? You have a lot of patriarchy, you have a lot of misogyny. You had patriarchal society, but you also had what's the word, like what's the word, like women-run society? Matriarchal. Thank you. Yeah, you had matriarchal. So there's a contradiction between Hindu thought, and what I do is I of anti dismantling patriarchy, of caste norms, stuff like that. And that, to me, that's the Dharma. And that analysis of Dharma is shared by Buddha. It was shared by Mahavira, the founder of Jainism. Dharma. So there's no Hinduism, there's just Dharma, and everyone has their own analysis of it. You have the Brahmanical notions of Dharma, which is very casteist and problematic, and then you have the Shramana ones. And so for me, I just stand on the Shramana one. It's my Dharma, and I would say it's my duty to fight against that and to dismantle those systems which exist, right? And it's my Dharma to take down the nationalists of India. Not mine specifically, like I'm going to go do it, but I think it is Dharma to take them down. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, thanks for sharing your perspective on that. And thanks for calling in today.
I would love to have a long form conversation with you one day, but we'll see if we can get that. But
sure. Yeah, I'm open to it. For a while now, like I've got everything's full in my schedule, but do reach out to me and I'll try my best to set a time for that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Take care, Sammy.
Yeah, absolutely. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Thanks, Sammy, for joining. I've got one comment that I noticed. This is interesting. Young Atheist says, I'm extremist Muslim in my past, but Harris Sultan, an ex-Muslim, changed me. Curious to hear more about that. Maybe you call in one of those streams next week. There's a stream for ex-Muslims to call in and share their stories. All right, so I am taking Ameer as the next caller, and then Rashid, and that will be all. Ameer, I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, how's it going, Ameer?
Hey, how you doing, Aladdin?
I'm good. How are you?
Hi, can I tell you a little bit about myself and my background?
Sure.
Okay, so I was born a Muslim, and I didn't really, I was never a practicing Muslim. I was just obeyed, and I heard what I heard, like how you say it, sama'na wa mata'na. So like you hear and you obey, right? So like I was just really, I was just listening to my parents and I was obeying them, right? So
if you don't mind me asking, like, do you come from a community where Islam was practiced often, or you're just in isolation with your family?
I come from Iraq. I come from Iraq, but I was born there, and then I moved to the United States when I was a baby.
Okay.
So I've been in the U.S. for a while, my whole life, and I say that you just hear on the news that Islam is a religion of peace, and you don't really get into the books, and I feel like that's most people. Most Muslims, they don't know that Muhammad married a child, and Islam allows for sex slaves to be raped, etc. And when you begin to dig into the books of Islam and you begin to study the religion, you'd be like, wow, this is what Almighty God teaches. No, this is not for me. You know, I can't carry out such actions or such duties because my conscience tells me that this is wrong. You understand?
Yeah. So how did you, can you describe how you came across these things and in what context? And then how did you transition from that to a belief in Jesus? Because Ameer is a Christian, by the way, for those who don't know.
Okay, so I began to, when I was still like, before I was really religious person, I was 14. I was watching, like, let me just explain myself. Like, I was doing a lot of corruption and perversion and drugs and stuff like that. I really didn't believe in God. I was agnostic, and I believed in incarnation. So I believed that you would just die and become an animal or something like that. So like, because I wasn't a religious Muslim, I was just like Muslim by name, but even then I doubted Islam. So that's why I started to study it. So when So I started to watch street preaching of Christians, and I started to watch David Wood and Sam Shamoon and apologist, and I began to. So everything they said, I took it with a grain of salt. So like they would say Muhammad married a 6-year-old girl. Okay, what's the source? Looked it up. I found out that was true. Like wow, it was a shocker. So yeah, when I began to study Islam more and more, it's like it pushed me away more and more, and and like I could say deep inside my heart, deep inside my soul, I knew that there was a creator, but I just didn't know what type of creator was there. So like when I began to study Christianity, I began to study, like I began to read the Gospels, and I began to be amazed
Well,
about.
sorry to
Okay,
interrupt, but
go ahead.
why Christianity? Was it because the sources that you saw of criticism of Islam were Christians?
No, not just that. It was because Christianity teaches practices and stuff that no other religion teaches, like loving your enemy, loving those who blessing those who persecute you.
No, I
Like
mean, like, how did you arrive at? Well, you didn't know that about Christianity, right? So,
yeah,
was
I
it
began
because
to
of
learn.
how did you come to learn about Christianity? Was it because of the influence of these channels that were talking about the topic of criticizing Islam?
Well, I began to learn Christianity because I bought a Bible. Well, my Muslim father actually, I asked him to buy me a Bible, and he decided to buy me a Bible, and then I began to read the Gospel of John, the Gospels, right? And I'm still reading them. I haven't finished them, but I'm still reading the Gospels today.
Well, why the Bible then?
Why the Bible is because when you want to research a religion, when you want to learn about a religion or a relationship with God, I don't even call Christianity, well, real Christianity, a religion. I call it a relationship with God, a relationship with my Creator. I see it as having a relationship with my mom and dad. You don't have a religion with
Sorry,
them.
I'm still not understanding. Like, what led you to Christianity? Like, why the Bible, and why did your dad agree to buy you a Bible?
I don't know, because I asked to buy me a Bible. I asked him. We were at Walmart one day. I saw a Bible, and I thought to myself, I don't have one, so let me ask my dad to buy me one. He agreed. But why Christianity is because the change that it did in my life. I can't speak for everyone, but I was a heavy weed smoker. I would smoke weed every day. I would watch porn every day,
Sorry, no. Before we get
and
to
stuff
that,
like that.
but yeah, I can understand that Christianity had a positive influence on you. But how did you first try or hear of Christianity and then go down that research,
Well,
or however you arrived at it?
I first heard of Christianity when I was a child, because there would be little cartoons of there would be, I didn't have any cable when I was a child, so there would be like free cartoons of Christian animated Christian shows and stuff like that, and that's when I first heard about Jesus and first heard about the Gospels, and first heard about the prophets and stories of the Old Testament. That's when I first heard about it, when I was a kid watching animated shows about the Bible. That's when I first heard about it, but I didn't really believe it. And my dad, he would not like me watching that because they were images, they were against Islam. But even though my dad, he's not even we call him like every Muslim that's better than his religion, a munafiq, because he says he's a Muslim by name. He's not really practicing Islam.
So you're saying that your exposure to Christianity when you were young, that is, then you came across at some point you were going through some trouble with addiction and bad habits, and then you came across David Wood and other Christian preachers who are criticizing Islam. But you're saying that the fact that they were Christian, it did not affect that you were drawn towards Christianity.
Them being Christian did not make Christianity true in any sense, or
No,
them.
I'm saying, like, got you interested in researching Christianity.
I was interested in researching Christianity because the things that they were saying about Islam, I didn't know that they were actually true. So I had to I have to take their sources, look them up, and when I saw the sources were actually true, I was shocked. Like Are people really defending pedophilia in the Quran? Are people really defending Islam? About like people are people really believing this? Is this really Islam? Is this really what Islam
And
teaches?
I'm
And all.
with you. It's a very shocking realization. Um, I'm just really curious how, like, the period between this realization, like, what was the sequence of events? Did you, like, what led you to look at these videos about Islam from a Christian point of view or by Christian critics? And then how did you then turn to research into Jesus? I'm curious if it was like, do you think, had you come across a channel like mine or some other ex-Muslim who didn't join another religion, do you think you would have still went out and sought Christianity?
Yeah, I'm subscribed to you. I know you're an atheist. I know Apostate Prophet is an atheist. I'm subscribed to these type of channels. I don't really come to. I was gonna ask you, what do you believe in? If there was evidence, like, what type of evidence do you look for? And if you were if those evidence were met, or would you be convinced that there is a creator, or would you still rub it off and still say that I could be wrong? You know, because
Sure, I can answer that. I'm just curious if you were led to Christianity because of the people you came across. I'm not saying that that means Christianity is false, right? I'm saying, what was your into Christianity, into researching it? You're saying it has to do with in your upbringing, you came across Christian, what was it, cartoons or animation, and then later on you bought the Bible after you had found out all the stuff that you find reprehensible in Islam. So then I would like to ask you, have you sought out critics of Christianity to see if they're saying similar things as what, like, Christian critics are saying about Islam?
yeah, so when I became a Christian and I started talking to Muslims, I've heard that what type of criticism they have of the Bible and the Old Testament and the prophets of the Old Testament, and also Bart Ehrman, he criticized the reliability of the New Testament. But I seek to find answers to these such things. I don't just hear and like take what they say as true. Like the marriage of Aisha, people say, oh, she reached puberty, that's not good enough. Even if that's true, is not good enough for me. It's in the Quran, Surah At-Talaq, Ayah 4, that you can marry, have sex with, and divorce a prepubescent girl. And all the Muslim scholars like At-Tabari, Ibn Kathir, Jalaluddin Asiti agree. I know their criticism of the Bible, and I'm not against it. I'm welcome to it, because that just and if those criticisms are answered, it just strengthens your faith more.
Well, I'm asking more about the methodology that you were applying when you were looking into Christianity, because if you're coming from a point of view of, you found out a lot of things about Islam that you didn't know about and that you find horrific and there are no good answers for, did you come across critics, not just Muslim critics, but like ex-Christians or atheists or whatever? Did you come across any problems in Christianity, or was it all very clear and easily answerable?
I from the Muslim objections are very clear and easy to answer, because they just bring up stuff that they take out of context, and they just take one verse, they cherry pick it, and they say, look, this is your religion, this is what it teaches. And no, that's not the case. But critics like Bart Ehrman that attack the reliability of the New Testament and Old, whatever. I seek I don't really know what to say about that, because I'm not a scholar of manuscripts or whatever. But I did see that his teacher, Bart Ehrman, that his teacher actually did a sermon about, and did a refutation about what Bart Ehrman was saying about the manuscripts and whatever. But I've seen critics of the Bible. I've seen ex-Christians of the Bible, and I'm not really convinced about what they say about the Bible, because even if they like even if they criticize the Bible and what it says, it's still like unpolitically correct about morals and etc. Because even
Well,
I look at myself.
why would the moral position of the person have an influence on the criticism itself of the Bible? You're skipping a step here and being like, well, their position is immoral, therefore I'm not
No,
going to
I'm
listen
not
to the
saying
criticism.
that their position is immoral. I'm saying that they say the Bible is immoral. That's what I mean. And they talk about it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Can you
Well,
be
I'm
more
curious.
clear? Hold on, let me
Sure.
turn you up. Let me turn you up. Can you be more clear? Because I can't really hear you.
Sure. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I
Okay.
provide something. Can you
Well,
say that again, please?
yeah. So, well, here let me rephrase what I'm trying to ask here. Um, I appreciate that you acknowledge that you're not a scholar, therefore you don't know if what Bert Ehrman said was true or not. But then you say that you saw somewhere that his teacher has put a refutation up, but you haven't looked into it the same way that you looked into the Aisha Hadith and so on. Is that correct?
Yeah, because those, I should say, they're more advanced in their teachings, and they're how I should say it, they're advanced. That's the
Well, why would
that
you put
first
in
came.
trust in like this if that is true at all, in this refutation by Bert Ehrman's teacher or whoever? Why do you trust that person and that refutation that is advanced more than Bert Ehrman himself?
Well, I don't say I put trust in it, because there's, like, you should say, like, there's if there's good evidence to support the claim, I should say you should go with that claim. But I'm saying that what I don't I'm saying that I'm not a scholar, and if what Bar meant, like, he criticized the New Testament and its reliability, I know that's his field. I'm saying there is people that can answer his claims about the New Testament.
But
There's
how do you know that their answer is correct or not? Because you say you're not qualified enough to have a refutation, but therefore you must be putting trust into that person who's doing the refutation, right?
not just it's not about just trusting him. It's about his what he says, and if he brings good evidence and stuff and so forth.
So
Uh,
have you
I,
assessed that? Like, have you looked
I'm
into?
no, I'm gonna be no, I have not. I've just seen critics of the Bible. Like, yeah, I've seen both sides, and I'm convinced that what the Bible says is true. I'm not. I know the Bible is written by men. I'm not going with the Muslim position that perfectly preserved that and the other. The Bible is written by men, but is supernaturally inspired, and that's what I believe. Supernatural inspired word of God, and that's what I believe personally. Because let me give you an example. Like, loving a person that wants to murder you is something that's hard for even an atheist to do, right? But the Bible says that we should love those who want to murder us, and that type of love can't be from a human. That love
I mean,
has to
that's
be,
a sentiment. Like, it's
yeah.
the way that Christianity is applied. There has been a lot of murdering and not loving your murderer. But let me focus on the point here. Is what what convinces you, or is it even about like being convinced? Why do you believe that Christianity is the truth?
Why do I believe that Christianity is the truth? Because when you really narrow all the religions down, especially atheism, because I take atheism as a religion. It's a belief that there is no God, and even and there's belief that the universe, there was an explosion and it created itself,
That's not
something like.
accurate. But so to summarize, you're saying you're looking at other religions and kind of removing the ones that don't make sense, and you arrived at Christianity. Is that what you're saying?
And their morals and their teachings, yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you really narrow it down, like Islam and Judaism and Hinduism and atheism, they don't. I'm not just saying they don't make sense, because I'm just saying what they teach, what they practice, doesn't really convince me as Christianity does. But not even that.
Yeah,
Not
so
even.
that's the point. What is it about Christianity that convinced you without looking at the other religions?
Okay, okay, that's fine. Um, what what is it that I'm convinced by Christianity? Well, first the preaching and the life of Jesus. What Jesus taught, he was a perfect. Even like even Bar Ehrman says that Jesus was a real man, and he like lived among people, and he had a big crowd of followers, but he just really doesn't believe in all the miracles, etc. Which is which I get, but I'm saying that the life of Jesus, when you read about Jesus, he loved people, he preached holiness, he preached against lusting, he preached morals, I should say. The life of Jesus, correct. The life of Jesus convinced me of Christianity.
So Jesus having a life where he preached good things is at the core of why you believe that Jesus is God.
Well, not just that he preached good things, he also did good things, and he also said good things, great things. He said, and he also claimed, I'm I believe Jesus is God because he claimed divinity in the Bible. That I believe what the scripture says about Jesus and what he said about himself. That's the reason why I believe he's God.
Wait, I'm a little confused. So the Bible, you believe Jesus is God because it says so in the Bible. Well, how do you believe that the Bible is inspired, the inspired word of God?
Well, because I believe if you're a true Christian, like God used people to write down what he said, like through the Holy Spirit, because that's what I believe. Like the Holy Spirit, he gives people knowledge, and
Yeah, but the source of that belief is stuff that's written in the Bible. What makes you believe that the Bible is divine and from God? Like, I'm trying to trace it back to the source of the information here, or the
okay.
belief.
Well, I should say that the Bible preaches. The Bible even like he prophesies about things. It gives us supernatural. I'm not trying to like make Muslim claims, but I'm saying that the Bible does make scientific claims that were known before
Wait,
scientists.
why would you call that Muslim claims?
I know, but that is true. That there is scientific facts about in the Bible. There are also historical facts about the Bible, like Jesus' death, etc. There's also good morals in the Bible, and there's also good moral teachings in the Bible.
Well, the point about moral teachings, if a book has good moral teachings, does that mean that it's divine?
It really all depends what the book says, because every moral of a human being is flawed, but the morals of God are not flawed because he is holy.
Well, okay. Another question would be about the scientific facts. You said jokingly you're not trying to use Muslim talking points, but is the concept of having scientific claims or facts, let's call them that, in a book, how is that different? Are you just saying that Islam, the scientific facts are wrong in the Quran, but the ones in the Bible are true?
100%. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying like. I'm trying to say that Islam as a religion is faulty. The Quran is faulty. Everything that the Quran makes, like everything that's in the Quran, like the sun setting in a murky spring, etc. Like all
I mean,
the
that could be dismissed as a metaphor, right? Just like in Christianity, there's a lot of
no.
that stuff in the Bible.
I'm
But
saying
I
I'm saying
mean, I'm saying in terms of scientific, like just focusing on the scientific claims, if you use that as some kind of indication, do you think the ones in the Quran are false, but the ones in the Bible are true?
okay. I'm saying like there is no scientific facts in the Quran, and I'm saying that there is scientific facts in the Bible, because even I can give you one, like off the top of my head, I'm thinking of Job 26 verse 7, where he says he hangs the earth upon nothing, and we know that the earth is free floating in space, etc. And that's just all. Like there is scientific facts about in the Bible, but I'm not saying that's what like makes the Bible true. I'm saying that's that's just about what convinced me to believe in the Bible and to believe in Christianity. I'm not saying that you should believe in Christianity. I'm just sharing what I believe.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to understand is you believe that the presence of these so-called like scientific facts is what made you believe in Christianity.
Not just the scientific facts, because there's also historical and moral, and I don't know all the big words in my head, trying to say them all at once, but I should
Well,
say
I appreciate you trying to put it into words, and
yeah, I'm
yeah,
trying to think. Yeah, I'm not trying to just say anything. I'm trying to think and then say it. But I'm saying like the Bible is supernaturally inspired, because there's stuff in it that humans themselves, like even humans today, they wouldn't like be comfortable with. I should say, like, I'm trying to put it in perspective as an atheist, even though I can't, because my morals and my values and my system of life cannot even fit in such a worldview.
Mhm. Well, I'm curious, and you don't have to be specific, and you don't have to answer this if you don't want to. But how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
17.
Okay, all right. Well, what compelled you to share your beliefs today?
It's because I've seen you a lot, and I think you're still searching. Are you? Can I ask about your beliefs? And
Sure.
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. You go ahead and ask me. Like, what do
Like
I believe about what?
like what do you believe about the world? Like like why? What convinced you that there is no God? Is it that Islam is terrible, or like I just want to know, like, what do you believe?
So I'm going to try to answer that in the scope of what I think you're asking about. Um, my belief in terms of there is no God is not the way that is conveyed, or the way that is conveyed by a lot of religious people. It's basically, I see that every religion that comes up with an idea of a God with a personality and heaven and hell and that kind of stuff, it's not convincing, and it's contradictory in many cases. It's illogical, and the illogical parts are attributed to um, it being too big for us to understand. And to me, that sounds like a non-answer. So in my mind, I don't know what, if there is an entity or several or whatever is behind our existence here. I just know that these claims made by religions, by theists so far, um, are not demonstrated to be true, so can be presumed to be not true up until demonstrated otherwise.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Do you believe that God sending people to hell for eternity is like unjust?
As a general answer, yes, because it really depends on what your scale for justice is. If you think that punishment is the way to do justice, even within that methodology,
Well, I have a question for you. Do you think
yeah,
that sending a murderer to prison for his life is unjust?
that's what I was getting at. First of all, you have to define what is the crime, and in many cases, the crime of disbelief, or what theists and religious people claim the crime is not what's actually happening. Like, choosing evil or that kind of thing, or choosing your own wisdom over God's. That's not how it works. But in that case, in that example, someone killed a person. If they're in a healthy mind and it's not some kind of mental illness that compelled them,
Hmm.
then yeah, they should be punished and maybe even reformed, if that's even possible. Um, but eternal damnation, especially for reasons that don't quite add up, for a finite crime, which isn't even a crime that hurts anybody, like the crime of disbelieving in God. Leave aside being an evil person, all that, just disbelieving in God is not harming God. So reparations through, internal torture doesn't make sense.
Okay, I should like to say something. I don't believe you go to hell for just not believing in God. I believe you go to hell for disobeying the laws of God. Like, let me give an example.
Well,
For
how
lying,
you think that, like, I'm
like,
acknowledging the laws of God and
well, do you
disobeying?
know? Hold on, I have a question. Do you
Mm.
know that lying is wrong? Do you know that stealing is wrong? Do you know that murder is wrong?
Yeah,
Do you
but
know
what
that
does any of
lusting?
that have to do with belief?
Because it's not about belief. It's about going to hell, and why you're going to hell is because you broke the laws of God, and that's the punishment for breaking the laws of God. Like the
So
sister was
if I
saying.
comply with a lot of these laws, which is, be a good person, don't lie, all that stuff, but I don't believe they came from Jesus and I don't believe in Jesus, does that mean I get to I get to avoid hell?
Well, how I should say, there's some people who have never heard of the gospel and never heard of Jesus. There's some of
No, I'm
there's
saying myself. If I
um
comply with all of these, what you think are laws from God, but I don't believe in God, does that mean I'm
I'm
going to hell?
I'm saying that you can't I'm saying that you yourself, you've already broken the law of God. So I should say not you, but hypothetically, let's say a baby, because the baby doesn't know anything, right? If a baby, like, let's say, how can we picture that? Because a baby doesn't even know what the world is, you know. But I'm saying I'm saying that in my head, if in my mind, that every person is a bad person. Not every person, even myself, I'm a bad person. But I'm saying that every person is a bad person because we've all stolen, we've all lied, we've all lusted, we've all blasphemed,
I
we've all
don't like
done these
this
things.
mentality in Christianity, which is everyone is born a sinner, a flawed person, a bad person who deserves hell, and God is just a savior who's being generous when He
Okay,
put us in this
I
situation.
don't believe that we're born sinners, because even Jesus said that children, we should be like children, and we should have faith like children, and even children would be in heaven. If that was the case, if we were born sinners, Jesus would not have said that children go to heaven. And I'd say that the Bible says that every man has sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. That's what the Bible says, that we've all have sinned and our punishment is death, but the gift of God is eternal life.
I'd rather take death over eternal punishment, though.
Well, it's all about the person you are, because it's all about the person you are, because we're all gonna die. But when we die, it doesn't mean that we cease to exist. That's what I believe.
All right. Well, I appreciate you trying to explain your beliefs, and I have a lot of what would be considered invasive questions about
Can we
your.
talk about him?
Um, I prefer not to, because I don't want people to start being very skeptical of your story, because
Like
I don't want to
what?
put you on the spot like that. Like trying to
Put me on the spot.
understand where you came from, like
I'm
where you
open
came
to
from
it.
with your Muslim belief. Like I I'm trying to understand. You came from a background of Islamic belief, but didn't practice. Um, but the standards that you have applied to judging Islam, I don't see them reflected the same way in how you judge Christianity, because mine is the very obvious problems in Islam and the things that are hard to defend, like child marriage and that kind of stuff. Um, the rest is just the same talking points as what I hear Muslims say. You
So
know what
you
I
say,
mean?
yeah, and I should say that they bring up such and such. They bring up. Let's bring up what they obviously say
No,
about the
it's
Bible.
not about the criticism of Muslims of Christianity. In my opinion, Muslim apologists and Dawah
Are
people do a
hypocrites.
very poor job. They do a very poor job of
They're hypocrites.
criticizing Islam. I'm talking about you specifically, taking Islam out of the equation. The way that you are skeptical of Islam, do you think you're being just as skeptical and thorough with Christianity?
I believe so. Yes.
Do you believe that? But how about, for example, when you come across someone criticizing Christianity, you leave it up to the people who are qualified and you trust that they've put a refutation that makes sense, but you
Well,
haven't done the work yourself.
I've actually, I take those refutations, like let's bring up someone I love dearly. So let's speak hypothetically here, and let's say that the Muslim brings up an objection. He said, "Hey," because what they obviously try to do is like, "Hey, you criticize us, but look, this is in your religion, right?" All right, we go to someone who has more knowledge. I take that knowledge, I consume it, and I regurgitate it. I
No,
say it.
it's not about the you versus me. I'm talking specifically like the Bert Ehrman example.
Yeah.
You don't have enough knowledge to judge whether what Bert Ehrman says is true or not, but
Hmm.
you rely on trusting that the person who I'm not even sure of the story, but his teacher knows more, and therefore you trust that person. So why aren't you doing the research yourself and verifying?
Well, that's a very good question. Well, I'm because I'm working on it actually. I'm working on studying the Bible. I'm working on studying the manuscripts. This thing doesn't just happen overnight. It takes a while. It takes a long time. So I'm not really like I'm not really I've seen but like I've seen the it's like consistent work that God has been doing in my life. Like everything that I used to do, I hate. Like I every like um looking at women, for example. Like I hate that now. I don't want to do that anymore. You know what I mean? And like smoking
That's
pot.
going the completely opposite way. And again, I want to ask you, if a Muslim said the same exact things, that Islam inspired them to no longer, I suppose, like look at women with too much lust, or no longer smoke.
Well, I should say that that's really the opposite of what Islam teaches.
No,
Because
but if Islam, if someone were to say that, and there is a perspective where you could see, yeah, Islam says don't do drugs, and Islam says don't look at strange women. Take slaves out of the equation. Um, don't look at strange women. Do you think that is criteria to believe that the religion is true, or are you just looking at the effects of it are good on your life?
no, I could never see such a thing in Islam, because Islam itself teaches the opposite of what I'm saying.
Well,
Islam.
if it was some other religion then that said, don't do drugs and don't lust after women, would that, and someone said, I that turned my life around, therefore my religion is true, would that be sufficient for you?
No, I never said that this is the reason why Christianity is true. No, I'm saying that this is what this is what God is doing in my life. This is how he, like, I should say, he's working in me and he's doing his will. I'm not saying that this is the reason why Christianity is true or anything like that. I'm saying that this is just my personal experience on why that I believe in God.
No, I understand that, and that's why I'm giving an example of someone who's in a similar situation to you, who had a similar conclusion, which is God, his God, or his version of
Yeah, I'm
God.
saying that
Mm.
there is no. I'm saying that there is no religion that says you should not look at women with lust and you should not do drugs. I'm saying that there is no religion that says you should not do those things, or there's no religion that says those things are bad, because they all have their different version, and they twist it and put it as they are the ones who created it. Like, for example, um
But that's from the presumption. What you're trying to say is Christianity came up with these moral ideas, but all the other religions are just like twisting it or copying it.
No, I'm
That's
not saying
why.
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there. I'm saying I've never really studied Hinduism or um, Buddhism. Can't really speak on those religions because I don't know anything about them. I just know that they worship idols. They worship they're
But we just had
pagans.
a
Yeah,
Hindu today telling
I
us,
know,
yeah.
but I can't really. I know. I've seen a source. Like, I've seen a source, but I don't have it with me. I've seen something that says that that says you can cheat on your wife or something like that. In
No,
Hindu,
but like just one thing at a time, because I noticed that the way that you jump between ideas is very indicative of how these Christian YouTubers, preachers criticize Islam. Just thinking about the idea that they worship idols, we have the testimonies of actual believers from those religions saying we don't actually worship the idols. Do you still believe the Christian narrative that they worship idols?
well, well, I see what they're doing is the same thing what Muslims do. No, we don't actually kill apostates. No, we don't actually allow child marriage. That's how I see them saying, oh, we don't actually worship idols.
But why are you bringing everything back to Islam
Well,
here? Like,
I'm using that as like an example.
mm,
I'm not actually saying, because you can't just take what a person says about the religion is true. You actually have to go in the books and read for yourself. And
right.
that's what
And did you read for yourself about those religions and see that they say they're worshiping the idols?
um how I should say, I haven't, like I've said, I've not studied Hinduism or Buddhism or any. I've not read their book. No, I've not read. But
So how can you determine that they're being deceptive about it?
Well, it's because their actions preach the opposite of what they're saying.
Well, what are their actions that show that they're worshiping the idol rather than the God?
Well, for example, like kissing and bowing down to a lifeless stone is an example, like the Muslims.
But they're telling you that's, well, I'm thinking about Hindus and polytheists, for example. They're telling you that's not worshiping the idol. That's showing God. Like when you put your hands together or bow down, God is like, that's not a physical act that means much to God. You're just trying to express that feeling. So how do you know that this is worship when they explicitly tell you we don't worship the stone, we worship the God?
Then where's the God? Where is the God in the stone? Is the God in the tree? Is
No,
the
but like,
God?
is
I know.
the cross, is the God in the cross?
No, we don't. No Christian would say the God is in the cross. Like no Christian would say
Right.
that.
And they're not saying that God is in the idol, but it's a representation. Like if
Well,
you
like I've
kiss the
said, I don't.
cross or if
I
you
have
like
no
bow in
idea
front of it.
about. I have no idea about Buddhism or Hinduism. That's why I can't really speak on it, and I don't want to speak about it because I don't know anything about it. But I'm just
I
saying.
appreciate that honestly, but a few minutes ago you said they're kind of being deceptive about it. They do worship them, but it's good that you now acknowledge you don't know enough to say if they worship them or not.
I'm saying that you can't just take what they say as fact. I'm saying that it's like what the Muslim says about Islam. They say things that are deceptive to demonize the person that's criticizing their religion. For example, like I gave an example, we don't actually kill apostates, or we don't actually allow child marriage. Is in my head that's the same thing
No,
that Muslim
but
the
you're taking
Hindus say.
skepticism to the point that like, oh, I'm just skeptical of anything that's non-Christian. But when I show you an example of how you're wrong in that assessment, you're not reflecting on it. You're
Like
not thinking, wait a second, maybe I or Christianity or the Christian narrative
I'm saying
wrong
that they
about.
could be wrong. I'm saying that the Buddhists or Hindus, they could be
Do you
lying
think
to
you could be
us.
wrong? Do you think you could be wrong?
Yeah, yes, I think so. But I'm not saying that I am wrong, or I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that I
You're
don't
saying they
have an
could be lying to us, but you can't just generally make that claim without looking at the text and being like, there is precedent. I
right,
know, but
exactly.
there is, for example, precedent about the apostates issue, and you see people sugarcoating and straight up lying, saying, no, that's not actually how it's said. That's a precedent. I get why you're skeptical of those Islamic claims, but to say that a Hindu would say, no, we don't worship the idols, and haven't looked into the texts and to see if they're lying, and to just think there's a chance they're lying, therefore I'm skeptical of everything except Christianity. Is that
Well,
really a skeptical mindset?
well, I never said that I was skeptical except I never said that I was not skeptical of Christianity. I believe in Christianity, but I'm open to learning about Christianity, learning about criticism. I'm open to criticism about Christianity because of such and such criticism are good criticism. I get and they're answered by apologists, etc. I can use those. I can use those answers to strengthen my faith, and I can also learn about those criticisms and those answers because even there's answers
That's a
like
very interesting way of putting it. That you're saying you would see, like, the apologist would use points to refute them, and you would use the. And I think earlier on you said you would regurgitate these points, right? But are you independently verifying these things or trusting the apologist?
I'm verifying them everything because when I first started studying theology, I never trusted David Wood. I never trusted these people until I researched the facts myself, and that's when I began. That's when I began to be very, very skeptical of Islam and what the Muslims were saying. But even if I saw answers for these claims, they were not very good answers. Like Aisha reached puberty, for example.
Right. I
That's
know
not a
that
good answer.
that I acknowledge is like the Islamic apologetics are pretty weak in many instances, but I'm saying I would hope that I would see the same level of scrutiny and skepticism from you towards Christian apologetics, because it seems like you're just trusting, like you say the words like you did your own research and whatnot, but there are instances where you didn't, like the Bart Ehrman example. I hope that you look into it, even with the presumption that this is probably right. Let me just look into it. There's a lot more that you can learn from it if you really do look into it, and don't trust apologists, don't trust me even. Like I tell people to do their own research, but yeah,
Yeah,
there's a lot.
I don't trust.
Mhm.
I should say that I have my favorite apologists, and I have my like. I wouldn't say they're like. I wouldn't say that they're all right at the same time. I should say, but I do say like I'm open to criticism of the Bible. I'm open to criticism of my faith, because if those criticisms could be answered and they're good answers, that will strengthen me in my faith. I'm not very. I'm not because I've leveled them. I've leveled that the Bible is morally superior than the Quran. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's
But
more.
the method you're saying is you're gonna wait for someone to answer, and then you verify that answer. But how come you don't try to make that, like, find that answer yourself, rather than just relying on a single source for it?
Well, it really all depends on what it is, and if I have the knowledge to refute it, I can. But if it's out of my range of knowledge, then I would have need help from a person who knows more knowledge. Like I should say, like for example, the criticism of the manuscripts of the Bible. I don't have enough knowledge I don't have knowledge to refute somebody that does, but at the same time that I can, like, I mean, I could find someone who does have knowledge and they could help me. At the same time, I'm not saying that I should trust them, but I'm saying that if their reputation is good, I can use that for my advantage and I could learn new things at the same time.
Use that for your advantage in terms of what exactly? Sorry, can you clarify?
I can use that. I can use that if they're, like I said, if they're good reputations and they're consistent. I said I could use that as a defense mechanism, like, because people say defense is the best offense. I agree, but offense is also good at the same time.
So do you find yourself often engaged in these arguments?
I'm often engaged on Discord. Like, I'm on Discord a lot, and I usually debate Muslims all the time about the morality of Islam versus the Bible. I'm also in the Discord with atheists. I'm also consistently talking about morals and why atheism is, someone who's an atheist can have very barbaric morals than a Christian can, etc.
Well, I want to give you one piece of advice if you have also one piece of advice for me. Does that
Okay,
sound
go
like a
ahead.
fair trade?
Sure, yes.
My advice would be try not to pit Islam and Christianity against each other, because that could distract you from learning, like actually critically thinking about your own faith, and more like focusing your energy on dismantling the other faith or pointing out the flaws in it, which is valid. Like, I'm not saying the things that you're pointing out are not problematic, but when it's this versus that, there's a lot less focus that you're going to put on your own faith and religion. I would urge you to set aside Islam for a while and just focus on, Christianity. And yeah, you can look at what people criticize Christianity about and the refutations to that, but not from an Islam versus Christianity lens, because that space is not only like very toxic in many ways, it's useless to you, right?
Yeah,
Because
you're right,
yeah,
because I've already noticed that Islam is a piece of garbage, and I don't really need to be focusing on that no more. I need to really be focusing on atheism and Christianity, because I've so far I've
or why
watched
even like
two
just
debates,
atheism? Like, why don't you
or
focus on
Hinduism, or
no, just Christianity? Like, why is it
mm,
always that there has to be an opposing view? Because
be-
that's kind of how I see things. It's not, is Islam true or is atheism true, or is Islam or Christianity? It's more like, let me assess if Islam is true. It is not. Okay, that's how I got there.
yeah. I should say that in my head that there has to. I mean, no two sides can be right. No two sides can be true. So I'm saying that in my head that one is true and one is false.
Or they could
So
both be false. You're forgetting that option.
yeah, sure, true. That's true. That's right. But I'm saying that there has to be some type of truth. There has to be some type of way. There has to be something, because if even if I came to the point that let's speak hypothetically, Christianity is false. I would still believe in a creator. I would still believe in God, but at the same time, I cannot bring myself to believe that there is no God. But at the same time, like, even if I became an atheist, my morals would drastically change. I could say, murder is right, and even if
Wait,
the size,
why would they
wait, let
change?
me
Yeah, go ahead.
let me finish. I'm saying my morals could drastically change, because even when I believed in the incarnation, I believed that everything I was doing was right. I believe everything I was doing, even though I didn't want to hurt myself, I wanted to hurt another person. And in my worldview, that was right. That's what I wanted to do. That's how I felt. And you know, that's in my head, in my body. Well, I should say in my feelings, that's what I wanted to do. That was right. And let's say, but I should say set the morals of the law of the society aside, because even society changes, for like it changes and evolves as because, like, let's say England, they used to allow pedophilia, but they changed. So even though their values were wrong at that time, those people said that their values were correct.
Well, let me ask it this way then. Two questions, and then I'll get back to offering you a chance to give me advice.
Hmm.
Firstly, if you found out that Christianity is not true, or there's a lot of questionable things about it, are you okay with the possibility that there could be a God? It's not either like Christianity is true, therefore there is no God. Are you okay with that in between of, or that position of Christianity is probably not true, and that's it? There could be a God. There's a lot we don't know. That's it. Would you ever be comfortable in that point of view?
No, because I would still be searching for the truth. Because and let me just say plainly, in my head, that there's something in the world, that there's something that we're missing. There's something that's true. If there's something that's absolutely true and there's something that's absolutely false, that's what it's ingrained in my head. Like, that's what I absolutely believe. I'm trying, even if we came to the conclusion that Christianity was false, let's speak hypothetically here, I would try my hardest till I die to find the truth.
Okay. And if you deduce that Christianity is not true, and you deduce somehow that there is no God, do you think you would change your moral? Like, you right now believe that killing is wrong because
Hmm.
of religious reasons. Do you think that if you suddenly realize, or over time realize, Christianity is not true or God does not exist, do you think you'll be more compelled to kill?
I should say, well, I was very like, how I could say that in the past I was very not like, I was very like living like streetwise, like was like very street minded, like in my head, like killing a person, like before I came to Christ, killing a person was a sign of honor and pumpness. Like, if you like, people brag about killing other people. If you hear all the secular music that we listen to, and all the what's going on in the world right now,
I don't know if I'd
people,
call that secular music. That's more like, kind of, you're talking about like gangster stuff, right?
yeah, I'm talking about like uh
You
people
know, a
that
lot of them are
brag.
Christian, right? Like, a lot of them believe in God and Christianity.
No, I don't believe that a true Christian, a real Christian, because the Bible speaks about a lot about heretics. Let me just not heretics, hypocrites. Let me give you one Bible verse. Matthew chapter 7, verse 21 to 23, 24. It says, "Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, shall enter the kingdom of heaven, but only those who do the will of my Father who is in heaven." So even Christians who say that they're Christian will go to hell, just because they lived like they were of the world. Like, because Jesus says, "Get away from me, you who practice lawlessness." So you can't say I'm a Christian and be a hypocrite. You can't say I'm a Christian and live of the world. You can't say I'm a Christian and break the laws of God, for example, because
Okay,
that would
so
mean.
bringing it back to the point, like, if you don't believe in God anymore, like, you are,
Hmm.
it's been proven to you, not someone debating with you, you just actually reached that conclusion honestly. Yeah, God is not real, or Christianity is not real. Yeah, for there people, some people in some circles do brag about how, oh, they shot this person or that person in this whole like gangster culture. Would you, because you don't believe in Jesus anymore, subscribe to that and start wanting to kill people?
I wouldn't say that I would want start. I wouldn't say that I would start killing people. I would say if somebody would piss me off, or I get angry, or somebody took something from me, or somebody tried to harm me, for example, or somebody got on my nerves, or somebody tried to finesse me. So, like, yeah, sure.
So do you feel
I
that?
wouldn't say that I would just think about murder all the time. No, but there is people out there with no God. They don't believe in God. There's no
No, I'm talking
value.
about you, not just
Yeah.
people, just you. Do you feel those urges right now to harm someone, but you're holding back because of Jesus?
No, because in my heart, because I forgave them, like because like my religion teaches me to forgive others, or God won't forgive me. So in my heart, no, I don't feel the urge to kill anyone because I should have already forgiven them. I should have already had like gave them mercy in my heart. At the same time, I don't feel even if I was an atheist to speak, I would still say that murder is wrong. Like, but I don't. As an atheist, I would not know where the values came from. I would say the society gave them to me, for example,
What do you think of
or
atheists when they?
humanism.
Yeah,
Humanism.
what do you think of atheists who answer and give you reasons why they think murder is wrong? Are you not convinced because it doesn't come from a god and therefore
No,
it's not?
I'm saying that somebody can have the same opposing views to that, and they could have the same answers that an atheist is giving, because atheism, I've seen some atheists argue about humanism, but that there's people who go against humanism that are atheists that don't believe in humanism. So it's all depending on the person who you are, because there is atheists who want to kill people, but they can't because they would ruin their life, for example. Because in my head, survival of the fittest is not a good way for us to live, because we know what's right and what's
But
wrong.
that's not what humanism is about, and like that's otherwise survival of the fittest would be like no people with disabilities would get any assistance because survival of the fittest. Um, so I'm just curious
But that's
because
not the
you think
case.
that like you think that Christianity is your anchor to morality, and without it, you think you'd be a worse person if you no longer believe in Jesus? Like, do
Yeah,
you think
I
you
believe
can't
so. I
carry
believe
like?
so. I believe so.
So do you think
I'd
you
be a
can't
worse
like
person.
carry the good morals? You can't carry them out of Christianity and not believe in Jesus anymore?
I mean, I can say that someone like I can say that if someone was an atheist and they had the morals that came from the Bible, I would say, where does your morals come from? Where does your absolute truth come from? Because if there's an absolute truth, there's a absolutely something that's wrong. So I would say I would literally like I would question his morals, because let's say your morals of killing someone is wrong, but where do you say that killing someone is not wrong? Like,
Well, is there any answer that satisfies you except because God said so?
No, I should say not. I say except harming another human being. I mean harming another human being is wrong. But
No,
where do
I'm
you get
saying like, is there a possible answer out there that would satisfy you except because God or Jesus says so?
for what except for what
Like
like
an explanation for why killing is bad, right? You say like you need that divine law. If someone like if you had discussions with a million people and they gave you a million answers about why killing is bad, would any of them satisfy you except the answer because God said killing is bad?
mm, mm, I'm trying to think here. So like let's say an atheist said killing is bad because he harms another human being. I mean, I don't disagree with him, but I'm saying that someone can argue the same opposite position. Like I could say my morals are raping and killing, for example.
I'm saying like so there is no absolute answer that would satisfy you except because God said so.
I don't know. Like I don't know. I haven't looked into every answer out there, but I'm saying that there is people that try to say that their morality, their truth comes from society, and they get their morals from society. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just curious if you ever imagined the possibility of finding an answer that would surprise you, and or if you're just looking, all the answers would not fit the bill because the only answer that makes sense is because God said so.
Like let's say an atheist had a good. I have an answer in my head. I just can't. I can say it, but I'm just trying to, like, I'm trying to say. I'm saying, let's say an atheist did have a good reason to why killing is wrong, but my answer to him would be, why is that reason, and what if somebody argued the opposite? Like let's say somebody argued that killing a person is good.
Yeah, but there are Christians who can argue about why killing a person is good. Like my point is there any answer that would satisfy you except because God said so?
Sure, yeah, it should say yeah, but that doesn't mean their answer would be always true. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't mean, because somebody can argue the opposite of what they're saying.
Well, yeah, and the Christian can argue the opposite of what you're saying using the same text. Does that change the absolute truth about what you believe in?
Well, it really all depends on what it is, because like, I know that God ordered killing and God ordered like stuff in the Old Testament, but those were, I feel like, I just tell you plainly, those were justified reasons on why he ordered them. He ordered them because that's his law, and it goes against nature, and it also goes against humans themselves. I don't really want to bring up no, just not bring that up.
Yeah, I didn't ask a lot of questions about the Old Testament, partly because I don't know that much to have a back and forth, but also I don't want to complicate things. But
Well, for example, God was with Israel, and God was with Israel, like he was with them in the wilderness, right? And there was a tribe, there was a people called Amalek, right? And they wanted to destroy, utterly obliterate, and like destroy all of the Israelites. So they started off by killing the elderly and the children.
like, I'm sure there are more controversial examples that I can't pull out right now, so I'm just gonna gloss over the Old Testament.
Yeah. But that's the main reason why you hear Muslims quote 1 Samuel 15:3. But I'm just giving you an example of what really happened and why God commanded them to be utterly destroyed.
I want to remind you of what I said about my advice before, like, you get to yours for me. Try to not think about it as Muslims versus me or Muslims versus
I know
Christianity. No, and I mean, like, especially in this conversation, we're not talking about Muslims' criticism of Islam. You could put that aside, like their criticism of Christianity. You could just completely forget that. I'm just talking about what you believe, and you can even say my criticism of Christianity if you want to put it that way. That will really help you clear out your mind when you're looking at things, trying to look at them objectively.
Well, I say that an atheist can give good reasons on why something is wrong, but I'm saying he has no basis to say something is wrong, because someone can say the opposite of what he's saying and say that this is right. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's speak hypothetically.
No, I get what you mean, but I would start to see your point of view if Christianity was one very, like, obvious thing that no one can say Christianity says X or Y. It's all very clear. But Christianity and many other religions are also full of differing opinions. So you're not coming from a place of certainty in any way.
Well, how does it give a different opinion? I would like, because a human being can have this different opinion, but
there are so many sects in Christianity. There's so many different points of views on the same stories.
Well, hold on. It really all depends on what type of sect of Christianity you're talking to. I lean to more the non-denominational Orthodox view. That's what I lean to. But there's some views of Christianity that are not supported of the Bible, like Unitarian, Christian values, Jehovah Witnesses, etc. Their views, they pervert. Like, let's
I
give an
know, but
example.
I'm saying like they believe that their views are coming from the same place. Just like, an atheist humanist would believe a certain thing and a non-humanist would believe something else, and they both believe that they're coming from the real truth. So, point is what I'm saying. Your position is not as clear cut as you think when you look at all the others who claim to have the same position.
But yeah, that's because I base what I'm saying off the Bible. I guess you don't really understand because you don't follow the Bible. You don't follow what the Bible has to say, and I can completely understand. And I love you as a human being. I love you as a person. I support you as a person, and I hope you do well. I hope you live your life, and that's really all I could say. But
Well, yeah, I appreciate you trying to put everything into words today. It's not easy, especially, talking to someone on a live stream. So I appreciate you for putting yourself out there and giving us your time. And I want you,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
go
Like, I'm
ahead.
sorry. I wasted your. Never mind.
No, you didn't waste my time at all. No, I'm actually genuinely giving you a compliment. I appreciate you being here, even if like I'm asking a question I don't quite understand your point of view. I'm still getting a little closer, and it gives you a chance to think it out loud too. So I'm genuinely thanking you for that. And I want to know from your point of view, what advice would you give me? Because I don't want to preach down to you. From your point of view, what could I be doing differently in anything in life, in the way that I'm handling my channel? Just any
I
advice.
would s- I would say that there is something out there. You don't have to. That there is something out there. I know you don't believe in God. I don't. I think you haven't still given me the reason. Why don't you believe in God? Just give us a good.
Well, it's basically I don't believe in these gods with personalities that want us to worship them and so on because they've never been proven to be true. So I can just presume that they're not. But it's not a statement about how we came to be. I don't know if there's some higher power or multiple. I don't know, but
So
yeah,
are you full? Are you full atheist, anti-theist, or are you agnostic?
anti-theist is a different position where it's more like the way I understand it is being against the concepts of religions because of the harm that they cause and so on. That's a very different than whether you believe, God is true or not. Um, Agnostic in the sense that I don't know what I don't know, but it doesn't mean there is a God or a higher power. I just don't know which one. It's just a position of I don't know what's out there. I just know the claims that I'm seeing from theism do not make sense. Therefore, they're presumed false.
I should say, does something need to make sense for it to be true?
Yes. At least like if there is no other way to prove it, like if we're arriving at its truthfulness based on argumentation and understanding, then yes, it must make sense for it to be true. It could be that, for example, if my mind is too flawed to understand the truth and it doesn't make sense to me, but it makes sense to other people, there should be a way to convey that sense to me, except if my mind is totally flawed and it's out of my control, then that's the way that God made it.
Well, it really depends. I feel like it really just depends on the person you're talking to. And I feel like okay, this is the advice I would give you, Aladdin. I would say that don't stop here. Keep searching, right? Keep looking for the loot. Keep searching for the truth, like you would say about me, right? And I would say that you should always not right now, not right now. Can you please give me a second? Can you please get out of my room? Well, can you?
Sorry, let me
Okay.
mute you for a second. Are you good?
Some my cousin's father came in the room.
Right.
So my advice to you, Aladdin, is that don't stop here. Keep searching for the truth, and if you come to the conclusion that there is a God, which I don't know, maybe you will, maybe you won't. The truth will hold, but I'm saying that my advice to you would be like, keep searching for the truth, keep searching for God, and my advice to you would be that the world is going downhill. Life is hard to live, especially if you're mid class. Like financial, like being like very rich person, I should say, isn't like our like I should say me and you are like mid class. Like we're not poor, we're not rich, we're in the middle. I should say that our times are going to get harder in the future because of inflation, and I'll say that there is war. Like war is coming, like stuff like in the future, like a lot of chaos and bad stuff is going to happen in the future. So I should say that you should. My message here to you is to be careful of the future. There's a lot of terrible things that are happening in the future. Not that I know the future. I just know that perilous times are coming. Like bad stuff is coming to the earth. Like, because I don't know if you've heard of this or not, but that they were talking about making a new world order. Like they were speaking about this in Saudi Arabia. Not even in Saudi Arabia, but the U.S. people went to Saudi Arabia and started speaking about it. So, I'm really up to date with what's happening in the world, but I don't trust the U.S. news. So I try to, because they try to blind us, and they try to play with our minds. One day gasoline is $8, $6, and the next day it's $5. They really try to play with us, They really tried to play with us,
I think there's a lot there. I appreciate your advice about open-mindedness, and that's why I'm here. Just be careful with a lot of these claims about plans brewing, because I just want to say, since recorded history, there's always been trouble around the corner, and like we're living in much better times than we used to, even as the struggling middle class. But yeah, there's a downturn coming in terms of the economy. There's a lot of stuff that's happening all the time. I hope you don't see that as some kind of bleak, the end is near, because it is not that way. And try to keep the same level of skepticism that you kept, like, for Islam, towards everything in these claims, right? Don't just take it on some authority,
What I'm saying is if like what I said, like what I'm saying is basically that Russia is teaming up with Iran, and the U.S. is teaming up with Saudi Arabia, and China is not, USA is not on good terms with China, and there's a state I forgot Itaewon, something like that. Yeah. Some Asian state called.
There's a lot of unrest and like alliances and all that, but
yeah, I'm saying that there's going to be peace taken from the earth. That's what I'm saying. Like we live in better times now, but that doesn't mean
that's already happened and is always happening. Like COVID happened, for example, and this stuff, like there's always bad things happening, but to think of it as like doom and gloom is about to happen and your one salvation is this, could be an unhealthy mentality. Just try to be positive, and if Jesus is hope for you, then keep the hope. But I hope that you look at I hope that you look at things from a less bleak point of view.
Yeah, in my worldview, I see it as if, like, I see it as like there is like a new world order coming, and there is like I'm not a person that's telling the future or anything. I'm just saying that what I've seen on the news, like what I've seen, if you go online and you search up a World Government Summit, you see these people actually talking about a new world government, and
no, I'm sure
I should say it.
There's
like a digital currency for a digital currency, and FRID chips, and I think they're going to be trying to play in a role. I don't know, but I'm not saying
all
that
I'm
they're
gonna say is like beware. Of the existence of far-fetched conspiracy theories and rabbit holes that you can get down into.
Sure, you can say that they're conspiracy theories, but if they
I know there are actually like conspiracies that are happening. I get that, but like be careful of that view of the world, because it's a mishmash of things that are kind of on your radar. but there's a lot of falsehood that's getting in there at the same time. Just be careful and try not to worry about the burden of the entire world. If you do believe in God, God is going to handle it, right? So just focus on yourself. Don't worry about all this stuff that's going on, because there's a
Well,
huge chance, like, mhm.
it's not about God will handle it. It's because how I should say God already prophesied that. God already prophesied in the Bible. I know you don't believe in the Bible, but I'm just telling you my perspective. God already prophesied in the Bible that there would be chaos, right? That peace will be taken from the earth, and
But that's always
like
happened and always will
like not
continue to happen.
hold on. It's not that. It's not. I'm trying to wrap my head around the four horsemen of apocalypse. That's what I'm trying to say. And there's also Beyonce, like there's also pictures of Beyonce taking pictures of horses that are white, that are red. I mean, yeah, that are white, that are red, that are black, etc. I'm trying to wrap my head around the four horsemen of apocalypse.
I'm going to be
If
very
there's any
honest. Like,
Christians in the, yeah,
I'm going to
I
be
know you
very
don't. I
honest.
know you don't
This
believe
is
in it.
not just that. This is venturing deep into conspiracy theory territory. Just be careful, because there are, at least, like,
Yeah,
listen to the perspective of people who have had these beliefs and then they've sobered up from them at some point. They're like, you know what, I've gone too far. Get an idea of, like,
yeah.
they started making all these, like, links between symbolisms and prophecies and stuff. Just beware, because it could drive you to very dark and confusing places.
I'm saying I'm saying you could call them conspiracy theorists, conspiracy theories or whatever. But if they actually happen, then what do you have to say then?
No, I'm saying, like, symbolisms, like, for example, bringing it back to Islam, because that is what I'm more familiar with. There was a lot of, like, fake, and still is fake, photoshopped stuff, or just not Photoshop, just news in WhatsApp groups and chain emails back in the day about, look, Coca-Cola written backwards means this and all that kind of stuff. And they
Oh
totally
no, I'm not
believed.
even. I'm not talking about that. That I never was convinced about this stuff. What I'm
No, no, I'm
convinced
not saying
about
that you were.
is
I'm saying it from an outsider's point of view, it's the same lack of actual logic. It's applying a pattern, pattern recognition, that, oh, I see this physical pattern, or I see horses of that color, therefore it's this prophecy.
no
Just be very
no
careful.
these horsemen of apocalypse actually have a meaning towards put towards them, and they have a special thing about them that will happen to the earth. Like for example, let me give an
No, no,
example.
I get what you're coming from.
Hold
I
on.
know there's more to it than that, but just be careful, because, like, I know someday you might look back at this and think there's a lot of signs that I missed, that this is all, like, really trying to make a pattern fit what's happening. Just try to be skeptical about these conspiracy theories, okay? Just be very careful with that.
Okay, well, all I'm saying is that there is a new world coming, like that there is a new world order coming, like and they're already started talking about this, and I'm trying to give you the source. It's called a New World Summit in Saudi Arabia, where all the rich people of the world come together and speak about the future of
Is it titled the New World Summit? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, they have a website called the New World.
Like,
I'm
don't
trying
you
to
think that
remember.
if they're going to do something like that, which, by the way, I don't deny that there are forces at play politically and wealth-wise, like very wealthy people who try to influence social media and laws and all that stuff. But if they
No,
were going to
because this
do
is not
it,
being told to the public. This is not
I
being
know,
told to the
and they wouldn't
public.
tell the public, obviously. But if they're going to do it, why would they call it New World Order Summit? Like, that's like,
Because wait, that's where they that the summit came to, where all the even people from CNN came to talk about the future of the earth, and they came to talk about the blockchain and our currency, and they were talking about digital currency, and they were also talking about, they were
so
also,
people
because this is
discussing,
big.
like, no, what I'm saying is, there is a
If I
seed
can
of
show you a
truth.
video,
No,
like if
you
I
could
could
send
show you
that,
the
like,
video.
What I'm
I
trying
mean,
to
like
say is,
if I could show you.
well, not on the stream, but I will watch whatever video you talk about. But I just want to give you this hint of this idea. There could be a seed of truth to, oh, there was a summit where many people from different places were talking about the effects of digital currency. We're talking about certain things. It doesn't mean that the rest of the conspiracy theory is true, which is because they're all conspiring to make a new world order. At the same time, there is truth to forces of political powers and otherwise that are trying to influence laws. Just be careful not to take the whole conspiracy theory package together because of a seed of truth of a summit about
Well,
cryptocurrency, you know?
I don't really take it as a conspiracy theory because, like I said, this is, well, Bible prophecy. The Bible spoke about like a new world order and such, and it's actually being talked about and being maybe we don't know about it right now, but there will be I should say there will be a time where the USA will no longer be USA. I should say that there because
remember Nazi Germany? Like at that time, if you were a Christian thinking the same way you think, there's a new world order coming.
no,
I'm
not saying about Nazi Germany. I'm talking about
no, I'm giving an example.
The USA is 30 trillion dollars in debts.
No, I'm
That's
giving
what I'm
an
saying.
example. If you were looking at Germany at the time and you're like, wait, something is brewing, there's a new world order, which they were explicitly saying, we're going to try to run the world now. You would see that and be like, that's a prophecy fulfilled. And then that failed. And then every time any kind of political unrest happens, you would think that's the prophecy fulfilled. But we see from history that these things, like when these things happen, it's not a prophecy. It's just how the world is. It's always in conflict.
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't say that the World War II thing I wouldn't say that that was a false prophecy because they actually won. They actually won the war in 1946, I think.
Who won the war?
I'm saying that
Nazis were
the
defeated?
Jews. I'm saying that the Jews they got their land back in 1946. Israel became the Jewish state again, and also the Bible talks about wars and stuff like this. That's not like a
no. What I'm trying to convey is like
anything.
if you were lived back then and you had the same mindset, you would see it as, oh, the prophecy is being fulfilled, but then it stops being fulfilled, so it's dismissed as like, oh, that's not the decline that we're talking about. Like that's, you see how it's just applying patterns of whatever's happening applies to the prophecy.
I lagged out.
That's okay. I was saying you
lagged
see how
out. I was lagging. I'm lagging. Hello?
you hear me now?
Yeah, I'm lagging. I'm just lagged out. I think my phone's on 1%. That's why.
That's all right. Well, let's wrap it up here then.
All right.
Yeah.
Just be prepared for the future. Be spectable. Don't let these people who are politically in political power to determine your life. Okay, don't trust them, because there will come a time where everyone is going to have to rely on them. Because this is what you're being mainstream. Like, you know what I mean? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Well, yeah, I'm there. If I'm not saying that it's a conspiracy theory if it's actually happening, but I'm saying that our future as the USA, for there to be a one world government, there would be no more USA. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah. And I'm saying, hold on. I'm saying that the USA is $30 trillion in debt. And this is why
we're
such
straying
countries
far away from the topic. So
yeah, I know.
I'm gonna have to stop you there.
Because I'm gonna hang up. But
yeah.
I'm saying know that the USA is. You can look it up yourself. But do you know the USA is
I know,
$1 trillion?
very unstable. Yep.
Yeah. So they're. I feel like either war or economical crash is going to happen on the economy, and there is going to be a civil war.
Okay, well, I have to say that I do acknowledge these as theories.
Yeah, that's
thanks,
fine.
thanks
That's
for
fine.
sharing everything with us.
If they come to pass, just know, just remember, I said these things to you.
Right, and if
So God
nothing
bless you.
happens, just remember I told you to be skeptical. So please
All
assess
right,
your
that's fine.
beliefs.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I shake your hand to that. I would shake your hand to that. I shake your hand to that. But
sounds
I
good.
feel like 20, 30 years from now, something is going to happen. You can't just say nothing is going to
There's
happen
always
because
a war that's going to happen. So just be careful and try to not focus too much on these conspiracy theories.
I have a
please.
question. I have a question before I leave. A question. Do you think Russia is going to stop at Ukraine, or do you think they're gonna
I
keep
don't
going?
know. I don't know
Yeah.
anything about this, and I'm not going to comment on it.
All right. Have a great day, Aladdin. Goodbye.
Thanks. You too. Bye-bye. All right. Just an FYI, I seem to be having some technical difficulties. So if I cut out of nowhere, that could be the end of the stream. So I'm sorry in advance. But we have one last caller, Rashid Abdurrahman. Thank you for waiting. I think Abdurrahman, I can't read the whole name. Thank you for waiting this whole time. I just need to read this one comment. Agent XL, whatever VII, I don't know Roman numerals anymore, is saying, I'm not trying to gatekeep, but a true ex-Muslim would not want to have anything to do with any religion ever again for a long time because of his religious trauma. I disagree because someone can be an ex-Muslim, having believed in Islam and then transition to another religion. The majority don't, because usually the contesting is of the concept itself, usually, but that's not a rule. And also, it's not that every ex-Muslim has religious trauma. So I disagree with that statement, and I just wanted to make that clear. You cannot just look at someone who now believes in something else that's supernatural and think that means they're lying about being ex-Muslim. It also doesn't mean they have to believe everyone who claims they are ex-Muslim, but I try not to focus on that too much if it's not the point of the of the conversation. Yeah, ex-Muslims takfiring ex-Muslims. Yeah. Anyway, Rashid, thank you for waiting this long. I'm adding you in 3, 2, 1. Hey, Rashid, how's it going?
It's going very well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for waiting this long.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It was very interesting to listen to. We even talked about Beyonce, so that was quite interesting. I mean, how is it going with you? I mean, are you winded out? I mean,
I'm good. It's usually that I need a bathroom break towards the end, but I can handle it till the call is over. Other than that, I'm good. I'm just chilling.
I mean, because the last time when I came on, we before I actually talk about that, Sammy's when you're talking to Sammy, I found many of the things that he was talking about very fascinating. I hope that if he's listening, I would love to talk to him myself, because much of what he was saying resonated a lot with me. Like some of the views about God, that the views that I have about God, or even within Islamic tradition, it's very much similar. Like, for example, even when he mentioned there that when they pray at the end, they say peace, peace. And I was like, really? Because as you know, when Muslims they pray, they also say salam alaikum wa rahmatullah. After, I was saying, okay, that is quite a coincidence. I mean, he's very interesting. I hope he's listening. If he is, I would love very much to talk to him just about the theological aspects of his beliefs. I found what he said very interesting.
Yeah. Well, you might find each other in the comments afterwards.
Yeah, hopefully. Anyway, last time when I came on, and we talked a little bit about why I believed, and at the end there, I said that I would have wanted to talk about the Quran 434, if it was possible. So I thought that maybe today I would come on and try to share my own understandings about that verse, or that issue of domestic violence or wife beating. That's why it was okay for me to wait until the end, for people who have never been on the stream, or who have more of they deserve to come before me in a way. So
Sure. Well, thanks for waiting to give them an opportunity first. And yeah, it is a bit off topic, but yeah, we can talk about it. Yeah. So first of all, you are a Muslim, and you believe that Islam is from Allah, is from God. Your views are about this verse 434, the verse that I would allege has to do with wife beating or allowing wife beating in certain situations. So
Yes.
tell us what you think.
Well, I think that I have my approach when it comes to the Quran. I take the Quran to be, since it is the primary historical source that we have within Islam, so I would consider it to be more of a witness as to what was happening during the time of the Prophet, in favor of other documentations that we have within Islam. So I take sort of like, for example, like they do within history, they look at which documents are the earliest, and they would be able to judge better or as to what was happening during that specific time. So that's why, for example, I tend to lean more towards looking at the Quran itself and looking at the verses as to what they're actually telling us, or what the Quran says as a whole. And for me, when I look at that verse, it's not giving me the same understanding as it gave you when you made the commentary on it. For me personally, yes, I do think that it is talking about beating. So I'm not going to try and spin and say, oh, the word daraba does not mean hit, as some people have done. I do believe that it means hit. But what I do contend is that the verse has been maybe not exactly maybe misunderstood, but not appropriated in the way it should be appropriated. I would use that word maybe. And for me, it's basically, if you look at the verse, and I don't want to waste so much of your time on this, but if you look at the verse, and I will just read out the verse first. It says, الرجال قوامون على النساء بما فضل الله بعضهم على بعض وبما أنفقوا من أموالهم. So if we take that first sentence, would you disagree with the statement of that first sentence?
So that first part is
Yeah.
الرجال قوامون على النساء. Men
Yes,
are
yes.
dominant over women.
Well, I wouldn't use dominant, but I know you did use it. But let's say that it meant dominant over women. Would you disagree with that statement as per the time when it is said?
That's an interesting caveat there. You're saying in that time, men, it was a patriarchal society, so men were dominant over women.
Yes.
And so that the verse makes sense in that context.
Yes, I mean, for me, I don't have a problem with it, because it is not saying ya ayyuhar rijal kunu qawwamina ala nisa. Okay, that's not what.
But it's the way that it's stating things is it's a matter of fact. Men are dominant over women. It's not saying men will. I think what you're trying to communicate is it doesn't say you should always be dominant over women. Therefore, it leaves room for men to not be dominant over women.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it is just stating a statement. It is just stating something that was there at the time. It's not commanding. It's not that sentence. الرجال قوامون على النساء. That
I disagree, because
over women.
The description here, especially if you continue the verse, بما فضل الله بعضهم على بعض,
yes,
because of what.
But I just wanted to say that.
But that ties into that part that it's just a statement, because it's a statement that God is qualifying with because of the qualities that we gave men over women. That's it's basically as good as command, because it's saying the reality is men are dominant and always will be, because men will always have these qualities that I gave them over women.
Well, I wouldn't see it as such, because if we're to look at, that's when, for example, I hesitated translating the word qawwam as domination or to be dominant. That's why I hesitated. I think that it is more of something that to keep in line, or to or to be the maintainers of something. So what the verse
these are very different things: keeping in line and maintaining, and providing for. These are different meanings.
But that's the thing is that the word qawwam itself is that you can't restrict it to dominance, because it is used in other places over the Quran, and you wouldn't apply dominance over that in this same chapter.
But what it matters in is the context that it's used in. right?
Yeah.
So in this kind of context, it means, not only is it very clear that it means dominance, it's irresponsible of the author to write it if it could very obviously mean dominance.
No, but I mean, why do you think it means dominance?
Because so here God is saying men are better than women in many things, right? Then what other meaning could it mean except they are
No, but
a level above them, a degree above them?
no, but that's the thing, is that that's not what he's saying. That's not what it's saying. You are imposing that reading onto the verse. So
No,
I'm
I mean
saying,
that's all the tafsir too. Like I didn't
yes,
pull
yes,
the
I agree
tafsir,
with
but
you. I agree with
yeah.
you on that one. On that's what the tafsir say. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you that as far as the reason, the sabab nuzul of this verse, that the reason given for it, yet it leads to that kind of reading. I agree with you 100% on that. That's what those scriptures say. That's why I told you that my approach when it comes to the Quran, I look at the verse and I look at the actual wording of the verse and what it's actually trying to tell me. So for me, the word qawam here is not it's not a false statement as far as the time in which it was said. And this word qawam here, you translated it as dominance. I wouldn't translate it as such. And what it is actually saying is that men are the qawam over women, as in men are the qawam as opposed to women, because of such an advantage that God has given
Wait,
some
so
of
what does it
them.
translate to? Sorry, I missed that part.
Yes, that's the thing, is that there are certain words within Arabic that are very difficult to translate within English. And qawam just happens to be one of those words that can have multiple meanings or multiple translations.
But so with you don't have to translate it to one word, one for one. What meaning does it convey then?
Okay. Yes, I would say that something like maintaining or operating, I would say. So what the verse is saying, that the men are qawam ala nisa, they are not dominant towards the women, but rather that they are the ones who are qawam within society. So when it comes to societal matters, men at the time were the one who were maintaining everything, as opposed to women.
But
And the reason,
yeah, but then it says over women. Ala
yeah,
nisa.
yes, that's the thing, is that because it's saying that as opposed to women, because there are certain advantages that God has given them or above others, or God has given some of them above others. So there are certain advantages that God has given men over others, and because of what they spend of their wealth. So that in itself, for me personally, is not a false statement as far as the time in which it is said. Anybody could have made that statement. I don't think that this is a statement that is supposed to be taken to refer to all time, that men are going to be the qawwam ala nisa.
I feel like you have to have a word with God then about this, because the majority of humanity, the majority of Muslims throughout history have read it the obvious way, which is not just I'm making an observation about how things are and I hope they get better in society. It's a true fact according to Islam. God preferred men over women. بما فضل الله بعضهم على بعض. Therefore, men are caretakers of, if you want to call it that. Men are dominant over, men are maintainers of women, which is very infantilizing to women. But it's
again, for me, I see it as it's saying that men are the qawwam, as opposed to. So you would see it as men are the ones who are taking care of women. That's how you are seeing it, right?
I mean,
Men
that's how it's presented, right? Because you're saying maintainers.
Yes,
operational, like
as opposed to women. Okay.
But it says on women. It's not just like men run society and women don't. It's men are dominant over, or maintainers of women. It's specifically that.
You see, that's the thing, is that I wouldn't say that it's saying maintainers of women.
But it says ala nisa, on women.
Ala nisa, that means that above, or as opposed to women. Men
so if men are up, then who's down?
Opposed to, as far as the societal construct was at the time.
No, I get what you mean that, okay, in society, men are dominant, therefore they run stuff, but who's being run here? It's explicitly over women, the degree over women.
Yeah, again, I said that for me, I see the word ala to mean as opposed to women. Not that there are the ones who are, as it's a general statement within society at the time. It's
I mean,
not
even if
said-
it's like linguistically, it means over, but even if we say as opposed to women, they're
Mhm.
still in that position of being infantilized and controlled and under the men in degree. It
But
doesn't
how,
matter whether you say as opposed to or over.
but the thing is that, is it a false statement? That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, is
But
it
is it a statement of this is how things are at the moment of time?
it's a statement of fact as far as the time it is said, yes.
So are the advantages that God gave over women according to this verse, are those dependent on time?
Yes, they can also be dependent on that time, because bima anfaqu min amwalihim, that is also dependent on time.
No, but
It's
these are
not
two
something.
things. بما فضل الله بعضهم على بعض وبما
Yes,
أنفقوا. Those are two separate things.
yes, the faddala ba'dahum ala ba'd, that can also be in all kinds of things that it is not specific that it's talking about biology, or it's talking about there are certain things that God has given them an advantage over others. As
So
far as the time
your
it is,
view is that it was just a description of what was going on at the time.
yes,
Can you concede that it's a confusing way to word things?
the Arabic, I wouldn't say it is for me personally, but I can
No,
see
but
why.
what about al-Tabari? What about al-Qurtubi? What about every Muslim in history? Like,
Yeah, but
aren't they confused compared to you?
no, I wouldn't say they're confused in that sense. I just say that
They're
because
mistaken, right?
no, I still, again, I wouldn't say mistaken, because you have to take a lot of things into consideration. You see, because the way people are living at the time have a lot of influence onto how people understand, and I know that also reflects on me. So I'm not taking myself out of that equation. That at that time when people are interpreting Quran, that a lot of things, play an influence. Like, for example, when these
Wait, so
tafsir,
their judgment of it or understanding is influenced. It's not the objective understanding of that verse.
yes, okay, that
That's
that
an incorrect understanding then.
which one?
If their understanding is influenced by whatever's around them, what is
Mhm.
the objective truth of this verse?
The objective truth is that as far as the time, because when it is said, at the time when it is said, see, it is a commentary on what was happening as far as the time it is said. Now, later on, when people take that and then apply it onto themselves and use it in a way that is in a negative sense. So that's what I'm saying
But
is that
how do you know that there's an expiration date on it? And do you not see that it's a flaw to write it without an expiration date?
no, I don't see that.
So it's not a flaw that there are people who don't know what you know, which is that it's now expired.
I would not say that there's a flaw with how it is worded, or that there's a flaw with how it is. I'm saying that there are a lot of things that play into people's interpretation of certain verses.
Yeah, but who set these things in motion without the clarification of the verse? It's the author.
The author. The thing about the Quran is that it let's say it's very subtle in what it's trying to say. So it doesn't speak directly, or it doesn't.
That was not subtle, though. That verse is very obvious.
That, I mean, to you, maybe because you already you have.
I
you
mean,
already
to me and like everyone throughout history, or most of people, what I'm trying to say is, if the subtlety is, and this verse expires, don't actually, beat women, and they're not,
no,
that's the wrong place for subtlety.
no, I'm not saying that it is expired and you're not using it. I'm saying that it's just a commentary at what the verse can still apply today in certain societies. Like if you go in
Wait,
certain
so which is
societies,
it? How do you know that if it's a commentary or a command for a certain society?
I'm saying that it is a commentary given the society in which it was revealed. So you can obviously see that in certain societies you can see the same thing happening within certain societies.
But that's a
I'm not
flaw
saying
that
this
should be
thing is
fixed rather
expired.
than described. That's a
I'm
flaw
sorry.
in these societies. Like if this is the way that societies are running, there are better ways to run a society. So why would God just describe it rather than say, here's a description and it's not the best way and I hope you figure out something better in the future. It's more like this is the way things are. That's how it's presented.
Yeah, but I'm saying that, but why is that a bad thing though? If God, for example, let's say like God, for example, comments on something, okay, but he immediately doesn't give, let's say, a ramification, or it doesn't give like a solution for it. Like, why is that? Why do you see that as being that God was wrong for commenting the way he did? If
Because we
let's
see the effects, like well, we could get to the point of the verse, which is, or the point of why bringing up this verse, the word beating, the wife beating part. That's a consequence when people so-called misunderstand the verse. It's harmful. It's because the author did a poor job of writing it.
Again, I wouldn't say that. And I don't think that it is worded in a way that lacks. For me personally, I don't think that it is worded in a way that lacks. You could see it as such, but I think that the reason why people see it as such is because there are certain other things that are influencing and they are imposing that reading onto the Quran, that they are
Yeah, but a good text would be immune to these influences. And these influences, to the point that the most religious people were influenced by. Who do you blame except the author of the text?
I would blame the people.
So
I
you
mean,
think that the text is clear, but it's Al-Tabari's fault, Al-Qurtubi's fault, Ibn
No, I'm
Kathir's
saying
fault.
that look, if I write a text, okay, I can write it in the best way I can. Okay, I can write it in the best way I can, but that doesn't mean that someone is not going to take it the wrong way.
Yeah,
Because
but God knows how to write it so that nobody takes it the wrong way. I know how to write it so that nobody takes it the wrong way.
okay, but can you guarantee that you could write something that nobody can take the wrong way? Can
I
you
can write
guarantee?
it better than that. That one verse, I can guarantee you I can write it better than that.
Yeah, right now you can. But given if you were living at that time, let's assume that, for
Yeah,
example,
but God has hindsight
at that
on
time.
his side. God
Yes,
doesn't just live at the time.
yes, and that's what I'm saying, is that God needs to write something that is both applicable during that time, but can also be applicable in our time or at all times.
There are
That's
ways
why
to do that. There
that's
are
why
ways to do that. Like, but the way that you're describing it, like I've actually, in my tafsir book, that verse, I wrote a word in between, or like took out one word, وَضْرِبُوهُنَّ. And just to show that I can fix the verse, right? Because some people say وَضْرِبُوهُنَّ means to separate. There's already a part of the verse that says separate. I put a line through it. That fixes it.
I don't think that it means separate from them. I think it's quite clear that it means strike or hit or beat or whatever.
Yeah, so can we get to that scenario? Sure. Why did God write that in that verse?
Okay. See, the first thing is that the verse, the word, or sorry, let me try to look at the words. Okay, so when it says that فَعِظُوهُنَّ وَهُجُرُوهُنَّ فِي الْمَضَاجِعِ وَضْرِبُوهُنَّ, that when it gives that, it's not giving you a point by point system. I think you can see that in Arabic. That it's not giving you a step by step system. Can you see that? Because
No,
if it
because
was,
it is, because it's saying fa. That's the next thing.
no, it says that فَعِظُوهُنَّ, so do
Advise
advise
them.
them, وَهْجُرُوهُنَّ فِي الْمَضَاجِعِ, and if it wanted to say, then do this, then do that, why not say ثُمَّ?
Wait, you should ask the author that way, but
Yes.
no, here's the thing. First of all, it doesn't matter what order they're written in, right?
No, I'm
But
not
it
saying
says fa.
order.
Like, do you not
I'm
agree
not
that in
saying
Arabic
order.
fa means next?
Yeah, I'm not saying order. I say, yeah, but there is no fa between the different words. The fa comes at the beginning. It says فَعِذُوهُنَّ
Yeah.
وَهْجُرُوهُنَّ فِي الْمَضَاجِعِ.
One can conclude easily that you give advice before you separate the beds. Like, you don't have the fight with your wife after you slept on the couch. You've talked
Yeah,
about it first.
but I'm trying to tell you that it's not giving you a point, a step by step.
So what is it giving us?
Okay. See, the reason why it is worded that way without it's this step-by-step thing that, we've all heard people say constantly, that it's saying, do this, then if that doesn't work, then do this, then if that doesn't work, then do that. Okay? The verse is appealing to the human understanding, the cognitive human understanding of the individual. It's going with the person that is able to understand that you are supposed to apply what is appropriate to the situation. You are supposed, let me finish just a second, that if you see or notice new shoes, you are supposed to apply something that is, I'm looking for the English word, something that is corresponding to that sort of new shoes that is, that you're seeing. If the new shoes is a wording, let's say we're just talking and that kind of thing, then you can apply this method. If the new shoes is of a different kind, you can do وَهْجُرُوهُنَّ فِي الْمَضَاجِعِ, then you can do hijr for the madaji'.
I have 1,000 objections to this. I don't want to cut you off, but
that's fine.
Like, this implies that, first of all, we're pointing this all at men. You need to do this for your women, and nobody's keeping the men accountable except their own conscience and maybe some law of the land, which allows you to beat your own wife. So there's a huge power imbalance here. But not only that, it is wrong, because the verse is very clearly put in a way of escalating, I don't know, commands or whatever it may be. This is what you need to do. They're escalating in severity. But also, in what situation does beating her for disobedience or nushuz help? Like, according to the person's best judgment or whatever.
Yeah, I'm saying that's what I was trying to get at. Is that you are supposed, if the nushuz is violence, okay, then you can apply.
But who mentioned violence? Like, obviously, if your wife is beating you, then beat her back, or like stop her from beating you or something. That's not what we're talking about. But God said nushuz. What is nushuz?
Yes, but that's the thing, is that if the nushuz is referring to a sort of an uprising, or it just means to rise up, basically, in Arabic, just to an uprising. It doesn't mean to disobey or to be rebellious or something. It just means like there's an uprising that is happening within a family structure. So
why is that structure the guy above the woman for an uprising to happen even? You see the problem here?
No, okay, so you are saying, what exactly are you trying to say here? That there is no hierarchy between marriages?
In a healthy marriage, there shouldn't be a hierarchy where the man is telling the woman what to do, and if she uprises, whatever personal interpretation that is.
But there is. Every marriage has a sort of hierarchy in different situations that you cannot have.
No, we're not talking about different situations. It's a clear hierarchy of the man being dominant, as Allah said, over the woman, or being the caretaker, provider, whatever. Isn't that how things are in a Muslim marriage?
Well, within a Muslim marriage, they do have that sort of arrangement. But I'm saying that as far as the verse is concerned, the verse is not trying to portray that understanding, but that's the understanding that unfortunately has been influenced throughout history.
If that is true, that's because the author did a very poor job of writing the verse. It's a bad verse.
I don't think that it is. I think that it is. I really don't, because
then the author doesn't know the audience. It's either that all those people were stupid and influenced, or maliciously influenced this verse. Whatever it is, the author didn't do a good job of safeguarding the verse, where it's very clear and getting to the uprising part. So, what is a scenario where the guy can beat his wife?
Okay, if I say that one of those situations is that there might be certain women who can have violent tendencies. So if the uprising turns to escalate to a level where it is violence, then the man may apply that sort of.
That is really reaching, because first of all, this situation is so rare and not applicable.
That's the point.
That's not the point, though. The verse doesn't say in the rare situation where your wife gets physically violent, you can beat her back. And that's still a bad lesson, because what you should be teaching is restrain her and get her mental health help, or report her to authorities, whatever, not beat her if she disobeys generally, right? But like, this is such a fringe scenario that makes no sense.
But restraining, if you are saying that you're supposed to restrain, what about when you are restraining, but you require, but the restrainment would require violence?
What is all of this? What about? Like, where's the verse that says if your husband is beating you, then you need to do this or that? Like, this is very clearly giving license to man to beat. And I'm glad you're the kind of person who doesn't seem to that he would get up and beat his wife. But like, how are you reaching for the most fringe scenario to say if she starts beating, then you can beat her back? That's what this general verse is saying.
I don't think that it's reaching. I'm just saying that, look, you're reading the way you see it. I don't think that that is.
I'm reading it the way that the language is, the way that the scholars are reading it. Like, I just don't understand where there's any room for wiggling out of this, the horribleness of this verse.
I don't see it as such. For me personally, looking at the Arabic itself, the Arabic just doesn't personally allow for that.
So were all these scholars wrong in not understanding of Arabic?
No, they understood Arabic, but I'm saying that there are a lot of things that influence this. Of course, they wanted to read it as such. They wanted.
So they wanted to read it as wife beating because it's a flaw in them.
Yes, they wanted to see it as because there's a flaw in society. There's a flaw there's a lot of things.
Well, why didn't God fix that flaw with words rather than giving them a tool? Like, I can rewrite this verse to say, and only beat your wife if she gets physically violent and you need to restrain her. Boom, no one can misinterpret that. No amount of misogyny.
Okay, fine. Yes, you can say that that is clearer. You can say that. But I'm saying that
that's clearer than the Quran.
I'm saying, okay, fine. You can say that. But I'm trying to imply here that for you're asking that why didn't God just make the society and change the rules and all that? But that's not how God operates, or that's not how.
Yeah, because he's not operating with anything. God is, like, the author is just reinforcing these bad things. God didn't do anything to actually fix this domestic violence situation. The most Muhammad did was a hadith where he says, those who beat your wives, they're not the best of you. Laysu bi khiyarikum. After giving them the tool to beat their wives. Not about, like, there's even hadith about, like, the women were becoming too bold with their husbands, so then this verse came out. It wasn't about the women beating up their husbands. It wasn't about gangs of women beating their husbands. It was just women are too bold for our likings and we like the patriarchal society.
Yeah, that is if you take that kind of if you look outside, of course, of the Quran. As
if you look into the Quran, it's worse.
I don't agree with that, but I see why you would read it as such. For me personally, I don't think that it can lead to that sort of to that sort of understanding, because for me it
is leading to that.
Purpose. It is worded like that for purpose. It is worded in a way that it's not giving you a step by step.
Well, it is leading to that. We already see that in history, and today it's already happening. How can you not see that it could lead to that situation?
No, I didn't say it couldn't. I didn't say that it couldn't lead to domestic violence. Obviously, it could. It has.
Then it's a flawed verse.
Why is that, though?
Because a perfect verse would leave no room to be used for domestic violence.
But nobody said that. It doesn't have to be perfect.
Yeah, because the Quran is perfect. It's the word of God. It's every letter in it, every tashkil is perfect.
But that's not true. You know that, Aladdin.
I know that the Quran is not perfect. That I know. But if you're a Muslim, you believe that it is.
I don't.
So,
and the thing is because that easily refutable. If you say, Aladdin, that if a book is from God, then it has to be perfect. Then you have to bring into question all other scriptures which are claimed to be corrupted. You see that
it's not my claim, but the Quran is supposed to be, okay, let's not say perfect. It is, this verse alone is so poorly written, I can do a better job in 30 seconds of rewriting it. Okay. Without even like the impossible standard of perfection. This is a bad verse. I can fix it in less than 30 seconds with a human mind. Why is it presented this way?
It is presented this way because it is, I would say it is because it is, let's say it is subtle. That's the first thing that I would say, that it can both speak to the time in which it was revealed, and it can also speak in our time. That your way might work for, the this kind of society, but I don't see how your way would have worked in that kind of society in which it was
To
revealed.
simply tell them don't beat your wives? Is that so hard to do?
Well, the thing is that given the society in which the Quran was revealed, that you need to understand that certain women, and this is going to seem like, someone out there is going to think that, oh my God,
I think I know where this is going. Yeah, go ahead.
for domestic violence. But I'm saying that this was a norm of the time. Okay, and
So what?
no, but let me finish. And women at the time might have seen someone who doesn't carry out that act, and this is also there actually today.
This is such a stretch. So you're saying women who see a man who's not gonna beat his wife for disobedience, they would respect him less, and like it would destroy the family?
Being from Africa myself, Aladdin, I can tell you that this is a real thing within the place where I am from.
Right. That's because this society needs fixing, where you need to teach
Yes.
them that's
But
not a
that's-
good way to think about things.
But that's easy. You could say, but you could say, but you can fix that, or you can fix that. But how are you going to fix those women? Let's say, like, for example,
If I'm God, I would start by telling the women it's not manliness and macho-ness and a desirable quality to want to beat your wife. I can start with that.
Yeah, but I mean, those women, if they don't see it as such, what would you say to them?
You're God. You can say whatever you want. You could teach them a
No, I'm
moral
saying
lesson.
if you were talking to those women who didn't see it as, let's say, they didn't consider it high, they didn't respect
I would
it.
tell them tales, or if I could show them, I would show them examples of men and women who respect each other and happy couples that way. I would show
Yeah.
them this is a better method than having a man who's like so angry he'll start beating up anyone or whatever. Like he'll beat a woman and that's how he proves himself.
No, but that's not what what it's also saying, that in order to prove yourself you need to beat your wife. No, it's saying that given a situation in which the woman is recalcitrant, that given the situation that a man could reach that level, okay, that in certain societies those sort of men are not respected. They are not seen by women, not by men.
The men who
by
don't beat their wives?
I say men who wouldn't go to that level, wouldn't reach that level.
Then it's a shit society that needs fixing. Like, and you're asking for how do you fix that society? There are ways. You don't fix it by doubling down on the bad
Yeah, but
things.
that's the thing, is that you are employing that, you are saying that that's a shitty society.
But
that's a society that works for them.
Yeah, but it doesn't quite work for them. Like
But how
the
do you know?
victims of these societies, like women who get subjugated to this kind of living, they just start to make sense of it. They're like, I guess I need a man who's ready to beat me. That's just the way it is. We see examples of how when that society is fixed, that women are happier that way. Like my first solution would not be to double down on it just because, oh, that's how it is here. God is not about that's how it is. God's supposed to show us morality.
No, I mean, I'm saying that given that society is not, societies are not just black and white, and we cannot just apply just one way of a certain society and just apply it on other societies.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, you don't do the black and white thing of giving a wife beating verse to the humanity that's going to last forever. Like if the Muhammad's time was such an aggressive time, God needed updates to tell them, okay, well, don't beat them very hard. Okay, now you stop beating them after a generation. Now you stop doing that. No, we were just left with and beat them. And now we're trying to understand if it means and beat them if they're physically violent with you. Look, I'm not frustrated because I think you're a bad person. I think you're better than Islam, in my opinion. It's just frustrating to see that, like, that this verse will live on because no one is willing to acknowledge that it's faulty.
Faulty in a way that it can be taken wrongfully. Yes, I agree with you on that one.
Okay, even if it can be taken wrongfully, then it's a bad verse. Then let's rewrite it.
Okay, faulty in a way that that it can lead to domestic violence.
It does lead to domestic violence, yes.
I give you that. If that's what you mean by faulty, then yes, okay. But then a lot of things would, I think that lots of things would be characterized also as faulty. I mean, then
I know, but it's not such a reach to, like, it's not like this was almost perfection, but it's so close. It's so faulty. You can easily replace it with something better. Like how many situations has this verse helped when a guy thought, oh, my wife is being violent, God said I can beat her, versus how many times did someone get beaten?
I see that point, and I agree with you. But I'm saying that that the verse in of itself, for example, is not it's not just trying to speak to one society. It's just trying to speak to that society, and it's trying to speak to our society.
And it failed at doing all of that. Like, it didn't help that society, and it's definitely not helping us now with that verse.
I would say that it would. No, I mean,
how is this verse helping us today? Like, in the wife beating part of it, let's just focus on that.
Okay. Not every verse within the Quran is going to help us today.
That is clear, yeah.
Okay, so why is it that you are taking this verse and saying that it's helping us today?
Because people believe that it's the word of God. So it's harming us today. Sure, it's not helping us, it's harming us today. So why don't we get rid of the verse? Because people believe it's the word of God.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, what do you mean? What exactly do you mean by get rid of it? Do you mean stop implementing it, or do you mean remove it from the Quran?
Remove it from the Quran, because it doesn't and will never make sense again unless we regress as a society. Then we need to fix the society rather than double down and beat our women.
I mean, I don't think that is a possibility, unfortunately, that people can remove it from the Quran itself. That it's just because that would infringe on so much of other people's beliefs. So taking it from
so their beliefs is that this is the eternal word of God and can be used to beat women, right?
Yeah, that's their belief.
But their beliefs don't deserve respect in that case. Like, I don't care if that infringes. That's the thing. Like, removing it from the Quran or saying this is a bad verse that shouldn't be seen as the word of God, that doesn't infringe on someone else's belief. If they want to believe in a sexist, violent verse, then you can just tell them straight up your belief is bad. Like, I don't care that it infringes, like, that they're hurt by this idea. Like, can you see the frustration is because good, like, well-meaning people will be programmed by this verse to think, oh yeah, this is how it should be in a society.
Well, I mean, I take sort of a different approach when it comes to the Quran. For me, when it comes to the Quran, I don't take this approach that everything within the Quran, it's like, is the best solution for everything. So even, for example, like, for example, you came up with before, like, just because something is in the Quran, it does not mean that that is the best solution. So that's
pretty sure this is considered un-Islamic to say that.
That's why I was going at you a little bit when I say that it's not perfect. It's not meant to be. It was never meant to be. And so for that reason, I say that it's not supposed to be the best solution for every single situation.
It was a bad solution even at the time.
I would not agree with that one, though.
So why are we even, like, contemplating 1400 years later if it was good for them or not?
I would say that it was a better solution at the time than what was there.
So what was the problem, and what was the other solution, and what is this one?
Okay, so if we are to look at, for example, the historical stuff, let's venture out of the Quran for a second here and look at how, for example, it was at the time. Even when you look at the traditional narrative of this verse, it would tell you that back then men would immediately go to hitting, prior to them actually doing this sort of process that has been given. And this verse came down in order to give them this sort of step-by-step situation.
But you said it's not a step-by-step thing.
Yeah, but I'm saying even from that narrative, so that is better, even from that narrative. Now, for me, you did not accept my take on it. You didn't accept my take on it. So I say, okay, fine, let's put that aside. Now, let's look at it from the traditional aspect, because you did not take my side on the verse. So even if you look at it from the traditional understanding of it, it was better than what was currently there.
So the better solution is you need to take a few steps before you beat your wife. Like, how low of a bar is that? Couldn't Muhammad, like, here's the thing, if Muhammad truly explained to those people and they truly believe he is a prophet, this guy can tell me jump off of a bridge and I'll be like, if you really mean I'm not going to go to hell, I'll do it, right? But so if he were to tell me don't beat your wife, I'll be like, tabban li my old traditions, screw my old traditions, I will obey you, Prophet Muhammad. He had such power. Why couldn't he use it for something so simple as don't beat your wife at all, rather than take some steps in between?
I mean, I don't actually believe that he actually had that much or that power that that is assumed by a lot of people.
So his message was not convincing?
No, I mean power. I mean, like he didn't have power.
No,
as
I didn't mean it as like influence. Like that's
Yeah,
another topic. I mean,
right.
his truth had power. So if people truly believed that his words are from God, or like God is actually telling you, do this so that you don't go to hell. If you tell them, don't beat your wife, and that will bring you closer to heaven, that would be better than saying, oh, well, take some steps before you beat them.
Well, I mean, that's an out there hypothetical. I mean,
No, it's a lot easier. My problem is that not only, like, okay, if you concede that the Quran is not perfect, that is already to many people kufr, but I'm not going to do takfir. Let's just continue from there.
yeah,
I
but I
see,
mean,
like, this is far from perfect. This is bad.
I mean, that idea that the Quran is perfect, for me, I just don't see that as credible, to be honest, because why would it be perfect?
This is the
That is,
final
I know,
guide. Like, why
and I
wouldn't
know
the
that
final guide be perfect?
because it is the what?
The final guide from God.
It is the societies are always going to change. It's just because it is the final guide, it does not mean that it has to be perfect. Why do you why that standard, that because it's the final guide it has to be perfect?
Because everything is riding on, like, the concept of going to hell, and disbelieving and so on. That implies that you came across the perfect guide and you decided this is convincing, but I'm going to go to hell anyway because I don't want to follow this guide. But in this, the way that it's posed right now is it's an imperfect book. That means there's a lot of room for misunderstanding to happen, which means the standards for heaven and hell don't make any sense.
If you could repeat, did you say disbelief, or if you disbelieve in it?
Yeah, if I see that it's a flawed book, right? And I see that the criteria should be God has a guide that is so perfect, no one can deny it once they come across it. And then their choice to go to heaven and hell is based on knowing the truth. But looking at this mess, I would think this is not divine. Therefore,
But
I'm not going to follow it.
yeah, but I mean, when you say that the criteria of some people that this is perfect, okay, then yes, I would give you that once you look at it, you will notice that it isn't.
Well, aren't there claims in Islam about Islam and the Quran being perfect?
Yeah, again, those are claims that have been imposed onto the text. Like, for example, when you say that it's been preserved dot by dot, letter by letter, all those things. There's certain things that are infringed onto the Quran, that are imposed onto the Quran, but that doesn't mean that's what it claims for itself. There's
I mean,
certain
isn't the verse وَإِنَّ لَهُ حَافِظُونَ or لَحَافِظُونَ, and people interpret that to mean we will be preserving the Quran forever. See, that's the problem with interpretation. You could say, oh, this means the Quran is preserved dot by dot, and someone would say, no, we preserve the spirit of the Quran, but neither is even true.
But I mean, even if you look at through tradition, I mean, even those scholars that you quote, for example, did not see that verse as being preserving, as in perfect preserving the Quran. They didn't see it as such. If you look at through those tafsirs, and I also don't look at it like that. That word means that God is going to preserve it letter by letter, dot by dot, or it's talking about preserving it like the way we understand it today. This is just something that people have, taken, and even Shadi Nasser did a video on this, about that this term وَإِنَّ لَهُ لَحَافِظُونَ, that verse, if you look at all the tafsirs that were before, that they didn't look at it like that. I certainly don't look at it like that. That's what it's talking about. It's not talking about preserving. the Quran in sort of like the way this we have mythologized it to a level that it is, you know, that it's not, let's say, does not contain or no errors can come into it at
The
all.
Quran claims that for itself, right? Like in
Yeah,
this
but
verse,
how?
like in this verse, لَوَجَدُوا فِيهِ اخْتِلَافًا كَثِيرًا. They would
Yeah.
have, if the book was from other than God, they would have found a lot of differences in it, which is the wrong logic to begin with. But even using this logic, the book has a lot of differences, right? Like this is an ikhtilaf. This is, first of all, people disagree about what this verse means, and secondly, beating your wife is not a good thing. So this is a disagreement with the
But
spirit of the
people
Quran.
disagreeing outside of it is not ikhtilaf. People disagreeing of its interpretation is not ikhtilaf. Yes, it is ikhtilaf between them, but this is not ikhtilaf fihi, and it's not ikhtilaf fil Quran. This is just
Aren't there
ikhtilaf.
verses about kindness and all that stuff? Isn't that ikhtilaf or opposing to beating your wife?
I'm sorry, what?
There are verses about mercy and kindness and mawadda and all that stuff. Isn't that opposing to beating your wife?
I don't see it as such, but you could see it as such. But that's the way you are reading it. But I don't read it as it being an ikhtilaf.
That's like going out of your way to avoid the ikhtilaf.
No, I mean, for me, when it comes to the Quran, I'm not shy away from saying certain things that might shock people. I've already said a lot of things that you have clearly said that you wouldn't be a Muslim for saying that.
Mm-hmm.
So for me,
I'm not blaming you for, like, I commend you for reaching those conclusions. I'm just curious how, like, what criteria you use to retain your faith in a very imperfect book that has caused so much harm.
Okay. The criteria I use is that, first of all, I asked myself, okay, let's assume that this book or this revelation is from God. Like, why? I asked myself a question, why? Because I used to believe also that it is perfect. You know, because we all grew up from that sort of background. When we're growing up, we heard the same thing. We had, you know, that kind of understanding. So I also believed the same thing. And I asked myself, okay, but why does it have to be perfect? So the answer would be, well, because it's from a perfect being. Okay. But then I ask, okay, but what about the other texts that were before it? Those were destroyed. Those were not preserved. What then? So meaning that the criteria that it has to be perfect because it is from a perfect being does not hold up.
You're right about that inconsistency, which is, why would God let any of the other religions be corrupted if that's the narrative? So
we're not religions, but texts.
Our texts and their religions, right?
I wouldn't say religions. I would say texts again.
Well, sorry, yeah, texts that were meant to convey the same eventual message of Tawheed. But like those that have been labeled into different religions, what makes you think that the current Islam is not corrupted like all the previous other texts?
I didn't say it wasn't.
So how do you determine the true text or the true meaning?
For me personally, look, I am the one going to be standing up in front of Allah, right? At least that's my belief, right? It's not another person's responsibility. It's not on another person. If I go astray, then I've gone astray for my own. Okay. And if I'm guided, then yeah, whatever. But I am saying that I looked at the text itself and I started to question, do the claims that I have taken on as I was growing up, do those claims, do they match what the text is actually telling me? And I found that it wasn't. Like, for example, when I questioned the preservation claim, or when I questioned the perfect claim, when I questioned all these things, when I questioned, for example, my own idea of what God is, okay? For example, so all those things, when I questioned those things, I came to my own, understanding through the text. But I had to look at the text itself.
Well, I appreciate that you questioned all those things. And then my question would be, what made you retain, like, if I've gotten to a point where I'm seeing a lot of the claims made in the religion are not holding up, how would I retain the religion still, just in a very modified personal way?
Well, I mean, it works like, for example, how do for example, historians determine to the best of their capabilities what took place when they look at the different materials that they have. So I approach, the deen in a similar light. I approach the text itself, and I see a lot of ikhtilaf, to borrow your word there, ikhtilaf between what we have inherited and what the text is actually telling. So what the text is telling us of what was happening during that time is not, in my opinion, in agreement with what has been inherited throughout history.
Well, what makes you not think or believe that this text also is erroneous? Like, what is anchoring you to the text and trying to make it make sense rather than abandoning that it's the idea that it's divine at all?
Just because there were two questions in that.
Sure. Let me clarify that. How come you still retain this anchor of belief that it is a divine text, and you have to do the work to make it make sense, and make it, make those ikhtilafat, those contradictions or issues make sense, compared to, I can see that this book is and this religion doesn't add up, therefore I don't believe in it.
The book itself?
Yeah, like the way that's, for like that verse, for example, the way that you're trying to find a meaning in it that makes sense in a fringe scenario. How come you've arrived at that rather than realizing this verse is not divine?
Yeah, the thing is that I look at, for example, how we have understood the verse. Then I look at, is the way we have understood the verse, is that in accordance, or is it in agreement with what the actual text, the raw text, is actually saying? Like, for example, I hold myself to the Quranic life, let's say, like the Quranic or the Quran's way of how to live one's life. Okay, that's how I want to live my life. Last time when we talked about why I believe. We covered that a long time ago. Sorry, not a long time, but in the last stream, we covered why I happen to believe, and it was because of the way it impacts my life. And for me, I think that the Quran does complement my life in a more balanced way. That I do find that solutions to issues, to problems, to how to conduct my life in a way that doesn't cause me to either harm myself or be harmful to others, or in that kind of way.
But your best judgment that you use to look at that verse 434 and derive an interpretation of it that's very generous to the verse, you could use that same best judgment without the in-between, the middleman of this book, and arrive at these guidance conclusions or some other source. Why is it that you still employ your own non-divine best judgment to make more sense than the obviousness of the verse?
Yes, I like that point, because it is my own understanding as well, that when it comes to the way I conduct myself, is when it comes to understanding the Quran or the Deen, is that I see it as that the book itself is not supposed to, let's see, alter the humanity within you. There's supposed to be a complementary relationship, that the Quran is meant to speak to what is within you. So, for example, you have this verse in the Quran which says that Inna Allah la yughayyiru ma biqawmin hatta yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim. That God does not alter the state of a people until they change what is within themselves. So this is something that people have to change within themselves before even God comes into play. So the text itself is not technically supposed to like change your humanity or let's say necessarily meant to make you a good person. You
But
are
it's
already
made people worse people. Like in your case, you're a good person. You come across the verse, you're like, okay, let me make sense of it, so it's a good verse. But it has made a lot of people worse people.
yeah, but I mean, books tend to do that. I mean, especially with books with laws and that kind of thing, they can lead to that kind of thing. But I
If they're
wouldn't say
poorly
that's the
written.
fault of the text.
If they're poorly written, it is the fault of the text, especially if the author has the knowledge of foresight and all the knowledge in the world.
Again, I say that God operates within which is referred to as Kitab Allah. That this is a nature that God has. This is going through the theological aspects of my own beliefs, but the way that God is. That the way that God operates, He operates within the Kitab, which is referred to Kitab Allah, which is a law that He has prescribed for nature to work. So He doesn't come in and start changing nature or changing people or my own understanding anyway, that changing the way people think or changing nature or that kind of thing. That God, even God is limited in a sense, if you understand what I'm trying to get at here, that even that He would not just intervene within nature and start altering and tinkering with things. And
Well,
that is because
yeah, I get why you'd say that God is limited, and that also is blasphemous and un-Islamic. But I believe, like, I get where your logic took you there. But the point is, it's not just that God is like his hands are metaphorically tied from intervening to make people not misunderstand this. He could have very easily written a better verse so that any misunderstandings that happen are not like it's so far from so far from almost perfect, but sometimes misunderstood. It's almost misunderstood sometimes. Almost a bad verse always, sometimes understood differently. Like the bar is so low, and yet like God is still like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but the thing is that I'm looking at one of the comment from Hassan Radwan, and he says, "What's your point with the Quran?" I would like to respond to that as well. My point with the Quran is that it complements my own lifestyle, so it complements what is within me. Okay, it is supposed to complement the good that is within the individual themselves. Now, if there's bad in the individual, I do agree that that individual might gravitate towards some of the, let's say, violent aspects that are within the Quran. I am not denying that at all. They could gravitate towards that. But as I said, that there is the capability within the human being themselves to either be good or to be bad. And the Quran is sort of like, it just sort of like hangs, in the balance. And it's just supposed to complement that relationship between the individual and the Quran itself.
I get what you're saying there, but I disagree about the part where you said some bad people might gravitate to the bad interpretation or whatever. No, it induces like bad morals in decent people too. Like if you're a kid who learned
I'm sorry,
like not only that people who do have a bad inclination are going to read it as a wife beating verse. Like a lot of people read it as a wife beating verse because that's the obvious interpretation of it. Then they become worse people because they already have this clause that says everything here is from God. So it's not only that bad people will see it a certain way, it is a bad verse that makes good people into worse people, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can see it as such. As I said, that I'm not going to sit here and try and deny that you can see it as such, obviously. But I'm saying that the Quran, for me personally, is that it speaks to the goodness that is within the human being, but there has to be goodness there. But and that by the way, that does not mean that I am limiting to entrance to heaven, or to the Quran, or saying that without the Quran you can't be good, or without God you can't be good, or without religion you can't be good. No, I'm saying that we are all born with a natural inclination to do good and evil. Some of us can get to do good because of religion. Some of us get to do good just because we are we do want to do good inside. And those kinds of people, you have that there is this agreement between their goodness and what is within the Quran, so it complements their life. As even the famous hadith of the Prophet, where he says that the best of you are the best the best of you are the ones who were the best during the time of Jahiliyyah. So those people who were the best during the time of Jahiliyyah, when there was no Islam, they would also be the best during the time of after Islam. And that is because the Islam that the Prophet brought, or the Quran, complements that goodness that was within them. So it shines it forth. That's just it manifests it. It shines it forth. That's just what I'm trying to say.
Does that really complement their goodness, or we see that the Quran is ineffective at making people better if the ones who are already good are just good? You know what I mean? Like, if anything, it's more like good people try to find goodness in the Quran. Regular people, everybody, like, will find harmful things and they might believe it and take it and become worse people. And bad people obviously use the verses that justify their behavior. But all of those people are using the same text. It is the job of the author to make sure it's airtight so that there's no obvious abuse that can happen.
But I mean, bad people can also take it to become good. So they're all different shades that can be applied here.
Right, but we're talking about a verse that's on the face of it bad, horrible on the face of it, only for the hope that some people, their lives might be enhanced by this. Like, what lives are enhanced by this verse?
Look, I am saying that for me personally for me, I don't have an issue with the verse. Because
you're not a woman who's being beaten, but what has the verse taught you? Like, what does this add to your morality?
Not this verse in particular, but there are multiple other verses. I mean, as I said before, not every verse needs to be applicable to you, or not every verse can add something to you. So let's say, like, for example, there is someone who is, who's beating their wife. Let's say, like, for example, who's just straight up violent, okay? And he reads in the Quran says, فَعِذُهُنَّ, and decides to do that instead. And
you think someone who's violent is going to see that there's a step of, like, ordering her what to do or advising her? Like, that's not a solution, though.
You can't rule it out. You could say
that's like saying, like, it's like saying wash your hands before you beat your wife. Sometimes people might stop at washing their hands if it resolves the issue. Like, just tell them not to beat their wives. It's an accidental solution for some people. Like, that's not how that works.
I am saying, yes, but I'm saying that, look, today, for example, okay, today, if you are, I mean, clearly, you can have a different method other than this, or a better method than this. I mean, clearly, to solve situations.
And that could have been the case from the beginning. Like, this was never applicable in a situation that made things better.
See, that's where we disagree. For example, personally, I'm not calling for. People are accusing me of, of saying that I am calling for domestic violence. I'm saying that men should beat their wives or something like that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that, given the context of the time, that, look, I hate, I would never lay a finger on my wife, never. Okay, my father used to beat my wife. Sorry, my father used to beat my mother and stepmothers, constantly. So I am from a family that, is connected to domestic violence. I understand this stuff, but I'm saying that for the verse, for me personally, I can understand it in that way, that the verse is trying to tell you that, look, you need to be able to apply, because, again, as I went back to the Quran is supposed to complement what is already there within the individual. It goes with it. It takes it for granted that the person reading the text is supposed to have that sense, that level of humanity. If the nushuz that a person meets from their wife, if the nushuz happens to be violent, and the only means
that's not in the verse, though. None of that is in the verse. That only if she's violent and if it's the only way to stop her. None of that is in the verse.
Again, that's what I'm saying, is that is that I am saying that the Quran, the way it communicates with people, is that it's not going to spell everything out for you.
No,
because
this
it's
is beyond not spelling
given.
things out.
It's taking it as a given that you have a sense of, a sense of
That's a
humanity.
wrong given, though, because clearly God doesn't know his creation. If most Muslims in existence have understood it, I'm not saying most of them beat their wives, have understood it as, yes, you have the license to beat your wife. That means God didn't know his audience, because most of them are not like you, who would think, oh, God means only if she's violent, then I can hit her back. That's not a thing.
I think that given the society in which this verse was, that the people, that they would not have implemented this verse in the way that it is implemented today. I don't think that they would have abused this verse the way it was abused after them.
But
That
it was literally abused during the time of the Prophet, and the wives complained, and then the Prophet said, "Those who beat their wives are not the best of you."
I'm familiar with that.
But that happened in front of Muhammad, in front of God.
Yeah, but I don't agree with that hadith. Okay, I don't think that the Prophet would ever pass or would ever say such a statement, because it doesn't make sense that he would say that. Doesn't at all. That some woman would come and she has been beaten up and then comes to the Prophet, and the Prophet would say that, or that's, that story of where the woman is beaten, she goes to the Prophet, and the Prophet doesn't reprimand the man for what he said. I don't believe that happened at all, because
So you're saying it's more believable that he came up with a verse that does allow beating, but no one was abused because his reaction didn't make sense. Therefore, the people who abused this verse only was after him.
No, he would have reprimanded the man. Okay, the way the prophet would not just have.
There is no guidance for reprimanding a man in the Quran for that at all.
Yeah, but I'm saying, as far as the Prophet's character, from what I understand him to be from the Quran, is that he would never have just kept silent or just doesn't say anything or not reprimand the man for what he did.
There's stuff in the Quran about the Prophet's character that's bad. Like, for example, in the context of, the story of Sauda, the other verse that mentions nushuz is when, I don't remember the exact verse, Hassan Adwan had quoted it, but something along the lines of, basically, if you fear a man's nushuz, you can reach a compromise.
Yes. See, we can go to that verse, okay? And
yeah, in that situation, for those who don't know, Sauda was fearing that the Prophet might leave her because she's getting too old and not attractive. And Muhammad said, like, in this case, she wanted to compromise and said, you can have one of the wives, Aisha can have one of my nights. And Muhammad made it a rule. So doesn't that show you that he does have the kind of character who would turn a blind eye to a man beating his wife and just say something, half measure?
But I don't agree with that reading, because the verse is not talking about the Prophet. Or
then,
the verse that
then why is the verse talking about the shoes of the man, the woman compromising when the man is doing the shoes?
Okay, I can answer that. Like, for example, the verse that Hassan Radwan brought up, thank you very much, verse number 128, which says that if a woman fears from her husband nushuz, that, or i'rad, this word called, which is referred to as being abandoned, or maybe left alone or not attended to, that kind of thing, that there is no issue for them if they get back together, so they reconcile. There's no issue with that. So the question is, why does the Quran say that there is no issue if they reconcile? Why does it say that? The reason why it says that, in my opinion, is because there were people who saw that as an issue, as there being a problem, that why would you reunite with someone, okay, like in this kind of situation? So that verse is talking about.
You don't see that this is enabling abuse? Like, this is a bad lesson to teach. If the husband is doing nushuz, or if you fear his nushuz, there is no problem if you remain in this abusive relationship.
But that's
compared to if you fear a woman's nushuz, you can beat her.
That's not what it's saying. But that's not what it's saying. It's not saying that you're just supposed to remain in that relationship and don't do anything.
Yeah, or find a compromise. It doesn't say lash him, beat him, none of that. It's like, let's see what can work after the husband has transgressed.
Yeah. the thing is that if it so happens that in a situation, okay, where a man has shown nushuz to the woman, and the verse is not just talking about, okay, what is the woman, supposed to do, or that kind of thing, because the verse is talking about something completely separate. It's just commenting on the stigma that people had at the time, that they saw it as being a problematic, or being an issue, or being bad if they reunited. Let's say, like, for example, the man was regretful of his nushuz. Let's say, and let's say that the man was very embarrassed of his nushuz. Let's say that the man was, and then he rectified his ways and wanted to get back with his wife. So the Quran says there's no issue if they reunite.
But you see how far-fetched this scenario is? It's catering for the man's feelings. Oh, he made a mistake, nushuz. If, like, we don't want him to feel too ashamed to get back with his wife. But on the other hand, if your wife does nushuz, you can beat her. And we'll leave it at that. And the rest is for interpretation. Don't you see the dichotomy here?
If the nushuz is violent, as I said, if the nushuz, let's assume that the nushuz here is violent. Okay, let's just assume that the nushuz here is violent. Would it be wrong for a woman to return the same? Like, for example, let's assume the Quran
there is no, like, it doesn't even have to be the woman has the right to beat him back, sure, because men are stronger. Why isn't it like the community should punish that man, or like the law of the land should punish the man who beats his wife? None of that.
They could. There's nothing
for what? There is no legal basis for that.
But there's nothing against that. If they passed such a law, there's nothing with the Quran that would deny that. There's nothing.
But the Quran doesn't instate it. The Quran gives the tool to beat the woman. And on the other hand, it says, oh, if the guy made a mistake, made an oopsie, then you can reconcile. Don't feel too ashamed because you made a mistake. That's not equivalent.
But it's talking about different issues. These are different issues. But
why isn't it addressing the same issue? Like, why is it addressing, who cares if a guy is embarrassed about a mistake that he made compared to enabling domestic violence? These are not equal in any way. Like, the priority seems to be God catering to men because God is a man.
Okay. I see what you're trying to say there. Okay. And I understand. In fact, I agree with you there that the way the Quran speaks, for example, it is catering more towards men, towards the male audience. This is clear from the Quran. I'm not going to try to shy away from that or say that it's not, because it clearly is. It's speaking to a patriarchal system. Even God appears to be from a male voice. I agree with that. Okay. But I'm saying that so that is the reason why these issues are the ones that are being tackled, other than, for example, the female, issues, for example, that you bring up. So that's why I'm saying is that if it so happens that a woman, saw violent nushuz from the husband and she decided to hit him, there is nothing within the Quran that would reprimand her for that at all.
No, there kind of is, because that is nushuz from her. She cannot uprise against her husband that way. He has an explicit right to beat her. No, I'm working within the laws of the Quran. He has the right to beat her for nushuz. She doesn't. It doesn't mention that she has the right to beat him.
Yes,
that is interpreted as her nushuz.
No, a husband, a wife hitting a husband because he hit her, that cannot be counted as nushuz. Come on. Because then the husband...
That can be, because we're giving, like, the hierarchy is a man can beat his wife. If she doesn't like it, like, how is that not nushuz according to the same standard right here, the same verses?
No, but the thing is that
you acknowledged something, but you didn't explain it. You said, yes, you acknowledge the Quran is from a male's point of view, a male's voice, often addressing that. And that explains why a lot of the verses are dealing with the men's side of things. But why is the Quran male-oriented?
It is male-oriented because the society was set up in that way. The society in which the Quran was revealed was set up in a patriarchal system.
Well, and so that's why... Where's the new one that's more for equality?
Where is the what?
Where's the new revelation that's more representative of a situation that's better for women?
Where is the... Okay. You are saying that where is a new revelation that would...
Yeah, I mean, the Quran came at a time where times were not good for women and enforced things that are not good for women. Where is the revision that's better for women?
Again, I wouldn't say that, things that were not good for women. I wouldn't say that, but you can enforce that on me.
Like, like beating women was good for women?
again, if the nushuz is violent, I don't know why you're not accepting, that this is my
Because it's
take on
nowhere
it.
in the terms and conditions of the verse. It very clearly says if she does shoes, you have these steps to follow. If he does shoes, you can compromise. Those are
Yeah,
the two sides of the coin.
yeah, but this is talking about a completely separate issue. The reason for the nushuz is already given there. It's telling you that if a woman in a situation completely different, has nothing to do with the other issue. These are two different and separate
It doesn't
verses.
describe any situation. It just says nushuz, the same word. And the
Yes,
context is from outside the Quran, which are sources that you don't like to always point to because you can just dismiss them if they don't sound like it's from the Prophet.
no, I mean, I say that if they don't agree with the Quranic, presentation of the Prophet, if
But
they,
the Quranic presentation of the Prophet is that he's someone who would give up his wife's, like allow his wife to give up her rights and make it a rule for that situation. That's his character. So why wouldn't it be his character to let the men beat their wives as the verse says?
again, I go back to the same thing as I mentioned before, that if the nushuz is violent, then the man, that's how the Prophet saw it. In my belief, that is how he saw it, and that
But
is how
based
he
on
taught
what?
it.
Like where are you getting that from in the Quran or the Hadith?
I'm getting it from that the reading that has been imposed onto the text does not follow the text itself. Okay.
Right, but why is your conclusion, therefore it's only for violent situations? Where are you getting like any indication that Muhammad meant if your wife is being violent?
Because of the text itself within the Quran, because when I look at the Quran as a whole and also separate verses, I don't see it that the Prophet would have endorsed that reading. Now, if he did, I give you that. If he did, let's say that he did endorse what you're saying. Okay, let's say that he did. Then yes, I would have a problem with that, clearly.
But don't you see that this is the ikhtilaf that you're in denial about? If he does explicitly tell us these steps, which is opposing to his personality, that you would think that he wouldn't say that. That's ikhtilaf right there.
How?
The ikhtilaf being that the Prophet with this kind of moral character that you uphold to be, very good, would give some kind of order like that. So rather than seeing it as ikhtilaf, you see this far-fetched scenario that he only meant in the case of your wife being violent, a fringe case with no context to mean that.
Because I am still limiting that reading, my personal reading, from within the text of the Quran itself. I
Yeah,
am not.
but that's circular reasoning. That's like, this is not an ikhtilaf, this is not a difference. This is actually a far-fetched interpretation because Islam says that so and so. You see?
No, because the text itself, I am reading through the text. As I said, when I opened my statement, I said that I look at the text within the text itself. So if you're saying, oh, well, that's circular reasoning, well, I'm going back to the text. Where else am I supposed to go?
But your reasoning for the Prophet would have meant only if she's violent towards him first is that the Prophet seems like a good guy who wouldn't tell people to beat their wives.
Yes, because the Quran presents the character of the Prophet being like that.
But every situation I point to you where the Prophet has not great character, you would see it as like, let's interpret it differently.
Yes, but I gave you that. I said, look, Aladdin, if the Prophet did that, if he did that, if it is true that he did that, and you could present it that he did that, I would be very willing to tell you that the Prophet did something wrong, that he clearly that is clearly false, or he was a false prophet or whatever. I would give you that.
But he delivered this verse.
What?
He delivered this verse that measurably has caused domestic violence in his own time and today and all these times. That should be,
Yeah, but I just told you that given what the Prophet's character is within the entire text of the Quran, that I don't believe that the Prophet himself would have endorsed what you are telling me he endorsed.
If he didn't endorse wife beating, why would he mention wife beating?
We're going back to the same thing.
Yeah, I'm just unable to be convinced that the reason he mentioned wife beating is only in the scenario of like self-defense, right? When he could have just said, and if, by the way, after being done with how to handle marital affairs, and if you're being attacked by your wife, you can hit her back. That's it. It's very differently worded from "and beat your wife"?
Yeah, but why do you have an issue with that? Like, why is
Because
this?
it means on the face of it, "and beat your wife," and people have been beating their wives, and you should be empathizing more if you've seen that personally. Like I would
Yes, I
be.
have seen it.
Mhm.
Yes, I have seen it, and I do really. And people in the comments are, they're saying all these nasty things about me, but I do emphasize with it because I saw it firsthand. But I'm saying that the nushus, that this is completely a different situation. It's not talking about domestic violence. It's just talking about a situation in which things get out of hand and the woman starts, to act, in a violent manner towards the man, and the man knowing himself that he has the upper hand, that in that situation he may apply violence to quiet the situation. But once that is over, he's not supposed to do anything after that. He's not supposed to go against her.
That's like without this part of the verse, if there was no beating mentioned whatsoever, do you think men would have sat there and taken the beating because God didn't say I can stop her?
If
That would have been a better outcome. Men can handle being. I'm not saying domestic violence against men is not an issue, but this verse adds nothing to solving that problem, but it adds tons to causing the problem of domestic violence against women. This verse is not only useless, like it's bad, but also useless for the meaning that you think it means.
Okay, but I mean, you can take that reading, and you are certainly entitled to that. But I say that for me personally, I don't see a big, as far as my own reading of the verse itself is that it does not allow for that kind of interpretation. That for me, the Quranic system, the way it is set up, that you are supposed, it has this sort of a qisas sort of way that you cannot return, like you can't hit for someone who's just saying things at you, like hitting your wife because she, let's say for example, she abused you, or maybe she shouted at you, or maybe she stood up and started screaming in your face and maybe calling you names or calling your mother names or whatever. That for me, that would go under all this idea, this idea of justice within the Quran, which you are familiar with. This is the qisas idea that is very throughout the Quran, that this would clearly undermine that idea. So for me, I say that taking that under consideration throughout the Quran, I say it is not possible that the Quran would have given that, because that would have been, it would have gone against, being fair. It would have gone against all that.
But
That's
how
what I'm
come
saying.
most scholars, if not like the sweeping majority, have never interpreted that way? What have you come across that they haven't?
Look, okay. This idea that how come you are the only one, who has, discovered this, or are you so special that nobody else discovered this before you? I think that is sort of like a low blow, because any Muslim, for example, if they say that, you could just say, well, okay, the same thing can be applied to people who were astray before the Quran. What about all those, those rabbis and all those within Christianity who were wrong, and all of a sudden Muhammad comes up and tells them, oh, by the way, you were wrong. That it's just,
It's a good point that you said led astray. You have the guide. This is not talking about other people without the guide who are led astray. We're talking about the same guide, the
Mhm.
not perfect but the great guide of the Quran. 1400 years later, most people are misguided by it, except for you and a few people who understand the verse the certain way.
Yeah, but I think that goes more to speak to the individual's character as well. That it's not just on. You can't just pinpoint. You can't just pin it on God, and just say, well, it's clearly his fault because he didn't know what he was writing. He wrote it really
It
horribly.
is, because it's not just, you can't pin it on humans, because yeah, there are bad humans and wife beaters and all that. But if the verse gives explicit allowance without saying this scenario that you're mentioning, it's causing people to behave that way, not just the bad ones.
Look,
And I think like we're gonna agree to disagree, of course.
yeah, sure. But I mean, it is, I mean, someone, for example, I don't know why the scholars, for example, didn't think about the فَعَاقِبُوا بِمِثْلِ مَا عُوقِبْتُمْ, they didn't think about that. You're supposed to return the same thing that has been given to you. I don't know why they didn't think about that, or they didn't take that at all into consideration.
Because the explicit command is that men are dominant over women. It's not going to be an eye for an eye or like the same thing if you're on different parts of the hierarchy.
But that would contradict that idea, of eye for an eye. It would contradict it clearly.
It wouldn't, because that is a generic statement, and this one is a specific, explicit statement about how marital dynamics are. It's not a contradiction. It's more like generically, eye for an eye kind of thing. But in this situation, this is what you're allowed to do. It doesn't cancel out.
Yeah, I mean, look, I personally, think that this verse particularly is not talking about, about what you're saying. I mean, even taking, for example, the verse right after, even taking, for example, the words that I use, for example, when it says الرجال قوامون على النساء, or when it continues that and it says واهجروهن في المضاجع واضربوهن فإن أطعنكم فلا تبغوا عليهن سبيلا, when it is using these words, using the pronouns فإن أطعنكم, you, when it is obeying you, so you are going with the assumption that it is talking about you, as in you, the men, right, the husbands, correct? Yeah. So you would go with that assumption. Well, the next verse right after that says وَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ شِقَاقَ بَيْنِهِمَا. So who's the tum here and who's the hima?
I'll have to look at the verse, but I've seen this happen a lot in the Quran, where it changes the people it's addressing, and it doesn't always remain consistent. So we can't use it as suddenly, oh well, now the not the tense, the predicate has changed. وَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ شِقَاقَ بَيْنِهِمَا. Now it's talking to the community.
Yeah, but that's that's the thing, is that you are assuming that it is. Okay, but I'm saying that these verses, I don't know why people didn't dwell longer on
they have. I'm not sure why you didn't dwell to see that the obvious interpretation is a problem.
I did, Aladdin. I did. That's what I'm saying, is that I had these same beliefs before. I did. I had those exact same beliefs before. I had to look at the text itself. And for me, when I looked at the text itself, I saw that it was just not allowing for that interpretation. I believed 100%, even as I said, when my father was hitting my mother, that a long time ago, I would have, for example, said, well, Islam allows it. Like, I would have given such a response. Okay? And I would feel bad inside, of course, and I would have said, well, Islam allows for it. But then I looked at the text itself and I said, well, let's look at the text. Okay, does the text actually allow for that kind of reading? And for me, personally, I don't believe it allows for that reading, taken into this general understanding of qisas, of that it just, for me personally, it does not follow.
Well, I am glad that you have arrived at those conclusions. I wish others have too, but a lot of the ideas that you've mentioned are explicitly blasphemous in Islam. So it's you can't say that a verse is not perfect or the Quran is not perfect. I'm not shaming you for saying that. I'm just saying I wish this could be a larger scale solution or approach to Islam or the Quran, but
I will say this though, as I said before, that as I said, just because there's a sort of solution within the Quran, that doesn't mean that that is the perfect thing, or that doesn't mean that you can't come up with something better. Like, for example, in this verse which says that وَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ شِقَاقَ بَيْنِهِمَا فَابْعَثُوا حَكَمًا مِنْ أَهْلِهِ وَحَكَمًا مِنْ أَهْلِهَا إِنْ يُرِيدَ إِصْلَاحًا يُوَفِّقِ اللَّهُ بَيْنَهُمَا. That verse that is talking about that, that it says, if you fear, separation between them, then bring, a judge or an arbitrator, from his family and from her family. So I could say, well, I can come up with a better way of solving, a situation where there's a separation. I would just say, let's go see a marriage counselor. I've bypassed the verse. I found a better, a better solution that works for me. That this one maybe might not work for me. So I find a better way. So I'm saying that just because something is, or a solution or something is given within the Quran, that it does not necessarily mean that it is the perfect for you or for everybody.
I get that. My disagreement is that that verse was ever perfect for anyone. But yeah.
That this or the one I just read, or the one for beating?
No, the beating one. But yeah, I know we're gonna agree to disagree, and I don't want to take up any more of your time about that. But I appreciate you sharing that, because I want people to know, like, the frustration that I'm feeling, and I'm sure Hassan also feels, is not against you, Rashid. Like, I don't dislike you for your beliefs.
I mean, just to comment before. Sorry to cut you off on that one.
That's okay.
It's because I'm looking at the comments, and yeah, it's not good to read, I have to say. But sorry for if some people were disturbed about what I was saying. That you should all understand that I was not saying that it's okay to beat your wife. I'm not saying that it's just to beat your wife. I'm as you saw my own interpretation, that's not what I said, that you can just beat your wife. I said that in case there is, if the nushuz is violent, then in certain cases you may do that, just to quiet the situation. But once that happens, you are supposed to not go further, and only when the nushuz is violent. But I am not endorsing domestic violence at all. I'm not saying that the Quran calls for domestic violence. It does not. If it did, then yes, I agree with Aladdin that would be a major issue, a major problem, and that would also question the validity of not only the Quran but also of the Prophet, or it would question, his character of the Prophet if he endorsed that understanding. If the Prophet did not reprimand a man who beat his wife for basically an issue that was not violent, I would say that yes, then we can question the Prophet's character in that situation.
You're never going to arrive at that conclusion if every source you see you would dismiss as, oh, that doesn't fit in the narrative of the Prophet being a good guy in this way, therefore I don't believe it. So how could it ever be proved to you?
Well, okay, if we find a source that is earlier than the Quran, I would take you up on that one.
By definition, there's not going to be that, because even different copies of the Quran were burned. There is no other source. So basically, you're never going to come to that conclusion, because
you never know. I mean, people thought that we will never find the Sana'a manuscript. We did. I mean, you never know. People might find, something that was written during the time of the Prophet that is not, Quran.
Well, would you believe the claim of someone who wrote a document down during the time of the Prophet more than the hadith that describe him a certain way?
100% yes.
What's the criteria then?
No, because I told you that I go with the historical method. I try to apply that as the best way as I can. Is that if a source is earlier, that it lends more credibility as to what was happening during the time. It might not be 100% perfect in telling us the 100% honest truth, but it can give us an insight as to what was happening.
But if a document says something about the Prophet from that time and carbon dated to that time, how do you, first of all, we won't know if it came during the revelation of the Quran, like when the Prophet was alive or afterwards. It's never that accurate. But why couldn't it be seen as some like gossip that someone wrote down? Like, what's the validity of it more than the hadith?
No, but I mean, you say that would I take that? I said, yes, I would consider that more than the hadith. I would consider it and I would assess it. I would show more attention to it than I would the hadith. I would
Why though?
Well, because I have to apply the historical method. I mean, for me personally, that's the way I go about assessing these things. That when I want to find out about something that used to happen at that time, I look at the earliest sources first.
But that's not going to happen though. And like to find that kind of manuscript and also for Saudi Arabia to release it, it's impossible.
Well, I mean,
and already everything's like been paved over. Sorry,
it might not be found in Saudi Arabia.
What's that? It would not
be found in Saudi Arabia.
It would not be, you're saying?
It might not be found in Saudi Arabia. Could be found in other places.
But then how do you know that it's not just some tabloid, someone writing, the Prophet sucked and this is why, and it's not true? Like, how do you validate it?
Again, as I said, let's say like, for example, there was a document that, for example, said that, the Prophet killed, these people or those people, and, that kind of thing. And I would, of course, assess that, like, for example, in terms of its writing, who is writing it. So if it has all that information behind it, then yes, it would, of course, let's say, question my own beliefs about the Prophet. It would definitely put a dent into my own perception of who the Prophet is. Definitely, I am not going to try and shy away or deny that. It would definitely.
So why don't the Islamic sources put a dent in your beliefs? If you would take a non-Islamic random source like that, where there are mentions of who wrote it or whatever, but how come that is less valid than the hadith and sirah?
Yeah, okay. Because the hadith, well, for one, they come later. All right. So that's for one. For two is that they have a lot of, there's too much influence within the hadith literature. The hadith literature is too influenced by people's biases. Like it's if you look,
how would that document not be free of people's bias?
I mean, yes, it would be, but I'm saying that as far as I'm judging between it and hadith, I would give it more attention than I would give the hadith. So if, for example, you presented me, hey, Rashid, here is this document which is earlier than the hadith, which one do you think presents a more accurate view of the Prophet Muhammad? Like, I don't have the Quran, I only have that document and the hadith literature. I would obviously go for this document as it is earlier, as opposed to the hadith literature. That's what I'm saying. Now we have the Quran. It also comes during the same period of time. So the Quran, which comes at the same period of time, then I guess that is where there can be a conflict. Like, okay, which one are you going to take? Since both documents, are seen to come from the same time.
Well, one last thing I want to say about the frustration that I or other people might have in the comments. It's not that you believe a less harmful interpretation of the verse that's what's frustrating. It's that, like, your belief of it's a positive thing in a sense, but first of all, it doesn't make sense from an outsider's point of view. And I'm not saying that in a way to disparage you. It truly, like, from an outsider's point of view, it doesn't fit. But not only that, like, your voice is one in millions and billions. And we see the obvious harm caused by the verse, and we see that even those who try their best to have good morals, the best they can do is keep the verse there. Obviously they don't want to carry the bad spirit of it, but it's still there and it's going to harm more people in the future. So the closest we got from a believer was some kind of acknowledgement that the verse can be flawed, but it's still part of a good book, and that upsets people.
Yeah, I understand that, and I am not going to try and discredit people's frustrations. I mean, if the tables were turned now, if the tables were turned, and I'm saying that with with all honesty, I would be in your positions. So if the tables were turned and another person was, let's say, like this verse was found, let's say, like, okay, a verse similar to this was found within the biblical text, right? And I was on the other side. There was I would be as frustrated as all of you, honestly. So I understand your frustration, to be honest. So I guess it comes down to I'm human, and we go through different paths, in life, and we try to understand and learn the best way that we can. I happen to hold this interpretation of this verse simply because there is no part of me that could accept the prophet to have endorsed the other view. But I do understand that when people are, they have a certain perception of who the Prophet Muhammad was, especially if they might hold an anger towards the Prophet, that hearing me then try to justify this verse which angered them so much, that just adds fuel to the fire. It makes them, even more angry. And I understand that. I would be exactly doing the same thing you were. I would be as angry as, all of you. So I do feel you, to be honest. I understand that. So
I appreciate that acknowledgement. And I want to make it clear my feelings about Muhammad. To me, he's a character, and I don't know how much of it is actually truly the person who existed and how much of it came afterwards. The character, like his characteristics, his actions, it depends on who you ask, which ones, like which is Muhammad, which isn't. So I don't feel anger or animosity towards him because in my mind, the series of events that led to it is either he's a person who thought he was talking to God, or a person who thought he was talking to God, and then people added a lot to his stories, or some version of that. I don't see him as an evil man who knew all the ramifications that would go, 1400 years later. I don't think he had the foresight to see all of that. So I don't hate him. I don't.
yeah,
Yeah.
I also don't think that he had the foresight, to be honest. I don't think that he saw the future in that sense. Like he knew what was going to happen, like after his death, or during our time. I don't agree with that idea, this idea of prophecy, and I don't like that at all. So that the prophet knew what was going. No, he was a man of his time, and this idea that the prophet is the perfect. I had someone say, "Do you think the Prophet Muhammad was perfect?" No, I do not think that. Is he the perfect role model for us? No, I don't think that as well. Was he a good role model for his time? Yes. I mean, if you look at the Quran, when it says that in him there's uswatun hasana, you notice that it just says uswatun hasana. It's just a good pattern. It doesn't say ahsan, like the best. It just said hasana. You see the word, and you can understand that to mean, okay, well, it means beautiful, or it means, but for me, I see it as he was a good pattern to follow for the people who were in his time. But he obviously had no idea about the issues that we would be facing in today's world. He obviously had no idea of that kind of thing. But I do believe that he was a good pattern, and I do believe even within what is echoed through the Quranic verses, that he could still act as a good pattern for people to do in terms of certain things, like people who have certain struggles, that they're going through his life, that they can look at the Quran and they could try to follow the good aspect of his example. I do believe that.
Well, that's thank you for sharing that. That's very non-typical of a position to take on the prophet. But I see that there are a bunch of commenters saying, "Well, that means that you left Islam. That means no." I'm not going to try to put a label on it, and I'm not going to be one of those people who's going to tell you, "Yeah, just give it some time, and then we'll talk next week, and you'll be over Islam." I just
So,
appreciate. Sorry, go
I would
ahead.
like to ask, sorry, on this issue of the prophet's perfectness, like, do you see in the Quran where the prophet is actually quoted as being perfect?
I can't remember off the top of my head all the verses, to be honest, so
Maybe Hassan
can't answer
Radwan
that.
has something, you can throw
Yeah,
them.
Hassan,
Uh,
maybe he'd be able to answer that.
I haven't found something like that, by the way. So if he knows something like that, I would love to see it. If there was anything, for me, the Quran is actually is not endorsing that idea at all, that the Prophet Muhammad was perfect. That it's not at all speaking about that. If he was, it would clearly say that, like, you know. But I
Yeah,
don't think.
it's he's made at least one mistake, and I know that the understanding, at least like one mistake that's acknowledged in Islam, abasa wa tawalla.
Mm.
Uh,
That's a minor thing. He's done some other stuff, of course, in the
yeah,
Quran. The Quran says, "Lima adhinta lahum," حتى يتبين كالذين صدقوا وتعلم الكذب. Oh, عفى الله عنك لما أذنت لهم. So there are certain cases where Allah, or when Allah says, "لقد تاب الله على النبي," it's so there are mistakes that he did, errors that he did. I mean, I would say came close to even what Muslims today might consider even sinful. But he did do mistakes, many of them. Obviously, he's a human being, just like the rest of us. If a prophet, Moses, could kill someone, come on. It's saying that this is beyond a prophet. I mean, look at Moses. He killed someone. I mean, yes, it was accidentally, but he still did. So saying that, oh, that is beyond a prophet. No, there are certain things that might shock. Sure, I agree with that.
and one verse came to mind though that may be relevant. ما كان لمؤمن ولا مؤمنة إذا قضى الله ورسوله أمرا أن يكون لهم الخيرة من أمرهم. Right?
Yeah.
Not for a believing man or woman if the prophet and his if God and his prophet decree or decide something, that they would have an option in the matter. So that is a verse where one could see that anything the prophet says or decides or does is Bible.
Yeah. You could see it as such, as that. But for me, I think that that this was in terms of military aspects. Like, for example, when the prophet would decide something, that because of the situation at the time, during those moments of that, a leader, specifically in those moments, they have to be very decisive, and you cannot always take everybody's opinion in that sort of situation. That you need to be firm and you need to stick to your word. Once a leader, whether it's a president or whatever, once they have made a decision, I mean, the Quran does call for shura. So obviously this is implying after the shura, in my opinion anyway, that this is implying after the shura, that once the Allah and His Messenger, they have decided to come to a decision. So the Prophet has talked to certain people. They have, they have decided to do something, that there shouldn't be any khiyarat, I mean, amrihim, that there should not be, any sort of other way other than. So you've decided to do it now. We're going ahead. Someone cannot come with, another option. You have to be decisive. It's only in that case, I think, in my opinion anyway.
Well, I wish a lot more Muslims had the same interpretations as you. But yeah, what's the verse? Lakum dinukum waliya din. You have your religion, I have mine.
I don't know if atheism counts as religion, but I think that deen, I wouldn't translate deen as religion because it causes problems. See, that's also another thing, by the way, that when you look at the word deen, we translate it as religion. But if we are to translate it as religion within the Quran, we are faced with certain problems. Like, for example, when the Quran says, talking about the story of Yusuf, and it says that ما كان ليأخذ أخاه في دين الملك إلا أن يشاء الله, that he could not have taken his brother في دين الملك, in accordance with the deen of the king, if it was not because Allah had willed. So Muslims, translators, they cannot translate that as religion, because they know the issue that would cause the verse, because they know that the king was, a polytheist. So are you going to say that Allah allowed Joseph to take his brother into the deen of into the religion of the king and made him a polytheist? So that's sort of, I say
is it more like a generic, like, way of life kind of Is
Yeah.
that what the word means to you?
Yeah, I would say that it more refers to sort of like a system, a system that is employed in a certain society. So the way that people are doing things, like for example, we follow a democratic system, or our system here is secularism, is based on those laws. That's sort of like a dean of this sort of society. So I see it in that way, the word dean in a way.
Mhm.
So yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well,
in a way, that goes also for the word salah. It's the same thing. We think it means prayer, but when you try to look at the Quran, not necessarily. Actually, it can mean something else also.
I mean,
So
when you say alayhi salatu wassalam, you're not saying actually like praying to him, like,
yeah,
sujood and everything.
yeah, but yeah, that's the thing, is that even with the word salah, is that you have the story of Shu'aib in the Quran, where it says as-salatuka ta'muruka, that does your salah ta'muruka, does it command you? So how can the salah command? Like, that's a verse of the Quran. Like, so you have like a sort of, so that's what I'm saying, is that we have these sort of things that we have grown up to learn, but when we look at the text, it's not allowing for that for those readings. So we need to re-evaluate our own understanding, that it could be that perhaps that's not how things were at the time of the Prophet, because the way the words are used don't match up with what we have been led to believe. And in fact, when you look at the Sirah Maghazi literature, you have, even within secular scholarship, they tell you that, look, we cannot take the Sirat, Ibn Hisham, or Sirat Ibn Ishaq, or the Maghazi. We can't take that as being the actual representation of what was happening at the time. They tell you that much of it is quite embellished, even within, secular scholarship, that there is little that you can take from that. In fact, even Imam Malik himself, because Imam Malik was was also living at the same time as Ibn Ishaq, and even he criticized Ibn Ishaq's Sirah by saying that he took that his descriptions, or his tellings of the Prophet's relationship between him and the Jews was completely not accurate. And that is one of the issues now that we are facing today, where people are criticizing the Prophet's character based on examples of how he treated the Jewish people, for example. So that is one of something that we have to contend with and start to defend and say, okay, well, it's possible that these Sirah literature books, that they don't represent what was happening during the time of the Prophet.
Well, I don't really envy you, because I know that's a lot to figure out,
Yeah,
especially when you still like remain a believer. That just adds a lot of layers of skepticism, but also with the challenge of remaining a believer at the same time. So yeah, it seems like a lot of work.
easy. Yeah, sorry for taking up so much of your time, by the way.
That's all right. I didn't realize I'm going on 6 hours now of streaming. Thanks for waiting for that long, and thank you everyone for watching, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and thanks for giving us your time, Rashid.
Yes, thank you very much.
Take care. Have a good one.
Yes, assalamu alaikum.
Bye. All right. So, as MKWKE21 says, I can't believe I've been listening for 6 hours now. I can't believe you have, and I can't believe I've been talking for 6 hours. Oh, yeah, it is a record length. I'll get to a couple of comments and then we'll wrap up. Thank you for the super chat, Norse mythology. I get to stutter after 6 hours. That's a privilege I earned. How do we say word salad in Arabic? Salatat kalam, salatat kalimat, something like that. And thanks for the sticker, Jansen. And I saw this comment. If only Allah can come on Alauddin's live and clarify. We are waiting. In Allah kana ma sabirin. So yeah, thank you everyone for watching today. My cats are screaming for me to go feed them. They're like 2 hours overdue. I appreciate you being here today. Thanks to all the callers who've been sharing very openly, and I hope that they didn't feel under attack with these questions. And yeah. Thanks everyone for joining, and as always, think critically and think for yourself.